Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3708. Yu Sang Tian attacked, pushing aside the clouds and attacking the Eternal. The Eternal countered with the True God's Freedom technique. The lantern floated in the air, half of it being Mo Shang and the other half being Lu Yin. At the same time, Lu Yin struck out with both palms to meet Yu Sang Tian's attack. The shockwaves dispersed and Lu Yin borrowed the force to retreat. With Yu Sang Tian around, he wasn't worried about being surrounded. Even if he really wanted to kill Yu Sang Tian wouldn't let anything happen to him. Yu Sang Tian had a deep plan for him, and even if Lu Yin didn't know what it was, he knew that Yu Sang Tian would definitely save him. Judging from the situation, this plan was very important, and it cast a shadow over Lu Yin's heart. Consciousness universe, what are you waiting for? Attack and kill Yu Sang Tian. The Eternal's voice rang out. The old chief and the others were stunned. Who were they attacking? Lu Yin? Yu Sang Tian? Why is it so messy? They were clearly attacking Yu Sang Tian, and they were fighting amongst themselves. Lu Yin had actually asked for Yu Sang Tian's help, and Yu Sang Tian had actually helped. What was the point of fighting before? Those from the Nina Firmament's universe were also stunned. For the first time in their lives they felt like their brains weren't enough. They couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation for the situation in front of them. The old chief and the others attacked. No matter what, attacking Yu Sang Tian was wrong. Lu Yin attacked as well, and Yu Sang Tian wasn't surprised at all that Lu Yin had joined the fray. The appearance of everything was hidden under the 4 words, profit above all. No matter how long they fought, there was no conclusion to this battle. Yu Sang Tian almost killed Xuanhuan, but Xuanhuan was saved by Lu Yin. Only then did the battle stop. The old chief was even more confused. Lu Yin had saved Xuanhuan. The 4 sides were restricting each other, and there wouldn't be a conclusion anytime soon. They all had their own interests and demands, but their strength was almost equal, forming a balance. The Eternal was helpless. You'll regret allowing Master Lu to grow. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Same here. There was no point in saying anything more. The situation was like this, and everyone who had cultivated to their current realm had confidence and trump cards. Right now, no one could do anything to each other. Since they couldn't do anything to each other, they all looked towards the palace and the people from the Nina Firmament's universe. This was especially true for the old head and the others. It was the first time they saw people on the cliff. That kind of shock and disbelief was something that they could not forget even now. It was engraved in their bones. The way these people looked at them made them even more curious about what had happened. At that moment, they weren't far from the continent of the 9 clouds, but if they wanted to get close to them, they had to bear the pressure of the palace's memories. Even though it wasn't far, the continent of the 9 clouds cultivators had already walked for a long time. But that was relative to the people of the 9 clouds universe. For old chief and the others, the intensity of the memory pressure was far from what others could compare to. When the old man and the others looked at them, the members of the continent of the 9 clouds were astonished. The woman was the one leading them. The woman's expression was unsightly. The worst situation had occurred. These people had climbed up the cliff, which was the same as cutting off their path of retreat. The area above the cliff is not small. Why don't we not disturb each other? Although he knew a little about the situation in the palace, he did not know much. What had eternity just said? The memory of an eternal life realm expert? Its value was immeasurable. He really wanted to see if he could enter the palace and obtain that memory. Yu Sang Tian agreed. Although there were some deviations from the plan, this was the only way. Eternity could only agree. Frostblade immediately walked towards the palace. At the same time, he walked towards the continent of the 9 clouds cultivators. The continent of the 9 clouds cultivators panicked. Ants could look down on elephants because they were standing at a high place, but the elephant was now as tall as them. They finally understood the fear of facing an elephant. The leader looked at Yu Sang Tian and bowed slowly. I am xuanhuan. Greetings, Imperial God Yu Sang Tian. The young people of the continent of the 9 clouds also hurriedly bowed to Yu Sang Tian. They had forgotten that there was an imperial god here. Even though they looked down on him, he was the only one who could save them. After all, he was a god of defense. No matter what his attitude towards the 9 clouds universe was, he was still a god. Frostblade stopped and looked at Yu Sang Tian. If Yu Sang Tian could expose these people, then they must know each other. Old chief and the others were vigilant. Yu Sang Tian looked indifferent. He glanced at the continent of the 9 clouds cultivators and then looked at the palace. Xuanhuan was furious. Yu Sang Tian was a dog that the continent of the 9 clouds had given him, but he dared ignore them. They had to have someone behind them. Imperial God Xianxia, please open a path for us. We want to go back to the continent of the 9 clouds, said xuanhuan. The old man and the others didn't understand. The continent of the 9 clouds? That was a strange name, but there was a 4th universe? Why was the continent of the 9 clouds related to Etian and Xianxia? They had too many questions. They just wanted to capture those people and ask them. Xianxia lifted his foot and walked towards the palace, still ignoring him. Frostblade looked at the continent of the 9 clouds cultivators and walked towards them. Nobody can save you. You were happy before, but now I want you to cry. Lian Shuang ground her teeth. You don't want to help us? You're an imperial god. Don't forget your duties. Xianxia still ignored her. He had already entered the location of the memory pressure. Eternity also walked towards the palace, enduring the pressure. They were all vigilant, getting closer and closer to the palace. Luin also walked over. He didn't have the ability to break the balance for the time being, so it depended on who could get close. Although it depended on their own abilities, whoever got closer would inevitably become the target of the other 3. They had to be careful. Moreover, he also wanted to capture a few people from the continent of the 9 clouds, especially Luoning. Luin looked over. Luoning was also staring at him. When he saw Luin looking over, his eyes narrowed. This person was going to attack him. Luin smiled and made a throat-slitting gesture again. This time the gesture made Luoning feel suffocated. Imperial God Xianxia, the continent of the 9 clouds already knows that you're here. When we were exposed, they sent a message. If something happens to us, how will you explain it to the continent of the 9 clouds? Lian Shuang threatened. Xianxia didn't even look at her and continued walking forward. Luin walked towards the continent of the 9 clouds cultivators. Frostblade was also walking towards them. Luoning said, I'm from the Luo family of the Elysium. A favor from the Luo family is very valuable, Imperial God Xianxia. Xianxia turned and looked at Luoning. Luoning looked at him. Save me, and from now on the Elysium will be yours. Luin looked at Xianxia. Xianxia stared at Luoning. The Luo family of the Elysium. Luoning smiled. That's right, the Luo family. Just a watchdog, Xianxia replied. Heaven replied, then turned his head and stopped looking at her. Luoning's expression changed. He was furious. What did you say? The continent of the 9 clouds cultivators kept quiet out of fear. The Luo family of the Elysium was definitely a powerful force in the continent of the 9 clouds. Otherwise, Luoning wouldn't have been able to enter the junior pavilion and sleep in the octagonal pavilion. Xianxia didn't care about such a person at all. If Xianxia belonged to the continent of the 9 clouds, he would be a normal lower god of defense. But he was just a gift. The continent of the 9 clouds didn't care about him. If he wanted to enter the continent of the 9 clouds, he had to pass through the Elysium. Normally, a lower god of defense would have no problem passing through the Elysium, but Xianxia needed the Luo family's approval. This was also why Luoning was so confident when he proposed the condition. He thought Xianxia needed a favor from the Luo family. He didn't expect Xianxia to ignore him. Xianxia, you offended the Luo family. Luoning threatened him. Xianxia didn't care. Luoning glared at Xianxia, but he didn't get a response. He looked to the other side. Luin was already under the pressure of the memories. He would soon get close to him. The only thing he could do was to run in the direction of the palace. But how could he compete with Luin here? Even though the possibility wasn't high, Luoning still didn't say a word. He walked towards the palace. Every step was difficult. Luin was under the pressure of the memories. It was a familiar feeling but also a strange one. He had used his die's 6 pips to enter the bodies of too many creatures. He had seen all kinds of memories and he had also experienced the long years of memories. He wasn't unfamiliar with the feeling of being suppressed by memories. But at this moment there was a similar pressure. There was also an indescribable feeling of being torn apart and immersed. It was as if he had become another person, another creature, or even another universe. He looked at the boundless starry sky, the ebb and flow of the tides. His body felt as if it had fallen into a bottomless abyss, but he was as powerless as an ordinary person. The pressure of the memories was like a string, and the pressure of the memories in the palace kept pulling on this string. Once it couldn't bear it, the string would break. He was clearly under the pressure of the memories, but he couldn't see any of the memories. It was very contradictory but also very natural. The feeling of immersion was different from virtual reality. There was a third-party perspective, and he could completely experience it. He had experienced something in the past, but it also felt like he hadn't seen anything. The clearest feeling was that the string of memories was being pulled, and it was constantly being stretched taut. This was only the beginning. The further he went, the tighter the memories became. This was a domain that strength couldn't reach. His consciousness, essence, and spirit were all wrong. It was like he was in a dream and he had nowhere to use his strength. This feeling made Luin feel powerless. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. What if the memories of this palace or xianxia came from a creature? Did this creature cultivate the power of memories? This was a power that he had never touched before. On the other side, Frostblade was also under the pressure of the memories. The old chief and the others also walked towards the palace. Luin looked over, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He looked at xianxia and Eternal, who also stood in place without moving. They seemed to be feeling the pressure of the memories. Frostblade was the only one who couldn't wait to catch those from the Nina Firmament's universe and understand what had happened. After a while, there was a scream in front of them. A cultivator from the Nina Firmament's universe who had fallen behind had been caught by Frostblade. Those from the Nina Firmament's universe tried their best to walk towards the palace. Powerlessness, hesitation, fear, and despair constantly swallowed them up. They had a bright future ahead of them, and they didn't want to die at the hands of these ants that they had looked down on. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3709. The cultivator who had been captured was a man. He had a pleading look on his face and he had a cosmic ring on each of his fingers. Obviously, he had a good family background and a decent cultivation base. At his age, he could be considered a genius in the Xuanhuan universe, but his willpower was terrible. The old man and the others surrounded him. Soon they understood. The Wuxiao universe was a huge universe that was like the sky. There were eternal realm cultivators there, which made them feel suffocated. They didn't know about such a universe. They had been looked down upon like ants for so many years. Xianxia, who they regarded as a great enemy, was just a gift from the Wuxiao universe. They couldn't accept this fact. Their understanding of the universe had changed. Xuangdao attacked again and caught another cultivator. He got the same answer, so he caught another one. He hoped to get a different answer even if these people were lying to him. He wanted to reconstruct his understanding, but he was disappointed. The disappointment made him attack again and again. Blood flowed on the precipice, filling the air with a pungent smell. When Lian Shuang saw this, she looked gloomy. The consciousness universe, the Tianyuan universe, and the spiritualized universe are just ants under the control of the Wuxiao universe. Since you know the truth, you shouldn't attack. The Wuxiao universe will know what happened here. Your lives won't be in your control. The old man looked at Lian Shuang. If we don't attack, what will happen? Lian Shuang said in a low voice, give us a way out. In the future you can give yourselves a way out. Those who can come here aren't ordinary people. You'll be greatly indebted to them. The old man looked at Lian Shuang deeply, then at Luo Ning. Compared to Lian Shuang, this person had attracted Yu Sangtian's attention. The Luo family seemed to have more weight. Luo Ning narrowed his eyes. The Wuxiao universe has the celestial gate, and the Luo family guards it. Help me and I can let you enter the Wuxiao universe. Even if the consciousness universe is reactivated, you won't be affected. The consciousness universe will be reactivated? Asked Xiwen. Lian Shuang sneered and said with a hint of arrogance, there are only 3 of the 4 supreme deities, what do you think? The old man and the others were uneasy. If they wanted to become immortal, reactivating the universe was the fastest way. Although they didn't know which universe the supreme gods of the Wuxiao universe had been reactivated, they hadn't known about the existence of the Wuxiao universe. At that moment, Luin suddenly moved and walked towards the people from Nina Firmament's universe. Lian Shuang, the old chieftain, and the others all looked at Luin. There were only 3 superior deities left in the 9th heaven universe, and one of the inferior deities would definitely step into the eternal realm to become the 4th superior deity. That person would definitely restart the universe, but would it be the universe of consciousness? Ever since they found out about the existence of the spiritualized universe, their cognition had been confused by the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe. They believed that the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe had been at war for so many years, so the consciousness universe would definitely be rebooted. Even if they knew about the existence of the 9 heavens universe, it did not affect their cognition. Rebooting the consciousness universe was deeply engraved in their hearts like a brand. But just a moment ago, he suddenly recalled the time when the spiritualized universe was on an expedition to the Tianyuan universe. He recalled the heavenly palace and the relationship between the consciousness universe, the spiritualized universe, and the nine heavens universe. He came to a terrifying conclusion. If he had to restart a universe in order to reach the eternal life stage, there was a possibility of it being the consciousness universe, but the greater possibility was the Xuanhuan universe. The so-called three universes referred to it might not necessarily be the Xuanhuan, spiritualization and consciousness, but it could also be spiritualization, consciousness, and nine heavens. The Xuanhuan universe was too far away from the three universes, and they had never crossed paths. Origin was sent to weaken the future scale of the Xuanhuan universe, but it was just a means to weaken the opponent's resistance. Since it weakened the opponent's resistance, it would definitely achieve results. He used to think that the spiritualized universe would be the one to pluck this result, but in fact, it was only the nine heavens universe that would pluck this result. The ballad sent by Wuxia had said that for the inferior deities of Wuxia, there was no difference whether they were spiritualized or Xuanhuan. In essence, the nine heavens universe was superior, and the rest were inferior. In the eyes of the nine heavens universe, the Xuanhuan universe had long been included. If Lu Yin was the ruler of the nine heavens universe, he would definitely not restart the consciousness universe, because the consciousness universe and the spiritualized universe were connected to the nine heavens universe. This relationship was very important and could not be broken easily. On the contrary, the Xuanhuan universe was so far away that it would be a waste not to restart it. This result sent a chill down Lu Yin's spine. He had overlooked this point all this time. It was not that he had overlooked it, but that he had been confused by his past deeds and misunderstood it. If he had known about the nine heavens universe's existence from the beginning, he would not have had such a misconception. He would have been able to see who needed to restart the nine heavens universe the most. As for Mount Royal, he had originally thought that it was a small spiritual universe, but Rugua had already told him that it was not. It was just a place similar to Torch City. If it really was a small spiritual universe, then the Xuanhuan universe would be safer. Since it was not, he was certain that the Xuanhuan universe would be the first to be restarted. There was no need to worry about the spiritualized universe. Xianxia was here, and outside, the primogenitor and the others might have already attacked the other battleships. Lu Yin was most worried about the nine heavens universe directly attacking the Xuanhuan universe. Thus, he needed to understand the current situation of the nine heavens universe. When the people from the nine heavens universe saw Lu Yin walking towards them, they despaired. Originally, they had been watched by the old chief and the others, and they had been able to threaten them so that the consciousness life forms would not dare to go too far. But when it came to Lu Yin, they remembered what he had done before. Forget it, it was better to tempt him with benefits. Lian Shuang saw Lu Yin walking over and wanted to stop him, but she knew that she was not his opponent. Consciousness life forms, if you help us return to the nine heavens universe, I guarantee that the elders of the young people around me will work together to create an influence so that you can go to the nine heavens universe and avoid the fate of being restarted and killed. Yes, I'm from Lonely Swan Island. My grandfather is very influential. Help me return and I'll definitely help you enter the nine heavens universe, someone immediately shouted. The people around him also kept asking for help. I'm from, don't worry about the ones you killed before. We'll help you settle it. The old chief and the others did not move. Although these people had powerful backgrounds, it did not mean that they could influence the decisions of the nine heavens universe. They were all at the 13 celestial phenomenon, and even if they entered the nine heavens universe, they would definitely be top powerhouses. It was not up to these juniors to interfere. Would they be enslaved? They would rather not know about the existence of the nine heavens universe. On the opposite cliff, among the people led by the man, a woman shouted, I know what you're worried about. Help them leave the nine heavens universe. I can ask the Spirit Alliance to intervene and do their best to protect them after entering the nine heavens universe. The old chief and the others looked at the opposite cliff. Protection? Spirit Alliance? Although Lu Yin had heard about the situation of the nine heavens universe from Rugua, what were the specifics? Rugua had said from the beginning that at their level, they did not need to know too much about the situation. They only needed to understand the meaning of the nine heavens universe's existence and its relationship with the spiritualized universe. As for these forces, they could be destroyed with a flip of the palm, so there was no need to be too clear. The people on the opposite cliff had been watching and did not interrupt. Now that the woman had spoken and mentioned the Spirit Alliance, it must have some weight. What's the Spirit Alliance? The old chief asked. On the opposite cliff, the woman said, the Spirit Alliance is formed by the spiritualized universe and other people who did not originally belong to the nine heavens universe. The purpose is to help each other and survive in the nine heavens universe, passing on the culture of the original universe. Although the Spirit Alliance cannot affect the decisions of the Nine Heavens universe, its strength is still very good. The fact that I can come shows that there is a problem. If you can join the Spirit Alliance unless you are punished by the Nine Heavens universe god, there is nothing to worry about. Yes, the Spirit Alliance. You can join the Spirit Alliance. Help us return and we will help the Spirit Alliance. The Spirit Alliance will definitely help you. Luo Ning said, the Luo family of the Elysium can help the Spirit Alliance as long as you can help me return. His words moved the old chief and the others. If they could really avoid the end of the consciousness universe being rebooted and live safely in the Nine Heavens universe, they did not mind helping. The essence of consciousness life was to survive. Fighting against the spiritualized universe and trying to kill xianxia was all for the sake of survival. Even climbing the cliff was for the sake of survival. They could betray anyone. While speaking, Lu Yin was getting closer and closer to the people of the Nine Heavens universe. He felt that he could catch them with a raise of his hand. Consciousness life form, hurry up and attack. The young man who was about to be caught shouted in panic. Frost Blade held the hilt and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin slowly turned his head, his eyes deep and cold. I don't mind if you attack. This sentence extinguished the old chief and the others' desire to attack. They looked at Lu Yin and recalled the previous battles. So what if they attacked? Who could they help? The next moment, a young man at the back was caught by Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled at him. Am I scary, little guy? The young man's face was pale as he stared blankly at Lu Yin. Let's talk. At the front, Lian Shuang saw this scene and sighed helplessly. She looked at the old chief and the others again. They had already said so much, but these consciousness life forms still did not attack. This person gave them too much pressure. Previously, when this person was attacked by another person, xianxia would help. They did not understand the situation and only felt that the four people who had climbed the cliff were monsters. Luo Ning gritted his teeth and did not look back. His eyes were bloodshot as he walked toward the palace. Every step was difficult, but every step was a chance for survival. Soon Lu Yin finished talking with the young man. A disciple of a second path dealer's family was meaningless, so he continued. Lu Yin caught another young man. I'm from the Lone Swan Island. Good name. Is it powerful? Of course. The young man wanted to say that he was more powerful, but Lu Yin was disappointed. One's vision did not necessarily determine a person's height, but one could see their birth. The Lone Swan Island had the strength of the 7 major forces of the spiritualized universe, but that was all. It should be an entry-level force of the Nine Heavens universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37:10. Yes, in Lu Yin's eyes, the Ninth Firmament Universe's forces were at least as strong as the 7 major forces of the spiritualized universe. They must have someone who had crossed bitter adversity, but this kind of strength was not a threat to Lu Yin, nor could he spy on the Ninth Firmament Universe's strategy. Then the next. The Ninth Firmament Universe's people were relieved that Lu Yin did not kill them. Old Head and the others had stained the cliff with blood in order to interrogate the Ninth Firmament Universe, but this did not happen to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was not a murderous person as long as no one touched his bottom line. One by one, Lu Yin captured the Ninth Firmament Universe's youths and locked them up in Mount Supreme. They might be useful in the future. These guys were so lively just now, so they might have some power if they work together. Master, is that you? Master. A short man took the initiative to run towards Lu Yin and shout loudly. Lu Yin was speechless. This guy was the one he had taught the sword technique before. He had defeated others with his self-created sword technique and led them to tell him about the cliff. Master, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The short man was shameless, tears and snot running down his face. Compared to life, what was face? If he wanted face, he would not have been the first to tell Lu Yin. The Ninth Firmament Universe's cultivators looked at him with disdain and envy. Lian Shuang looked at him with envy. Lu Yin picked him up without hesitation. Good attitude. Stay here for now. His biggest target was Luo Ning. The Luo family in Elysium could talk to xianxia, and they were one of the dormant members of the Xiaoyu Tower. Although Lu Yin did not know what the Xiaoyu Tower was, this person was important. Guarding Elysium? Maybe he could find out something. Luo Ning looked back and saw Lu Yin in front of him. There were only a few people between them. He looked at Lian Shuang and said, "Stop him." Lian Shuang was bitter. She was no match for this person, but she had to act. Everyone could be in trouble except Luo Ning. Lu Yin grabbed another one. This person was different from the previous ones. His eyes were sinister and vicious. He looked at Lu Yin as if he was ready to attack at any time. Lu Yin was familiar with this look. It was the look of an assassin. "Little guy, you're special." Lu Yin looked at this person. He was the shortest among all the cultivators from the Nine Clouds universe, but his bones were very strong. The young man lowered his gaze, but his gaze kept shifting. He stared at Lu Yin's waist, his legs, and even his vitals. Lu Yin slapped the man's head, almost knocking him out. The man fell to the ground and shook his head. He struggled to stand up, but he still fell down. "You think I won't kill anyone?" The young man narrowed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "The people of Death Hill are not afraid of death." Lu Yin frowned. Death Hill? He had heard of it before. It was one of the few forces that had been specifically mentioned. The cultivation of the Nine Clouds universe was very unique. It also used spiritual seeds to cultivate, but it was different from the spiritualized universe. When a cultivator cultivated in a spiritual universe, a spiritual seed would enter their body. As their cultivation level increased, the spiritual seed would transform into a weapon or an innate gift. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the spiritual seed would transform. That was a very normal cultivation strength. At first glance, it didn't seem like a problem, but if it was combined with the cultivation method of the continent of the Nine Clouds, it would be abnormal. Because in the continent of the Nine Clouds, cultivation required spiritual seeds to leave the body. By cultivating with the spirit seed would eventually be infused into one's body, and the one who would improve would be one's own body. It was their own strength. There was no difference between beast-shaped spiritual molting and human-shaped spiritual molting. Humans were humans and they couldn't turn into beasts. They also didn't have spiritualized innate gifts or spiritualized weapons. If they did, it would come from their own bodies. The continent of the Nine Clouds universe cultivated the human body, just like the Xuanhuan universe. However, spiritual seeds were a medium for their cultivation. They could become a second life and increase their cultivation speed faster. It was the complete opposite of the spiritualized universe. It was because of this that Lu Yin had truly learned about the continent of the Nine Clouds universe for the first time. It also made Lu Yin understand why there was a funnel and spiritual seed liquid. To put it bluntly, the cultivators of the spiritualized universe continuously cultivated to strengthen their spiritual seeds. When the cultivator died, the spiritual seeds would enter the funnel and melt into liquid. Finally, they would be poured into the continent of the Nine Clouds universe. This allowed the cultivators of the Nine Clouds universe to cultivate in the mist-like spiritual seed liquid after their spiritual seeds left their bodies. This was the truth behind the cultivation of the continent of the Nine Clouds universe and the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe had always been sacrificing itself to help the continent of the Nine Clouds universe. This was a cruel truth. Once it was made public, all the cultivators of the spiritualized universe would collapse. Their lives were completely in the hands of the continent of the Nine Clouds universe, and the continent of the Nine Clouds universe could make them live or die. In the past, their spiritual seeds would only disappear after they died and enter the funnel. However, if the continent of the Nine Clouds universe wanted to plunder them, they could directly cause their spiritual seeds to leave their bodies and die. They were nothing more than vessels for the continent of the Nine Clouds universe to cultivate. The tragedy of the Wei region could happen to the entire spiritualized universe. The continent of the Nine Clouds universe's cultivators cultivated with their spiritual seeds out of their bodies, which was their second life. The spiritual seeds returned to their bodies, which was the cultivation process. However, if the spiritual seed was killed during this process, the cultivator would have to start over. However, there was another way to obtain someone else's spiritual seed, which would allow one to instantly transform and become powerful. It was similar to the energy source of a space-time warp, but it was different from a pure energy source. A spiritual seed contained one's cultivation base, and it could be fused with the cultivator's own strength. This gave rise to a group of people who specialized in plundering other people's spiritual seeds and selling them to those who didn't want to cultivate, so that those people could transform into strong cultivators. This kind of thing was prohibited in the continent of the Nine Clouds universe. It was jointly supervised by 4 superior imperial gods and 5 inferior imperial gods. Once it happened, they would kill without mercy. It was the biggest taboo in the continent of the Nine Clouds universe. Small Book Pavilion. However, the continent of the Nine Clouds universe was so big, and they also had to cultivate, so they couldn't keep an eye on it. Therefore, there was a force that watched the continent of the Nine Clouds universe for them: the Death Hill. The Death Hill's existence was to prevent those who plunder spiritual seeds. Once discovered, the Death Hill could directly attack. In the continent of the Nine Clouds universe, The Death Hill's status was extremely high. There was a saying that made it abundantly clear. Only the Death Hill killed people, and no one dared to kill the people of the Death Hill. Because whoever dared to kill the people of the Death Hill would be a violator and would be hunted down by the entire continent of the Nine Clouds universe. The people of the continent of the Nine Clouds universe didn't expect that there would be people of the Death Hill among them. The appearance of the people of the Death Hill was usually not a good thing. This was the knowledge of the entire continent of the Nine Clouds universe. They were like crows in the eyes of ordinary people, and they were gods of plague. Xianxia and Eternal couldn't help but look. What are you people of the Death Hill doing here? On the opposite cliff, someone couldn't help but ask in a dissatisfied tone. His relatives were killed by the Death Hill. The young man of the Death Hill stared at Luin. Kill me if you want. Luin smiled. Although I don't know what the Death Hill is, it doesn't look simple. Come with me. After saying that, he locked the person in Mount Supreme. Congratulations, you caught a big fish. Eternal spoke and smiled at Luin. Luin looked over. Big fish? It's just a little guy. Eternal shook his head. The Death Hill is like a hornet's nest. You can't provoke it or you'll get into trouble. Master Lu, you seem to be best at diverting trouble. I'm looking forward to you going to the continent of the Nine Clouds universe. Xianxia retracted his gaze and walked towards the palace. Eternal smiled and also walked towards the palace. Old Leader and the others asked the person they caught, "What is the Death Hill?" The person who was caught hesitated. It's a very terrifying force that has the qualifications to report to the Emperor. Report to the Emperor? It means to report to the God of Defense. In other words, you can talk to an eternal realm. Another person who was caught said. Old Leader's eyes flashed as he looked at Luin. He didn't expect there to be such a person who could directly talk to an eternal realm. Such a person's value was too great, and there was no need to look at his own strength. Unfortunately, he was caught by this person. Luin continued to walk forward. He was only a few steps away from Luoning. The constant pressure from the memories caused the string of memories to tighten, but it was still within Lu Yin's tolerance range. He didn't even know how much he could endure. Although there was a difference, his die's 6 pips allowed him to continuously receive memories for so many years. Perhaps his string of memories was much tougher than others. He caught another person. At this time, xuanhuan attacked. Her sequence particles enveloped Lu Yin, and a pagoda phantom appeared around him. Lu Yin scattered the particles with a flip of his hand and struck xuanhuan with his palm. The force created ripples that distorted the pagoda phantom around him. She was only a primordial realm cultivator and was considered powerful in the Tianyuan universe and the spiritualized universe. However, she was still far from being comparable to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's palm struck xuanhuan and passed right through her. xuanhuan used a strange movement technique to evade Lu Yin's attack and flashed past him. The pagoda phantom continued to condense as it tried to envelop Lu Yin. However, a terrifying force scattered in the next moment, causing xuanhuan to retreat while coughing up blood. She was shocked. This force? Not only was xuanhuan forced back, but the pagoda phantom around her was also dispersing. Lu Yin reached out to grab xuanhuan. Ordinary primordial realm cultivators would not be able to retaliate against him, as he could completely suppress them with brute force alone. xuanhuan gritted her teeth, and a figure suddenly walked out from behind her. This figure grew infinitely taller, bringing with it an unfamiliar and terrifying aura. 9 Firmaments God of Defense. A dazzling light flickered in the figure's hand, and the pagoda that had been dispersed reappeared. This time, it formed a sword that slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. It really was a blood tower. He had heard the words 9 Firmaments God of Defense the first time he had clashed with Fengbua, and the pagoda sword that Fengbua had used was exactly the same as the one before him. The only difference was that Lu Yin had been suppressed by Fengbua back then, and the pagoda sword had caused him great suffering. In the end, he had even been trapped by the pagoda, and it had only broken free when he had reached his limit. Now this woman's cultivation had even surpassed Fengbua's, but she could not give Lu Yin any pressure at all. Even though the pagoda sword itself possessed a terrifying aura, this woman was unable to unleash it. Bang! The pagoda sword shattered, and Lu Yin's hand passed through the fragments to land on xuanhuan's shoulder. She was sent flying and she collapsed on the ground while vomiting blood. Just when Lu Yin was about to grab her, a huge door fell down from above. 5 fingers descending heavenly gate. Luoning attacked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37:11. Lu Yin pointed and the door shattered. He turned around and saw Luo Ning staring at him. Are you really going to fight to the death? Luin laughed. What right do you have to fight me to the death? Luo Ning gritted his teeth and looked at Xianxia. If I'm captured, I'll tell them everything. No matter what they want to know, I'll tell them everything. Xianxia stopped and looked at Luo Ning. Luo Ning met his gaze. He wanted to use this method to obtain Xianxia's protection. Xianxia did not know what Luo Ning knew, but if Luo Ning said anything that would harm Xianxia would be in trouble. Kid, you're overthinking things. Instead of protecting you, it's better to kill you to keep some secrets. Eternal's voice rang out. Luo Ning's gaze turned cold. Is that so? But you can't kill me. Xianxia, are you really not going to help me? Xianxia ignored him, but it was unclear whether he did not care or was hiding his desire to kill Luo Ning. Luo Ning sighed and gave up on the idea of having Xianxia protect him. He looked at Luin. How much do you know about the Ninja Firmament's universe? I don't know much, Luin said bluntly. The Ninja Firmament's universe's cultivators who had been captured by Old Chief and the others were speechless. Luo Ning had clearly pretended to be a junior Yu and was completely shameless. Luo Ning did not care. Have you heard of spiritual cultivation? Luin raised a brow. If you're stalling for time, there's no need. No one will save you. Spiritual cultivation. Luo Ning had no choice but to reveal part of the truth about the Ninja Firmament's universe's cultivation. Everyone on the cliff would know this truth. Xianxia and even Eternal knew about it. As for Old Chief and the others, they would know about it from the cultivators of the Ninja Firmament's universe, so there was no need to hide it. They all thought that Luin did not know, but they did not know that Luin knew a lot from Rugua. Now that Luo Ning had said it again, he could verify that Rugua had not lied to him. Luo Ning's voice was low. You should know the importance of the octagonal pavilion of the sleeping Junior Yu Pavilion. Each of us has a powerful spiritual cultivation by our side. These are our protectors, but there are rules in the pavilion. Once you use your spiritual cultivation, you can no longer enter the pavilion, which means you'll lose your qualifications as a Junior Yu. I won't use it unless I have no other choice. Let's both take a step back. If you enter the continent of the 9 clouds in the future, the Luo clan will welcome you with open arms. Luin didn't believe it. How can a cultivation spirit give you the confidence to face me? Then what's the point of our cultivation? Luo Ning sneered. Do you think the cultivation of the 3 universes is meaningful to the 9 clouds universe? Its only purpose is to pave the way for us. If you don't believe me, ask Xianxia. He knows very well whether spiritual cultivation is real or not. Luin looked at Xianxia. Emo Shang, would you like to say something? Xianxia looked over and then looked at Luo Ning. If you don't cultivate it yourself, it will never be yours. It's just trash. Luo Ning's expression was gloomy as he stared at Xianxia. He then looked at Luin. Although it's unpleasant to hear, it's the truth. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to use my cultivation spirit to obtain someone else's cultivation. There's no need for us to fight to the death. I can tell you that this cultivation spirit came from my Luo family's ancestor, a powerhouse at the peak of Ku adversity. Of course, Luin knew that this was true. This was going to be tricky. Shall you? Sure enough, he had some trump cards. But the more this was the case, the more he had to catch Luo Ning. This person definitely knew a lot. Whether it was his identity as the heir of the Elysium Luo family or as Xiaoyu. As for losing the right to become a Xiaoyu after using a cultivation spirit, Luin also knew the reason. Like Gui said, once one used someone else's cultivation spirit, they would never be able to cultivate again. It was equivalent to being stuck at the realm of cultivation spirit for the rest of their life. Once Luo Ning used his cultivation spirit, although he would reach the peak of Ku adversity, he would not be able to advance any further. He would be stuck at that realm for the rest of his life. When Luin first heard about this, he found it unbelievable. Even the Ku adversity realm could be obtained? It was beyond his knowledge. Just one sentence from Luin had shattered his understanding. Why else do you think the spiritualized universe uses a completely opposite method to cultivate spirit seeds? This was the meaning. The spirit seeds of the spiritualized universe's cultivators turned into liquid and filled the 9th heaven universe. The 9th heaven universe's cultivators could cultivate with spirit seeds out of their bodies. When the spirit seeds returned, they could increase their own cultivation. When the spirit seeds fell into the hands of others, they could increase the cultivation of others. Most importantly, some of the older generation of cultivators in the 9th heaven universe would let their spirit seeds leave their bodies for their descendants before reaching the end of their lifespan. The ninth heaven universe had turned the realm into a unit of measurement that could be given or taken away. Even the illusory realm of Ku adversity had become visible power because of the spirit seed liquid. This led to the problem of the ninth heaven universe's combat power not being cut off. The longer this universe existed, the more powerful cultivation spirits were preserved. At critical moments, a group of masters could jump out. Although these people could no longer cultivate, their own realm was enough. Most people might not be able to reach this realm even if they cultivated for a lifetime. In the ninth heaven universe, it was not too surprising for a young person to have an extremely strong cultivation. The ninth heaven universe's cultivation method allowed one spirit seed to become a second life, which led to fewer vendettas. If one could not kill someone, then killing someone would be meaningless. The ninth heaven universe's strength came from this unique cultivation method. The cultivation environment, including the scarcity of forces, also came from this method. The stronger the force, the more powerful the cultivator. Plundering was taboo, but trading was not. All kinds of methods could lead to the continuous concentration of cultivation spirits, which would eventually lead to the birth of a colossus. On the surface, forces like the Lone Swan Island were at most comparable to one of the 7 major forces in the spiritualized universe, and it was only a force like Heaven's Hand. However, if they were forced into a corner and used all their cultivation spirits, no one knew how many absolute powerhouses would emerge. This was the most terrifying thing about the ninth heaven universe. Any force, no matter how inconspicuous, could produce absolute powerhouses. This information made Lu Yin feel an unprecedented pressure. Whether it was when he had faced the Eternals or when he had faced the spiritualized universe, he had never felt this much pressure before. It wasn't because of the terrifying strength that the Nine Firmaments universe had displayed. Instead, it was because of its hidden strength that no one knew just how deep it was. When Lu Yin and the others had first learned about the insectoid nest and the immortal master, they hadn't dared to believe that such a terrifying civilization existed in the universe. Now, it seemed that the insectoid nest was similar to the Ninefirmaments universe. They were both highly advanced civilizations that were unimaginable to ordinary people. The only way to ignore it was to stand at the top. Then, Xianxia could ignore an existence like the Luo family because no one in the Luo family was a match for him, no matter how many powerhouses there were. Luo Ning stared at Lu Yin. The cultivation spirit was his last trump card, and it was his only trump card. Only this trump card could deal with the strong enemy in front of him, but once he used it, he would be finished. Lu Yin hesitated for a moment and looked at Luo Ning. Mo Shang is also at the peak of the bitter adversity stage. I can deal with him, not to mention a cultivation spirit that can raise your realm. I don't believe that the cultivation spirit can give you the power of the Luo family's ancestor. At most, it can raise your realm to the peak of the bitter adversity stage. Luo Ning could hear Lu Yin's desire to fight and reminded him, but the Luo family's ancestor is not qualified to become a junior protector. Lu Yin frowned and looked at the Eternals. The Eternals knew about the Junior Protector Tower. The Eternals looked at Luo Ning. Only the geniuses of an era are qualified to sleep in the Junior Protector Tower and wait for the opportunity to fight for the position of Lesser Protector Deity or even Superior Protector Deity. If you can sleep in the Junior Protector Tower, you must have a talent that surpasses an era. The Luo family's ancestor is at the peak of the bitter adversity stage and your talent. He looked at Lu Yin. You might be even more terrifying than the Luo family's ancestor himself. Lu Yin asked, is the Luo family's ancestor a lesser protector deity? No, Xianxia said. Lu Yin sighed. Luo Ning raised his head. But I can achieve it. Lu Yin laughed. Do you think you can threaten me with just words? Even if you have the power of a lesser protector deity, Mo Shang is still here. He will not let you kill me. Am I right, Mo Shang? Xianxia did not speak. He was wondering when Lu Yin was sure that he would help him. At first, he deliberately used the small spiritual cosmos as leverage and let Lu Yin threaten him. Later, when Lu Yin became suspicious, he told him about Master Qingcao's plan. At that time, Lu Yin should have believed him. Could it be because of Wu Huang's assassination? Luo Ning had a headache. The relationships between the people in front of him were complicated, and he could not understand them at all. Xianxia had fought with this person, and this person had fought with another person who understood the Junior Protector Tower. That person who understood the Junior Protector Tower had also joined forces with this person to fight Xianxia. They had joined forces with the Consciousness Life Form, and the Consciousness Life Form had also attacked this person. This person had constantly tried to kill Xianxia, and Xianxia had helped him. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. What was all this mess? Only they knew the current situation. Even the consciousness life form did not know what was going on. This was also what Luo Ning was most worried about. Even if he used his cultivation spirit, even if he had the strength to kill this person, Xianxia would not sit idly by. At most, he would be suppressed from 4 sides to 5 sides. This person would not suffer any losses, but Luo Ning would forever lose the possibility of improving. The ninth heaven universe would not allow someone who could not improve his cultivation to become the god of defense. Luo Ning's loss was too great. The Luo family's many years of hard work would be in vain. This was not something he could accept. Not only would he lose his position as the junior protector, but he would also lose the cultivation spirit of the Luo family's ancestor. Luo Ning took a deep breath. You attacked me because I was disrespectful to you before. I can pay the price. You can ask me anything you want to know. I will tell you everything I know. As long as you don't attack me, the Luo family of Elysium will remember your favor. Xianxia is from the spiritualized universe, and he is already dissatisfied with the ninth heaven universe. He does not care about the Luo family, but you are different. Once you enter the ninth heaven, you will know how valuable a favor from the Luo family of Elysium is. How valuable? Luin asked. Luo Ning was stunned. He did not expect Luin to speak so casually. He was not used to it, but it was a good thing. Fairywood romance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37:12. Luo Ning thought for a moment and said, the Luo family controls Heaven's Gate. Other than some creatures that are forbidden from entering Jiuxiao by the upper and lower imperial deities, we control whether or not other creatures can enter or leave Jiuxiao. Many people in the spiritualized universe come from Jiuxiao universe. Without the Luo family's permission they can't go. Even the lower imperial deities have to be polite to us. Lu Yin glanced at Xianxia. He finally understood why Xianxia was so unhappy with the Luo family. The Luo family had sent many people to the spiritualized universe to cause trouble for him. If there are people from Jiuxiao universe in the spiritualized universe, what about the consciousness universe and the Xuanhuan universe? Luo Ning was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He stared at Lu Yin. You're from the Xuanhuan universe? Lu Yin wasn't surprised. He could guess that if there was someone as strong as him in the spiritualized universe, the Luo family would know about him. There was only one possibility. He came from the Xuanhuan universe and hadn't been in the spiritualized universe for long. That was why he hadn't been noticed by the Luo family. However, the power stronger than the Luo family in the Jiuxiao universe might have noticed him. No wonder you attacked Xianxia and those sentient life forms joined forces with you. Luo Ning was shocked. He hadn't expected someone from the Xuanhuan universe to come. Hadn't that universe been abandoned long ago? There shouldn't be such a strong person. Suddenly he looked at Eternity. You're also from the Xuanhuan universe. Eternity smiled and didn't deny it. At this moment, Luo Ning finally understood something. The two universes had joined forces to kill Xianxia, the most threatening spiritualized universe master. However, the two universes were also at odds with each other. Seeing this clearly, he knew what he should say. He stared at Lu Yin and suppressed his excitement. The Luo family of Elysium can stand on the side of the Xuanhuan universe and not let you guys be reactivated. This is the biggest condition I can give you. What do you think? Lu Yin raised his brows. Luo Ning looked at Old Head and the others. Don't worry. The consciousness universe won't be reactivated either. Lu Yin found it funny. Do you think I'll believe that the spiritualized universe will be reactivated? And how can you be so sure? Luo Ning was confident. I know that there's another universe in the other direction. That universe will be reactivated. There's another universe? Old Head and the others were shocked. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. How many universes were there? Every additional universe represented an additional powerful being. It was still unknown whether they were friends or foes. Luo Ning said, that universe has been destroyed a long time ago. Apart from a group of ancestor-level creatures, there is nothing left. They were kept to increase the number of parallel universes. Now, the parallel universes have almost been increased. They can be restarted at any time, but the continent of the 9 clouds has been arguing about which universe to restart. He looked at Lu Yin. He's the most popular person in the Xuanhuan universe. Lu Yin's finger twitched as killing intent flashed across his eyes. Luo laughed sinisterly. If you help me, I guarantee that the Luo family will stand on your side. My Luo family doesn't represent just one family, but many factions that owe my Luo family favors. We can turn the situation around and ensure the safety of your Xuanhuan universe. How about it? Isn't this a great offer? If you had told me earlier that you were from the Xuanhuan cosmos, there would have been no need for so much nonsense. In a game of chance, one had to take the initiative. Previously, he'd been forced to defend himself, and even though he'd been threatened, he'd also exposed his greatest weakness. However, things were different now. He'd seen Lu Yin's weakness, and the initiative had returned to him. Now, what he had to consider was not the problem of returning safely, but the palace. He had to finish the unfinished journey. He wanted to see how close he could get to the palace this time. With Lu Yin and the consciousness life forms around, as long as he grasped their weaknesses, he could do anything. As a cultivator, the risk in his bones could not be changed. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have another one. That palace contained memories that even the god of defense was tempted by. Lu Yin was conflicted. Can you really protect the Tianyuan universe? Luo Ning was confident. The Luo family has many connections in the Jiuxiao universe. I can definitely do it. Lu Yin looked at eternity. Although our paths are different, we both want to protect the Tianyuan universe. Since that's the case, why don't we take a gamble? Eternity looked at Luo Ning. You can leave now. We won't stop you. Luo Ning looked at Old Head and the others. Old Head and the others looked at each other. We won't stop you either. We hope that you'll keep your word and restart the universe beyond the three. Luo Ning heaved a sigh of relief. Don't worry. With you around, the Luo family is willing to help. You will definitely go to the Jiuxiao universe one day. At that time we can cooperate. Lu Yin promised, helping us is helping yourself. We can help you deal with the other competitors in the junior defense tower. Luo Ning's eyes flashed. Although the three universes were seen as ants by them, the people in front of him were all top-notch great beings. If they could help him, he would have hope. All right, then I will thank you all here. He took out 3 jade tokens and threw them to Eternity, Lu Yin and Old Head. This is the proof that the Luo family can enter the heavenly gate. It's convenient for you to enter. Lu Yin solemnly put them away. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Luo Ning turned to Lian Shuang. Follow me. Lian Shuang's face was pale. She struggled to get up and followed Luo Ning. Luo Ning walked behind Lu Yin and the others. They had come from behind. Step by step, Luo Ning brought Lian Shuang closer to Lu Yin and the others. Then he walked past them step by step. Suddenly, a terrifying consciousness descended and blasted towards Luo Ning and Lian Shuang. Luo Ning was helpless. As expected, when he first found out that Lu Yin came from the Tianyuan universe, he really thought that he could control this person and let him leave safely. He even thought of approaching the palace again. However, after Lu Yin and the others agreed, he suddenly realized that it was better to control himself than to be controlled by himself. It was safer to use this to threaten the Luo family. He already knew that Lu Yin came from the Tianyuan universe, which originally belonged to the spiritualized universe. The conflict between the consciousness universe and the Nine Firmaments universe could very well be led to the Tianyuan universe. Regardless of whether the Nine Firmaments universe wanted to reopen the Tianyuan universe or not, Lu Yin would not take the risk of increasing the Tianyuan universe's attention. The Luo family could help the Tianyuan universe, but they could also harm it. Luo Ning could help Lu Yin and the others, but he could also threaten them. How could a powerhouse like Lu Yin give this weakness to others? Luo Ning had been sleeping in the junior defense tower for too long and had been high up in the Nine Firmaments universe for too long. He was unfamiliar with the mentality of cultivators. If he had been struggling and fighting in the cultivation world from the beginning, he would not have exposed the fact that Lu Yin came from the Tianyuan universe. That way he could have still lived. Luo Ning had thought it through, but he could not change his mind. The only thing he could do was try his luck and see if these people really wanted to cooperate with him. For this he had even paid 3 jade tokens. The moment his consciousness blasted out, Luo Ning knew that it was over. He was now faced with 2 choices. He could use his cultivation spirit and live, but he would lose a lot in the Nine Firmaments universe. The Luo family would also lose a lot, especially here. Luo Ning, who had lost his future, could not threaten the Luo family. If that was the case, his life would be worthless. The second choice was to not resist and let Lu Yin capture him without using his cultivation spirit. This person could use him to threaten the Luo family and protect the Tianyuan universe. Luo Ning still had a future, and whether it was the Luo family or the Nine Firmaments universe, they would still value him. The greatest danger of this choice came from whether or not he would be killed after being captured. It came from this person's thoughts, which was equivalent to completely handing his life over to this person. In that instant, Luo Ning thought of many things. When faced with the consciousness attack, he directly flung Lian Shuang away. This was the reason he had brought Xianxia along. Xianxia's consciousness had directly knocked her unconscious, but she had also used up some of her consciousness to stall for a moment. This moment was the time Luoning had given himself. He had never made such a difficult choice in his entire life. His high and lofty attitude, which had been sleeping in the Junior Palace and the Nine Firmaments universe, changed at this moment. He had returned to the state he had been in when he was fighting and scheming against others in the cultivation world. Luoning stared at Luoning. What would this person choose? If he used his cultivation spirit, it would mean that what he had said about the Xuanhuan universe being rebooted was false. If he did not use his cultivation spirit, it would mean that what he had said was true. He was confident that he could use Luoning as a bargaining chip to threaten the Luo family. This moment was also Lu Yin's way of verifying whether Luoning was telling the truth. Luoning needed to make a choice and Lu Yin needed to see his choice. The cultivator's thoughts raced, and the game only lasted for an instant. In the end, Luoning did not use his cultivation spirit and allowed himself to be captured by Lu Yin. Compared to losing everything and becoming the Luo family's ancestor who guarded the Heaven's Gate, he would rather take a gamble. He did not want to be mocked by those in the Junior Palace, and he did not want the Luo family to lose hope. As long as he was still alive, there was hope for him to escape. He believed that he was very valuable. A hand landed on Luoning's shoulder. Lu Yin praised, "You have guts." Although this person was ignorant of the cruelty of the cultivation world, causing him to be completely passive, his courage was commendable. Not everyone dared to put their life in the hands of others. Reincarnation Paradise. Yu Sang Tian and Eternal looked at Luoning in a different light. They had thought that this person was just a little talented but not very smart. However, this courage was enough to make up for it. As expected of the Junior Palace Master. Luoning said bitterly, "I want to know your name now." Luoning. Luoning? Luoning muttered to himself. From the beginning, he was destined to be captured as long as he did not use his cultivation spirit. This result was not unexpected because he would not use his cultivation spirit. Between the future and death, he chose the future. On the other side of the precipice, those people stared blankly. They had all been captured. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone from the Ninth Heaven universe being captured by people from the lower three universes. The leader of the group said in a low voice, "Go back quick." Those young people did not hesitate and ran in the direction they came from. They wanted to return to the Ninth Heaven universe. If Yu Sang Tian could reach the other side of the precipice, he could also reach them. However, they thought too much. Their value was not great. The old leader and the others knew what they wanted to know. They were very conflicted about the Ninth Heaven universe's attitude, and Yu Sang Tian did not think about it at all. Lu Yin was not interested in these people either. The Ninth Heaven universe already knew what happened here and it could not be hidden. He was now curious about how the people from the Ninth Heaven universe came to Etian, Quebec. Luoning gave this answer, but he did not give it all. By relying on the one-leaf blue lotus. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3713. One-leaf green lotus? Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Old Head and the others also heard it. Qinglian? They didn't know, but Lu Yin did. There were 3 supreme gods in the continent of the 9 clouds, Jingmen, Shueta, and Uptala. He had first encountered the power of the Crimson Pagoda from Count of the Wind. As for the power of the Gate of Wonder, he had also seen the Ninth Spirit use it. Luoning had also used the power of the Gate of Wonder. As for Qinglian, inexplicably, Lu Yin recalled the enormous figure he had seen on the day of the sacrifice spirit. Yu Sang Qindu opened his eyes when he heard Qinglian's name. He could ignore everyone in the 9 clouds universe, but he could not ignore the supreme god. 3 supreme deities, that was an invincible force. Luoning said, "We used the blue Uptala lotus to come here." The blue Uptala lotus floated from the continent of the 9 clouds to here. If we want to go back, we have to rely on the blue Uptala lotus. The 9 firmaments universe is above the spiritualized universe. How long would it take to get here by riding the one green lotus? Luoning glanced at him. 1 year. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The springboard increased his speed by 20 times. Torch City was located in the middle of the 3 universes. It would only take 10 years to reach any place. If the 9 clouds universe was really directly above the spiritualized universe, then it would take 20 years to travel from the spiritualized universe to the consciousness universe. For example, their current expedition only took 1 year for the one-leaf green lotus. How could he be so fast? Faster than a springboard? That shouldn't have happened. Lu Yin guessed that even an eternal realm cultivator might not be able to achieve such a speed by borrowing the power of the universe, let alone surpassing it by 20 times. It was unimaginable. Could it be that the eternal life stage was so powerful? What about the green lotus? Lu Yin asked. Luo Ning looked behind the cliff. The place where Lu Yin and the others had climbed up the cliff was between where they had come from and where they were now. As long as they walked back, they would be able to find the one green lotus. You want the one-leaf green lotus? I advise you not to have such thoughts. Lu Yin looked at Luo Ning. Luo Ning continued, this is the power of the green lotus defense. We are just riding on it. No one knows what kind of power it contains. I don't think it is impossible to destroy this universe. His words shocked the old man and the others, and they all looked at Lu Yin warily. Luo Ning was right. It was already troublesome enough for the consciousness universe to be targeted by an expert like Xianxia. If they were to provoke an eternal realm expert as well, no one knew what would happen. With the power of the eternal life realm, it was not difficult to destroy the universe of consciousness. Even if the possibility of this happening was extremely small. Why did you remind me? Lu Yin was surprised. Luo Ning said in a deep voice, I'm afraid you'll drag me down with you before you die. Lu Yin looked behind him where the green lotus was. He really wanted to come into contact with the power of the Azure Lotus Protector. Grandmaster Greengrass's ability to keep everything away had left a deep impression on him. It was far more despairing than Xianxia's. In that case, did this Green Lotus ruler have a similar ability? Or perhaps even stronger? The figure he saw on the day of the sacrifice spirit had left a shadow in his heart. In the end, Lu Yin did not attempt to come into contact with it, which allowed Luo Ning and the old chief to heave a sigh of relief. Lu Yin pushed Luo Ning into the hell of the general appointment stage. He wanted to let Luo Ning experience some pain first. This person had the courage to hand his life over to him. If he wasn't even afraid of death, what else was there to be afraid of? He might as well let him experience it and pave the way for the interrogation. There was also that woman called Xuanhuan. Lu Yin looked over. Let's capture them together. The old chief and the others really wanted to capture Xuanhuan, but Lu Yin was too close. They had already fought enough and did not want to fight anymore. They could only let him capture them. On the other side of the cliff, those people retreated and gradually disappeared. They did not dare to come again. In the end, only Xianxia, the eternal Lu Yin and the old chief were left on the cliff. Everyone only had one goal, and that was the palace. All four sides were on this side of the cliff, and a chaotic battle could erupt at any time. None of them could approach the palace peacefully, but leaving was even more impossible. Xianxia was willing to go to the other side of the cliff, but how could the Eternal and the others let him go? If he left, how could they go down? They did not dare to touch the green lotus. They could not go to the ninth heaven universe, and they could not go down. They could only wait for death on this cliff. Someone from the ninth heaven universe would definitely come. It might even be a protector god. On the cliff it was silent. They all tacitly stopped talking and walked towards the palace, enduring the pressure of memories. There were several checks and balances. Although it was not said clearly, no one would easily make a move. However, that did not mean that they would not make a move. No one knew if it was because they were afraid of being surrounded by others or something else, but they all walked towards the palace at the same speed. This situation lasted for a while. Lu Yin was also suppressing his own speed, as the pressure from his memories wasn't enough to slow him down. At the very least, this distance didn't give him too much pressure. However, even Xianxia was moving forward slowly, so Lu Yin naturally wouldn't take the lead. Time continued to pass. Lu Yin and the others did not know how much time had passed. The memories were both real and illusory, and they were somewhat unclear. Looking up, the old chief was in the lead, leaving the others 10 meters behind. Xianxia was second only to the old chief. Behind him was the Eternal, while Lu Yin and Frostblade were side by side. Behind them were Shiwen, Lan Huifeng, and Gui Shaoqing. It was not surprising that the old chief could be faster than everyone else. He was a consciousness life form and had come to the heavenly imperial palace countless times. He had carried too many memories. Although Lu Yin had merged into other people's bodies many times because of his Dai's 6 pips, he could not compare to the old chief and the others. The 13 celestial phenomenon had far more memories than Lu Yin. He could stand side by side with Frostblade not only because of his past memories, but also because of the strength of his consciousness. The old chief was running so fast. Wasn't he afraid of being surrounded? Lu Yin looked at the old chief's back, and the old chief seemed to sense something. He looked back and met Lu Yin's gaze, revealing a kind smile. He did not want to offend anyone right now. Lu Yin smiled, retracted his gaze and continued forward. One day when one's memories became physical, Lu Yin experienced what it felt like to be suppressed. The tension in one's memories was equivalent to exerting strength in a dream. You wanted to exert strength but you could not do so. You could not differentiate between dream and reality, and you could not remember anything after waking up. You would not have been afraid if it had been the power of a dream, but this was just a dream experience. It had nothing to do with a dream. He took a step forward and landed. The starry sky flowed in reverse in front of his eyes, and the dark universe swallowed everything. He saw the surrounding stars, creatures, continents, and everything else condensing in front of him. It was like a giant hand had grabbed hold of the entire universe, and heaven and earth ceased to exist. In an instant, another white light flashed, and the endless starry sky flew in the opposite direction, turning into a shooting star. The universe had been rebooted. 4 words appeared in Lu Yin's mind. How could he see such a scene? The pressure of his memories did not allow him to truly see the past. He had captured a few cultivators from the 9th firmament universe, and he knew that he would see certain scenes when he was under the pressure of his memories. However, he had not expected it to come so suddenly, and it was actually a shocking scene of the universe being rebooted. He was looking at a memory, but why did it feel so real? A meteorite was crashing down in front of him, and Lu Yin watched as he casually waved his hand, causing the void to distort and the meteorite to shatter. Was this his doing? Or was it someone else's doing? He did not know whether he was himself or just a memory within a memory. At that moment he saw a river surging past him. Was that the river of time? Above the river of time, there were shadows moving against the current, heading in the opposite direction of the river. He did not know whether these shadows were creatures or people, and he could not see them clearly. At the end of the river of time, Lu Yin vaguely saw a tree swaying. He wanted to see it more clearly because he felt like he had seen it before. However, his vision blurred, and the starry sky distorted like a strong wind. Lu Yin did not know what it was, but he instinctively moved away. Above the precipice, a strong wind swept past and blasted into the void, causing ripples. The head elder, Eternal, and the others looked at Lu Yin's previous position in shock. He had been struck there, but Lu Yin had managed to dodge in the nick of time. The one who had attacked was xianxia. Lu Yin appeared about 10 meters away and his eyes regained focus. He slowly turned around and looked at xianxia. He was afraid that he had almost been hit. If that attack had hit him, he was certain that he would have been swept off the cliff. Although it was just a gust of wind, Lu Yin knew that one thought had been able to scale the precipice because of the use of time. Xianxia's attack must have contained the power of time as well, and he wanted to push Lu Yin off the cliff. The force was not strong enough to injure Lu Yin, but he would not be able to scale the precipice again. Memory shock, also known as memory punch. What did you see? Eternal looked at Lu Yin curiously. He had captured a cultivator from the 9th firmament universe before this, but there was only one, and he had understood some things. When one walked towards the palace and endured the pressure of memories, it was possible to see certain scenes, and those scenes were extremely valuable. The 9 Clouds universe kept sending people to try, but they didn't really think that they could enter the palace. It was a place that even the inferior defense god couldn't get close to, let alone the superior defense god. That place rejected the strong cultivators of the eternal life realm. Forcing people to get close would only make the palace unstable. The cultivators from the 9th firmament universe had come because they wanted to see certain memories. Some memories were extremely valuable, and if they brought them back to the 9th firmament universe, they would be able to make great contributions. Some memories could even allow one to gain enlightenment, cultivate, or obtain battle techniques. They had been here for so long, but they had not seen anything. They had only experienced the pressure of memories. Lu Yin had suddenly seen something and they all wanted to know what he had seen. Lu Yin stared at xianxia. "Amo Shang, you're despicable. You actually attacked me while my memories were being shaken." Xianxia did not care and did not say a word. Lu Yin looked at Eternal. "Be careful, don't let him ambush you. I can dodge but you might not." Lu Yin had relied on his wooden wings to avoid xianxia's attack. Because of his memories, he had not thought that xianxia would attack him. Eternal had this instinct, but he did not have wooden wings. Eternal agreed and looked at xianxia. "I'll have to pay attention to you. I hope your memories are shaken as well." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37:14. Xianxia frowned. He couldn't guarantee this, and it wasn't up to him to decide whether or not his memories would be shaken. If Lu Yin and the others hadn't been there, he'd hoped that his memories would be shaken. As for entering the palace, that was just an attempt with little hope. Now that he was targeted by the Eternal, Lu Yin would definitely seek revenge. Once his memories were shaken, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Thinking of this, he regretted attacking Lu Yin. He had made a bad start. The old head looked at the three and attacked again. His position was awkward as he was ahead of everyone else. Once the balance was broken, his position would be very conspicuous. Sure enough, Xianxia looked over, and the Eternal and Lu Yin all looked at the old head. They didn't say anything, but the old head felt a chill run down his spine. Frost Blade and the others had ugly expressions. If the old head walked further away and couldn't join forces, they would be in danger. Any one of the three could deal with them. The old head stopped and waited for Frost Blade and the others. Frost Blade and the others sighed in relief. Xianxia and the others retracted their gazes and continued. Not long after, Lu Yin was level with the old head. That's right. Don't run too fast or Xianxia will definitely attack. Thanks for the reminder, the old head said. You guys seem to be curious about what I just saw, Lu Yin said. The Eternal, old head and the others looked at Lu Yin. Will you tell us? Lu Yin said, why not? What I saw has nothing to do with me. Under everyone's gaze he slowly said, I saw a universe being rebooted. He then smiled at the old head and the others. It's the consciousness universe. The old head and the other celestial phenomenon cultivators' expressions changed. Xianxia looked over. Lu Yin continued to stare at the old head and the others. You aren't the first batch of creatures in this universe. I don't know which batch you are, but I'm sure that the consciousness universe was rebooted. How can you be sure? Frostblade asked. Lu Yin pointed at the palace in front of them. I saw it. Frostblade and the others looked at each other. They didn't believe Lu Yin. If the universe was rebooted, how could the palace still exist? But they couldn't refute him. My guess is that all the memories we saw before might belong to the consciousness universe. Could this palace be the origin or end of the universe's karma cycle? Lu Yin made a conjecture that was difficult to understand, but everyone on the cliff was an expert so they could understand what he meant. Karma existed in every universe. This was a truth that only those who had reached the level of crossing Ku adversity would be able to see. But where did cause and effect originate from? No one knew how karma was created between universes. Is the cause and effect intertwined? No one knew about this. But before his eyes, there were so many memories in the heavenly palace that he couldn't explain. If these memories were viewed as the karma of the past, wouldn't it be easier to understand? Memory equates to cause and effect? The more chaotic the situation was, the better. He wanted to give the consciousness life forms a sense of crisis, or else they would easily betray him. The Eternal retracted his gaze and continued walking forward. He did not believe Lu Yin's nonsense. Xianxia didn't believe it either. The old leader looked at Lu Yin deeply. Is it because you have comprehended the way of karma that you have such a guess? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. You can say that. The path of karma is vast and profound, and even I have only scratched the surface. This palace might be the origin and end point of the universe's karma. If it is broken, all traces of the past will cease to exist. It's just like how one needs to break the strings of this universe in order to restart the universe. He then looked at the Eternal. What do you think? The Eternal nodded. Maybe. Then should we work together to deal with Mo Shang first? He doesn't follow the rules, Lu Yin suggested. The Eternal looked at Lu Yin. Again. They looked at the old leader, who sighed. They had long lost trust in each other, so what was the point of fighting? Xianxia didn't even look at them. The Eternal and Lu Yin would never truly work together. An unknown amount of time passed, and everyone moved forward together towards the palace. No one dared to show their faces for fear of being targeted by the other three parties. On this day the old leader was shaken by his memories. His pupils dilated and he stood rooted to the ground. Lu Yin suddenly reached out and grabbed at Xuanhuan. His 5 fingers fell and a terrifying force cleared the area around Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan stared blankly at the descending force. This was the first time she had experienced such terrifying power. It was inhuman. With a bang, Xianxia and the Eternal acted at the same time to block Lu Yin's attack. Lu Yin looked over. The two were also staring at him. At that moment, the old leader's body shook, and he sensed that something was wrong. You guys reacted quite quickly, Lu Yin said indifferently. The Eternal laughed. No one dares to ignore you, Master Lu. Xianxia's voice was cold. You've been eyeing that girl's sword intent for a long time. Who can't tell? Lu Yin shrugged and looked at Xianhuan with a smile. Don't mind it. I'm just trying. Xianhuan stared at Lu Yin, full of vigilance. She had almost been severely injured and he was just trying? This person was extremely terrifying. The old leader stared at Lu Yin but didn't say anything. They were all suspicious of each other and it was normal for them to attack each other. After this attack, everyone became even more cautious. This was especially true for the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. They had to work together against the other 3 parties. For a long time after that, they didn't experience any more memory shakes. Perhaps it wasn't that long, but the pressure on their memories made them unable to distinguish the concept of time. At this point, they were getting closer and closer to the palace, far ahead of the cultivators from the Ninifirmament's universe. There were traces of people walking on the ground. There were people from the Ninifirmament's universe who had walked further than them. This was normal as Lu Yin hadn't used his full strength. If not for his misgivings about his surroundings, he would have walked even further. But it was the same for everyone. The closer they got to the palace, the more they couldn't bear it. Gui Shaoqing was the first to collapse, and it was difficult for him to move forward. His state attracted everyone's attention. What did it feel like to have one's memory strings snapped? Amnesia? It wasn't that simple. They watched as Gui Shaoqing fell on his back, his eyes completely out. Oh fuck, why are you guys everywhere? Yu Sangtian and Lu Yin were both existences that he feared. The old leader and the rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators weren't to be trifled with either. There was also Eternal. Although Xuanhuan hadn't seen him before, he could tell that he wasn't simple. He had a bitter expression. It's over, I've fallen into their hands again. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The cliff was the only way to leave the heavenly E-Palace, but one had to bear the memories first. Otherwise they wouldn't know how to leave. It was like swimming. Once you learned it instinctively. Xuanhuan still couldn't leave the cliff. Judging from his bitter expression, it was obvious that he didn't know that the cliff couldn't be climbed. Naturally, this was his first time here. Thinking of this, Lu Yin spoke, "Long time no see, Xuanhuan." Xuanhuan had a bitter expression, but after hearing Lu Yin's words he forced out a smile and said flatteringly, "Isn't this Third Elder? I've been looking for you for a long time, Third Elder. Where have you been? How did we split up after entering the cottage? Third Leader, please don't misunderstand. I didn't run away. Definitely not." Eternal looked at Xuanhuan's forced smile. He had heard of this person before. He was synonymous with scoundrel in the spiritualized universe. After the battleship landed in Torch City, Eternal also learned of what this person had done in the city. It had to be said that it was very tasteless. The old salamander was much better than him. The old leader and the rest didn't care about Xuanhuan. They just stared at Yu Sangtian cautiously. "You didn't run? Then why did you suddenly disappear?" Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Xuanhuan was afraid that Lu Yin would attack and hurriedly explained, "I didn't run away, I definitely didn't run away. Third Leader, think about it. If I ran away, why would I come here? I can't get out of this damn place. Third Leader, you have to believe in my morals. I, Xuanhuan, rely on my morals to travel the universe." Lu Yin nodded. "Alright, I'll reluctantly believe you." Xuanhuan heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Yin continued, "You said you saw a toad similar to the star toad. What happened?" At the mention of this, Xuanhuan became serious. "That was a long time ago. If I hadn't coincidentally met that toad, I wouldn't have recalled it. How should I put it? I have to start from the first time I met that shameless Wuhuan. Once, on the cliff, everyone listened quietly. No one interrupted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37:15. Xuanhuan said a lot, but in summary they had disliked each other since their first expedition to the consciousness universe. Then, according to Xuanhuan, Wuhuan had ambushed him and wanted to throw him off the battleship, just like how geniuses had been thrown off the battleship. The reason was because geniuses were jealous of Xuanhuan's innate talent. At the critical moment, Xuanhuan had used his unique battle innate talent to turn the situation around and not fall off the square inch. It was then that he saw a toad walk by, a toad holding a lotus leaf. It leisurely walked past the square inch and disappeared from the battleship. At that moment he thought he had seen an illusion, a hallucination from his intense battle with Wuhuan. His battle with Wuhuan had attracted the attention of others, and the two were quickly separated. As for the scene of him seeing the toad, he buried it deep in his heart and didn't tell anyone. A toad with a lotus leaf walking past the square inch would be laughed at by others. Everyone would think that he was hallucinating after being beaten by Wu Huang. He couldn't afford to lose face like that. He felt that way himself, and he was deeply ashamed of seeing a toad. This was one of the reasons why he hated Wu Huang. He wanted to beat Wu Huang out of his illusion to wash away his shame. When he saw the star toad outside the spatial abyss, he felt that it was familiar, but too much time had passed. When he met Wu Huang for the first time, they had both just reached the level of spiritual battle. It was so long ago that he didn't immediately recall it. It wasn't until the battleship left the spiritualized universe and entered the square inch that he recalled the past. It was something that he had buried deep in his heart, something that he didn't want to recall for a long time. Third Master, I heard that you defeated Wu Huang in Fu River Spring. Good win, Mia Wu Huang praised. Xianxia's voice came from the cliff. You saw a toad walking in the square inch? Mia Wu Huang nodded. I swear it wasn't an illusion. It was real. The toad holding the lotus leaf on Wujiang was exactly the same as what I saw. Lu Yin frowned. Another toad? Or was it the star toad? The star toad had the cultivation of crossing bitter adversity so it could live for a long time. The founding ancestor had said that when he first established the Above Heaven sect, he sensed the star toad's aura, which made him feel apprehensive. At that time, the star toad should have already crossed the bitter disaster realm. As for why its strength hadn't increased much after so long, one would have to ask itself. A long time after Above Heaven was established, the 3 realms and 6 paths rose to prominence. Only then did Origin arrive and cooperate with Eternity to scheme against the primogenitor. In other words, when the progenitor discovered the existence of the star toad, Origin might not have reached the level of Dooku AI or even the level of Spirit Ancestor. In that case, Emperor Wu and Emperor Mie might have been around the same time as Origin. It was possible that the toad was a star toad. However, when Lu Yin asked the star toad, it said that it had never left the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin believed the toad's words. If it really was that toad, then it would have definitely known about the spiritualized universe, and it would not have done such foolish things in the Tianyuan universe. It would have completely sided with the Eternals, and the humans would have no chance of making a comeback. After learning about the spiritualized universe, the people of the Tianyuan universe had no chance of winning. The star toad could have made its move long ago. They would not have been suppressed by Lu Yin. It was not an Eternal, so it did not have the qualifications to bargain with the spiritualized universe. Its strength was far from enough. Then was that toad not a star toad? At that moment, Lu Yin recalled the scene in the Mirage Domain. The star toad had mentioned a great-grandmother. Could that be his great-grandmother? If there was a great-grandmother, then it meant that they were of the same race. Then the star toad clan's strength could be estimated. Why had such a powerful clan not been heard of in the spiritualized universe? Or was it in the Nina Firmament's universe? Lu Yin drew the star toad in the void and looked at the cultivators of the Nina Firmament's universe who had been captured by Old Head and the others. Have you seen it before? The cultivators shook their heads in confusion. Lu Yin released Lian Shuang. She shook her head as well. They had never seen it before, which meant that the Star Toad clan was not in the Nina Firmament's universe. It can't be. Another new universe? The people of the 3 universes knew about the existence of the 3 universes, but the people of the Nina Firmament's universe knew about the existence of other universes. Now, it was probably another completely unfamiliar universe. Judging from the toad's leisurely stroll through the battleship, it was not unfamiliar with the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin sighed. Mie Wu Huang's arrival was not good news at all. He would have to change his attitude towards the toad when he returned. Mie Wu Huang stared at the cliff, curious as to what these people were doing there, but he did not dare to interfere. He just wanted to get as far away as possible. At that moment, his body trembled and he bent down, clutching his head. His gaze was unfocused. Lu Yin knew that Mie Wu Huang was carrying his memories. Once he was done, he would know some of the truth and he would have a choice whether to stay or leave. Not long after, Mie Wu Huang released his grip and panted heavily. He looked at the ground, his vision gradually recovering. He looked up at the cliff, and a majestic amount of sequence particles whizzed out, forming a world's edge mirror that rushed up the cliff. World's edge mirror was Mie Wu Huang's ability to practice so close, yet so far to the level of deified. It was similar to Yu Sangtian's one thought forever, and that rule was the best at escaping. He had been able to avoid being caught by Mie Wu Huang many times because of World's Edge Mirror. The World's Edge Mirror could infinitely reduce distance, blurring the concept of space and allowing one to vanish in an instant. However, this time, the mirror only sent Mie Wu Huang a few meters away from the cliff, about the same distance as Lu Yin and the others. He could not go any further. At this moment, Xuanhuan was the closest to the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Xuanhuan, Huifeng, and the others all looked at him coldly. Xuanhuan kept trying, unleashing his sequence particles, but he could not get close. Lu Yin looked at the wooden wing in his hand. Going from the bottom of the cliff to the top was not a matter of space but of time. Xianxia was a memory, one that did not have space, only time. Otherwise the wooden wing would have reached the top. This was a turbid treasure, much more powerful than the world's edge mirror. Xuanhuan looked past the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators to Lu Yin. "Third Elder, may I ask how you reached the top?" No one answered. The moment Xuanhuan realized that he could not climb the cliff, he had taken the initiative. It was not easy for Xianxia to climb the cliff, and even harder to descend. Lu Yin and the others would not let him leave. Xuanhuan asked a few more times, looking at the old leader and the rest and also at the Eternal, but no one answered. He descended. His head was lowered and no one knew what he was thinking. Everyone looked at him. He seemed to be thinking about something important. Had he received some information from the memories? Suddenly he looked up, his eyes filled with malevolence and viciousness as he glared at Lu Yin and the others. "Fuck you, you shameless bastards, your retribution is coming. Ha ha ha, using me as a shield to attract the enemy's firepower, you despicable, shameless, immoral people, I'll fuck you." Xianxia stared blankly at the bottom of the cliff. He had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he had been scolded so harshly. It was also the first time he had heard so many different ways of scolding someone. How long had he been holding it in? Lu Yin raised a brow. This guy must have been holding it in for too long. The old leader and the others were stunned. They rarely interacted with each other in the consciousness universe, and consciousness life forms did not live in groups. They had never developed a culture of scolding others. Now that they heard Xuanhuan's words, their worldview was refreshed. For a moment, they could not tell whether he was scolding them or cursing them. The Eternal, on the other hand, had heard a lot and smiled. No matter how much scolding was directed at him, it would not affect him. 2 hours, 2 whole hours. Xuanhuan scolded them for 2 whole hours without repeating himself. He scolded them to his heart's content, as if he was the only one who could hold the fort. "Are you done?" Xianxia's expression darkened. Xuanhuan wiped the corners of his mouth. "I just vented a little. Don't mind me, I'll do it one by one. Don't even think about running away. I'll start with you, Mo Shang. Do you think you deserve that name? I think you should be called Naixia. Look at your crooked mouth and slanted eyes. Your eyes are wretched, your actions despicable and short-sighted. Let's start with the battle between you and the previous boundless lord, Fu Huiyuan. Tell me how many despicable things you've done. Come, let's talk about them one by one." Another 2 hours passed. Lu Yin stared at Xuanhuan in shock. He was not scolding him, but rather, how dissatisfied was this guy with Xianxia? He could bring up any old matter and even describe it in such detail. It was obvious that he would remember it for many years. Aside from scolding him, there were even worse words mixed in. He had practically cursed all of Xianxia's elders. Did this guy not want to live anymore? Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to go down and kill this guy. Xuanhuan laughed arrogantly. At this moment he spat out all of the grievances he had accumulated over the years. He did not even think about what would happen in the future. To hell with all of that. He had lived long enough in the spiritualized universe. He had lived for 10 years and spent 9 years underground. He did not want to experience such a life again. Xuanhuan was dead, and he had been used as bait by Xianxia. He had almost died in the earth realm as well. The fire in his heart should have been ignited long ago. "Die, all of you, die." He would curse to his heart's content before he died. He cursed Xianxia for a full 6 hours. Xianxia had been cold at the start, but he had suppressed his anger and finally calmed down completely. This process would be etched into Xuanhuan's heart. He had never been scolded like this in his entire life. Xuanhuan howled, "Awesome." The old leader and the others glanced at Xianxia. This Xuanhuan was the ruthless one. Xuanhuan looked at the cliff again, this time at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a brow. "Why are you raising a brow? I'm talking about you, third master. You're not even as good as Xianxia. At least his name is longer than yours. Look at your face, Xiaobai. Why don't you go and live off a woman instead of a toad? I think you look like a toad. Why didn't you do a blood test with that toad?" Xuanhuan cursed for an hour. Killing intent flashed through Lu Yin's eyes. "And the one over there, the one with the most Xiaobai face. What are you laughing at? Laughing at your big boobs?" The Eternal looked down the cliff. This guy was even cursing him, even though they had not interacted with each other. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37:16. Xuanhuan cursed for a total of 10 hours, only stopping when he ran out of words. Eternity. Even the old chief and the others couldn't escape and were cursed by him. Xianxia was the most pitiful. After Xuanhuan finished cursing the old chief and the others, he cursed Xianxia once more. Xianxia looked at him as if he was a dead man. Xuanhuan sighed tiredly. That's all for today. I'll go out and rest. When I come back we'll continue cursing. Don't look at me like that. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm afraid you guys are my grandsons, ha. After he finished speaking, he left Heavenly Imperial Palace. Come back. Come back my ass. After cursing, he had completely vented his anger. However, he couldn't stay in the consciousness and spiritualized universes any longer, or he would die without a doubt. He had to go to the Xuanhuan universe. Although the Xuanhuan universe was Lu Yin's territory, whether or not he could return alive was still a question. He had already thought of a way out, which was to hide in the Xuanhuan universe and wait for the universe to restart before attempting to step into the eternal realm. If he failed, he would just die. That idiot Xuanhuan had died before him. If he succeeded, he would be able to dominate 3 universes, and that would be the greatest turning point in his life. We'll meet again in the eternal realm. On the cliff, Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Although this guy hadn't cursed him as harshly as Xianxia, he had still crossed the line. No matter what, this guy was still a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, and yet he had cursed so easily. Who knew how many years he had spent thinking about it? What a talent! Lan Huifeng couldn't help but sigh. Xuan smiled. Although they had also been cursed, they still felt like they had vented their anger. Xianxia was the most miserable. He was so calm that it was terrifying. If possible, he really wanted to kill him. Suddenly, Xuanhuan appeared again. Everyone looked over. So fast? Again? But then they realized that something was wrong. Xuanhuan's face was deathly pale, as if he had seen something terrifying. Hey, why are you back? Xuan asked. Xuanhuan looked up and said blankly, someone even more ruthless came. Everyone was confused. What did he mean? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. If Xuanhuan was it Yuya? He glanced at Xianxia. Yu's expression. Beneath the precipice, Xuanhuan was silently calculating the time. Suddenly his eyes widened. This was the moment. He exited Heavenly E Tower, but before he left, he looked at Lu Yin. Kill him, O Shang. Xuanhuan vanished. On the precipice, everyone was stupefied. What did this fellow see? Outside the Earth of E, 6 battleships floated in the starry sky like 6 huge monsters. If one looked carefully, one would notice that one of the battleships was bent irregularly, as if it had been hit by something. In the starry sky, the primogenitor and the other unbounded experts, as well as the spiritualized universe's Master Su and Zitianshu, were all looking at the realm of Earth with serious expressions. What is that thing? Sometimes strong, sometimes weak. It doesn't seem like a living creature, but it isn't dead either. The ancestor asked. Su Sherdao nodded. It looks like a meteorite, but there is an eye inside. It is very crazy and I can't block it no matter what. All of my attacks are ineffective against it. You all saw it just now. Not long ago, a meteor had appeared and slammed into Zitianshu's battleship. The progenitor had sensed it and attacked, sending the meteor flying. The meteor couldn't resist at all, and the only thing that remained intact was the fact that it hadn't been destroyed. The primogenitor was puzzled because the plain teacher sect had warned him that a meteorite had destroyed the battleship he was on. This was also why the primogenitor had stood up when he saw the meteorite. The reason he attacked was because of this. But that meteorite didn't have any ability at all. The plain teacher sect was also confused. The primogenitor chased after the meteorite and wanted to see what it was. However, the meteorite suddenly became very strong. Even the primogenitor couldn't stop it. The unbounded experts also couldn't stop the meteorite. The meteorite crashed into Zitianshu's battleship and rushed towards the realm of E-Earth. The primogenitor chased after the meteorite with the blue sky celestial soldiers but couldn't destroy it. Along the way, Xuanhuan rushed out of the cottage and coincidentally came face to face with the meteorite. He was hit by the meteorite and fled back into the cottage. Xuanhuan's appearance led the meteorite to the cottage and it disappeared. The meteorite entered the heavenly palace. Xuanhuan returned to calculate the time when the meteorite entered the cottage. They staggered so that he wouldn't be hit by the meteorite like before. We have to remind little 7. Otherwise, he will be at a disadvantage if he encounters that thing inside. Lu Tianyi said, I will go now. The primogenitor stopped him. No one knows what's going on inside the heavenly palace. Xianxia is inside. Don't go in rashly. You will become Pillar's weakness. Let the wandering corpses go. Silver's voice rang out. He would occasionally come out of the unbounded to cultivate wandering corpses. Silver's suggestion was tempting. It would be fine even if the wandering corpses were killed. Me too. Second Anima walked out. I will take the wandering corpses inside. With fifth sister here I won't die. The primogenitor took out a jade stone. Every wandering corpse will take one. Pillar knows them and will know what to do. Go now. Second Anima and a dozen other figures rushed towards the realm of the earth and disappeared into the cottage. The plain teacher sect didn't understand the wandering corpses, but they were used to the endless methods of the unbounded. At that moment, a huge change occurred in the heavenly palace. Not long after the meteorite entered the heavenly palace, the cliffs trembled and green light shot up into the sky, illuminating the dark sky and the shocked faces of Lu Yin and the others. They saw the blue lotus leaf float over from behind and appear above their heads in an instant. The green light covered the sky, and they saw a figure descend from the sky and strike. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were the first to be sent flying. Xianxia pointed out with eternal thought. Eternal power surged as 10,000 Daos returned to the sword. Lu Yin stared blankly at the figure's attack. Was this a karmic phenomenon? Bang, bang. He heard two loud bangs as Xianxia and Eternal disappeared from the cliff, leaving only Lu Yin behind. Lu Yin couldn't block this attack, and even if he subconsciously used the karmic wheel, he still wouldn't be able to block it. However, he knew who had unleashed this attack. It was a person he had seen in the heavenly palace's memories. That person had comprehended karma, and Lu Yin had watched that person from his youth to his middle age. He had watched that person unleash a karmic phenomenon and unleash a world-shaking attack, but his memories had regretted that he had lost that beautiful moment. Did this blue lotus leaf belong to that person? Then, was that person the Azure Lotus Supremacy God? Lu Yin disappeared from the heavenly palace, and when he could see clearly again, he was already outside the cottage. Everything had happened in an instant. All of them had been sent flying out of the heavenly palace. They had thought that there were only a few of them in the heavenly palace, but quite a few had been sent flying. Weren't those wandering corpses? Did they have a second life? And what was that stone? When Lu Yin came out, he was immediately noticed by the progenitors, who immediately warned him. Lu Yin was stunned and stared at that stone. That stone. At that moment, a clash of consciousnesses came from not too far away. Xianxia had attacked the old chief and the others. They had been one step ahead of Lu Yin. Why aren't you attacking? Destroy the earth realm. Xianxia shouted. The old chief and the others looked into the distance. Outside the earth realm, the battleships were particularly obvious. Every one of them carried at least one powerhouse who had undergone bitter adversity, and it was very likely that it was Xianxia. There were many 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses, but if not for their unique consciousnesses, very few could defeat Xianxia. As Xianxia adapted to his consciousnesses, they would normally attack him in groups of 2 or even 3. Right now they only had 5 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses, and Gui Shaoqing was still lying on the ground and unable to fight. If they were surrounded, they would definitely die. The boulder's foundation suppressed the earth realm and all consciousnesses, making it impossible for them to escape. Helpless, the old chief could only activate the trap. Trap Xianxia first. Boundless consciousnesses poured out from every corner of the earth realm. They didn't belong to any individual consciousnesses, but rather dozens of powerful consciousnesses from the consciousness universe working together to release their consciousnesses. They existed to cooperate with the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses to kill Xianxia. This was the trap that the old chief and the others had set up for Xianxia. World lock. The old chief growled as formless shackles descended. Xianxia once again felt the power of immortality. His consciousnesses, thoughts, and all of his methods were locked down. Under this boundless consciousness, this world lock surpassed the heavenly tower's precipice. At the same time, not too far away, several figures walked out of the void and charged towards the Eternal. The leader was the progenitor. Eternal, it's time to settle our debts. The Eternal frowned. What was going on? He clearly knew these people, but their auras were different. Was this the 9 heavens change? All of them were affected by the 9 heavens change? It wasn't just the 9 heavens change. The golden staff smashed down. Celestial Lord victorious battle roared at the sky. Golden blood flowed from his body as he used the victorious battle technique. His body withered, but as the 9 heavens changed, he burst forth with an incomparably terrifying battle strength that shook the earth of will. Chu-Yi raised the sky-supporting pillar, connecting heaven and earth. He also used the 9 heavens change, swaying the stars. Lu Qianni, desolate god, Su Wang, and Li Shou all used the 9 heavens change. It was as if monsters had descended, pressing towards the eternal. At this moment, the power released by Wu Jiang shocked everyone. Even Yu Xianxia was attracted. All 9 heavens? Damn it. No one could understand how Wu Jiang could release such a terrifying power. Further away, Yuan Qi held a bell. Yishang, Su Wangtian, Mu Zhu, Luoshan, Dancing Butterfly World, and the others were all there. At this moment, Yu Xianxia remembered that he had ordered the battleship to kill the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses. None of the Su Sex people had made a move. Something had gone wrong. The one with the biggest headache now was the Eternal. He was facing several existences that had released terrifying power. It was no less than being surrounded by the 7 great Sangtians. He had never experienced such a scene in the spiritualized universe. Instead, he had experienced it in the consciousness universe from his old enemy. Heavenly Dao unification. Myriad Daos returned to the sword. Scarlet divine power covered the sky like an upside-down sunset. It was accompanied by sword shadows that slashed towards Wu Jiang's group. Meteorites were also included in the list. Lu Yin's consciousness opened the 9 heavens, and heaven's first sword slashed towards the Eternal. Around the Eternal, sequence particles were released, and all attacks were diverted. The heavenly Dao was selfless and the lantern flew up. True God freedom technique. Heaven's sword tore through the Eternal's arm with a trace of blood. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37:17. The primogenitor swatted down the sky-descending army and forcefully scattered the divine power. The attack landed on Eternity's body and sent him crashing into the ground. Eternity looked up and his sword shattered. He had chosen time to disappear. At that moment, a beam of light shuttled back and forth, and Eternity returned to his original position. Lu Yin held the karmic wheel and struck out. This was a combination of power and karma. Not only did he want to severely injure Eternity, but he also wanted to see his karma. Eternity watched Lu Yin approach, his gaze terrifyingly deep. Lu Yin had never faced Eternity head-on like this before. This was the first time he had used his full strength since learning of Eternity's existence. This attack contained the most powerful physical strength he had ever used. Even though Yu Xianxia had broken through it before, Yu Xianxia was Yu Xianxia, and Eternity was Eternity. Lu Yin's palm drew closer and closer, and he and Eternity stared at each other. Their gazes were like the cosmos swallowing each other up. Around Eternity, a majestic amount of sequence particles suddenly condensed. Lu Yin only heard 2 words, Heavenly Dao will. Boom. There was a loud explosion, but it was unknown whether it came from the universe or himself. Lu Yin's mind buzzed, and in the next moment his palm landed on Eternity's body and sent him flying. Eternity's mouth bled. He had withstood this attack, but his karmic wheel had been destroyed. Lu Yin stared blankly at the destroyed karma, his eyes flickering. Aside from Eternity like Grandmaster Grass, this was the second time someone had withstood a karma attack. The first time had been Yu Xianxia, who had used the Imperial Robe to block the karma attack. The second time was now. Was this the power of a sequence law? How had Eternity managed to destroy karma with a sequence law? This feeling was very similar to Yu Xianxia's eternal thought. He had cultivated a sequence law to the limit, reaching the level of a deified sequence. Although Eternity had been injured by Lu Yin's attack, he had the most powerful physical strength, so the injury was not serious. What he cared about the most was the power of karma. If not for that, he would not have needed to use such a powerful sequence law. In the distance, Celestial Champion Star and the others who had been attacking Eternity were being held back by the meteorite. The meteorite kept spinning and rampaging. Celestial Champion Star and the others' attacks were sometimes effective and sometimes ineffective. Even if they were effective, they could not do anything to the meteorite. Master Lu, is our alliance over? The Eternal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. If it hasn't ended, then Yu Sang Heaven would have ended in the heavenly imperial court. Eternal smiled faintly. Yu Xianxia is not simple. Even if you and I join forces, we may not be able to do anything to him. That's not the reason why you want to kill me. Lu Yin took a step forward and used the great skimming chart. Between the heavens and the earth, a terrifying consciousness that was different from the consciousness life forms transformed into the great sky-flaying disk and descended, shocking the consciousness life forms hidden in the realm of earth. Eternity, eternity. Eternity, eternity, yes. Eternity, eternity, eternity have the eternity half. The Eternal exclaimed in admiration, how magnificent. Consciousness. You should use your consciousness to fight. He retreated step by step, approaching the trap set by the 13 heavenly phenomenon celestial phenomenon experts. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time, and everything around him froze for a moment before quickly collapsing. No eater. No. Eternities. Eternum. Eternities was eternity. He was. Eternity. Eternity was eternity, eternity, eternity. The elephants surrounded Xianxia. Boundless experts besieged the meteorite. Eternity. It. The steel fork stabbed out. The Eternals casually pushed it aside and grabbed the star toad. You're courting death. The star toad was also trembling in fear, and it didn't dare to attack Eternal. However, it could only brace itself in the face of Lu Yin's threat. Fortunately, it wasn't alone. Xuanhuan had made his move. The Eternals frowned. In the past, a single bell had attacked Immemorial City, but now it was actually his opponent. Lu Yin could not possibly hope that Yuanqi and the Star Toad would be able to deal with the Eternals. They were merely stalling for time. An instant was enough. Lu Yin neared eternity, and he released the starry sky from his heart. The Karma Heavenly Tao enveloped him as he attacked with everything he had. Within the Heavenly Tao of Karma, one figure after another charged towards the eternity as if they were throwing their lives away. Qi Guan, Lord Qi, Reverend Qi, Zhen, Mother Child, Big Golden Wings, wuxia, and the rest of the spiritualized universe's experts who had been imprisoned by Lu Yin in Diantai Hell rushed out and attacked the eternity. Eternal had never thought that there would be such a move. Although these experts could not do anything to him, there were so many of them that it would take some time for him to deal with them. Above his head, outside of the many experts, karma spirals whizzed out. Lu Yin held the karma wheel in his hand. He had to see Eternal's karma and see where he had come from. He had not forgotten the first time he had attacked the Eternals with the primogenitor. The Eternals had said that he was a failure. What did that mean? Who had created the Eternals? The Eternals were different from the primogenitors. The primogenitor did not know about the spiritualized universe, but the Eternals did. The Eternals had not become a corpse king with his own strength. He was a corpse king, and the feeling of being a corpse king had only disappeared after he had obtained a heaven-bestowed turbid spirit seed. However, he could still use the power of a corpse king. The Eternal's existence was a mystery. Lu Yin had asked the primogenitor, but the primogenitor did not know either. Lu Yin had always felt that there was a huge secret behind the Eternal's existence. The Eternals looked up and saw a group of experts charging towards him. There was also the invisible power of karma. He raised a hand and condensed a sword. With a flip of his hand, his fingertips surged and collided with the sword's edge. The void rippled as sequence particles gathered. Suddenly he grasped the sword's hilt and swept it out. In an instant, all of the spiritualized universe's experts who had surrounded the Eternals died. Qi Guan, wuxia, and the others had been suppressed by Lu Yin in the general appointment platform's hell, and they had been tortured. The only condition Lu Yin had agreed to release them was that they would kill their enemies, which was why he had attacked just now. However, they did not know that this attack would be the last one they would attack in their lives. The Eternal's sword swept out in all directions, instantly destroying everything in its path. The sword stabbed towards Lu Yin with the might of the heavenly Tao, sweeping everything before it. Lu Yin's consciousness was above the 9 heavens, and he slashed out with the god's azure sword. The two swords collided and shattered at the same time. Correspondingly, the karma spiral could not descend, and it scattered along with the shattered swords. The Eternals let go of the sword's hilt, and Lu Yin looked at him from the front. They had exchanged blows, and neither had gained the upper hand. Even further away, the Star Toad was terrified. It was too terrifying, but fortunately it had not charged over. Otherwise it would have died as well. Lu Yin was too much of a scammer. This was the Eternals, the unfathomable #1 expert of the Tianyuan universe. 6 primogenitor swords and 3 sky divine soldiers swept past Lu Yin and headed towards the Eternals. These were the primogenitor's sky divine soldiers. The Eternals raised his hand and a scarlet light shot out. True God Sky Switching Technique. All of the sky divine soldiers. They struck the True God Sky Switching Technique, forcing both the technique and the Eternals back. However, they were unable to immediately break through the technique. Lu Yin attacked at the same time, his finger descending with the Tao of one of the heavens. Crack. The true God sky-switching technique cracked. The Eternal's gaze turned solemn. Tai Chu and Lu Yin were enough to threaten him. He retreated once again and was not far from xianxia. Lu Yin, do you really think you can bury me here? How would I know if I don't try? Lu Yin suddenly disappeared, taking a step forward as the true God sky-switching technique vanished behind him. The Eternal's eyes narrowed. What kind of power was this? He gripped his sword again and swept it out, but this time it passed through Lu Yin. No, this was not a real person. Lu Yin's body was swept past, and even though he was clearly not a real person, he still struck out with a palm. It struck the Eternal's body, leaving behind a palm imprint on the Eternal's back. This was the second stage of the true God sky-switching technique. His body was not here, but he was here. The one moving was not him, but the Eternal's himself. This was the true God sky-switching technique. The primogenitor's palm landed on the Eternal's head. The Eternal's lips curled up, and he casually threw out his sword to stab the primogenitor. The primogenitor shattered the sword, but his expression changed drastically. The impact was indescribable. What was this? Be careful, he's not injured, the primogenitor reminded. Before Lu Yin's eyes, the Eternal's sword slashed out again. Your secret can't be kept. The sword shadows shattered, and each shadow gave the Eternal's time to choose. Lu Yin could only travel back in time, but he did not retreat in the original direction. Instead, he moved towards xianxia's trap. However, the sword shadows shattered again, and even if Lu Yin used parallel time, he could not get close. Helpless, he took out his wooden wings and used them as a last resort. With the wooden wings, he instantly appeared beside Xuanhuan and the fallen Guixiaoqing. He was 5 meters away and his consciousness merged. Lu Yin's sudden appearance alarmed Xuanhuan. He grabbed Guixiaoqing and retreated, while the primogenitor slashed out with the azure sword. No one could be trusted now. The Eternal suddenly looked at the primogenitor and the others and shouted, "This person can merge with living things. Be careful." No one understood what the Eternals were saying, it was too sudden. At the same time, Guixiaoqing opened his eyes and sent out a consciousness wave that slammed into Xuanhuan's body. Xuanhuan instinctively resisted, but the two consciousnesses collided and created a momentary void that caused Xuanhuan to fall. This momentary void gave Lu Yin time to return to his body, and he instantly appeared in front of Xuanhuan. He reached out and grabbed him. The Eternals felt helpless, but it was still too late. This person's reaction was truly rare. The Eternals had only threatened Xuanhuan and had not decided to reveal his secret. He had wanted to use this as a bargaining chip to force Xuanhuan to leave, but he had not expected Xuanhuan to reveal himself. Were those 3 sword intents really that important to Xuanhuan? Guixiaoqing fell to the ground once more, unconscious just like before. At this moment, the old chief and the others finally understood what Eternal meant. They stared blankly at the unconscious Guixiaoqing. Just now, Guixiaoqing had been controlled. He had definitely been controlled by that person from the Tianyuan cosmos. How could such a thing have happened? Inside the trap, xianxia was also stunned, as he had not expected such a thing to happen. They all stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin put away Xuanhuan and faced their fearful and murderous gazes. He did not care anymore as it was time to lay his cards on the table. Those from the spiritualized universe were all under the control of the primogenitors. Although xianxia was powerful, he could not suppress Lu Yin and the primogenitors if they worked together. The same was true for the Eternals as well. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37:18. As for the sentient life forms, what use were the remaining ones? Even if they all joined forces, Wu Jiang could still retreat. Moreover, they couldn't join forces. Why did you attack Xuanhuan? You're from the Tianyuan universe, so shouldn't you be working with us to deal with xianxia? Lu Yin looked at him coldly. Give me the ash sword in exchange for Xuanhuan. The Eternals were about to expose the fact that he could merge with consciousness lifeforms. If he didn't take action now, when would he? Guixiaoqing's only value was just now. What did old master say? The boulder's foundation shattered the trap, and xianxia rushed out. The old man's expression turned ugly. Retreat. Without Xuanhuan, they had no way of trapping xianxia. Just as Lu Yin was about to attack Eternal again, a distant meteor smashed into the second anima's body. It instantly became incomparably powerful, and celestial Doshing, the desolate god, and the others were all sent flying, each of them coughing up blood. Lu Yin was shocked, and he used his wooden wings to instantly appear in front of the meteorite. His body was withered, and he used his battle force to attack the meteorite. The meteorite crashed into the ground. Boom! The earth of E realm trembled, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions, scaring the hidden consciousness life forms in the earth of E realm into fleeing, not daring to stay. Lu Yin took a step back in shock. He had actually lost in terms of strength? Even if Xianxia wanted to defeat him, he had to borrow the power of the universe. Where did this meteorite come from? I have a catalogue of ghosts and gods. He stared at the meteorite, and the eye in the middle of the meteorite was filled with madness and irrationality as it charged towards Lu Yin once more. However, this time, it suddenly became much weaker and was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm. The primogenitor continued to attack the Eternal. Eternity looked at Xianxia. Let's work together. Those people from your spiritualized universe are being controlled. If you don't take them back, you will become a stray dog. Xianxia looked outside the earth of Yin Yang with a solemn expression. That's exactly what I was thinking. The primogenitor exhaled. The battle was about to begin. If they wanted to break the balance, there would definitely be a tough battle in the end. Whether it was Xianxia or the Eternals, the suspicion and enmity between them was nothing compared to their fear of Lu Yin and the current Xuanhuan universe. When he controlled the cultivators in the spiritualized universe, this scene would definitely appear. Lu Yin walked to the progenitor's side and looked at Xianxia from afar. He raised a hand and pointed outside the realm of will at the 5 spiritualized warships. Their lives are in my hands. Xuanhuan laughed. Master Lu, you don't think that Mo Shang cares about the lives of those people, do you? Most cultivators are heartless. People like you who are responsible for the survival of a universe are far too rare. Moreover, his gaze was deep. You can't do it. It would take time for Xianxia and Eternal to kill the people on the battleship. That was enough time for Xianxia and Eternal to act. Do you think I can do it? Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked at Xianxia. Do you think I can do it? A battleship suddenly exploded, completely shattering. The Eternal was shocked. Xianxia squinted his eyes, which were filled with killing intent. The battleship that had exploded was the one that had been hit by the meteor. It was no longer useful, so the primogenitor and the others had sent everyone away. There isn't anyone on that battleship. This is just a warning. Mo Shang, if you attack me, things will be different. I forgot to tell you that I placed a time array in every spacetime warship in your spiritualized universe. The so-called time array is a spirit treasure array weapon that I can control to explode. Each one is equivalent to a full-powered attack from a spirit progenitor. If the progenitors on the battleships could move, the threat would not be great and we could easily eliminate them. But now they are under our control. If a battleship explodes, everyone on it will die. Xianxia's gaze was calm. Do you think I care about their lives? Lu Yin shook his head. I don't know. Try it. I don't care. Xuanhuan praised. Kid, you've changed. You weren't this ruthless in the past. Lu Yin met Xuanhuan's gaze. It's all because of you. Since the spiritualized universe doesn't care about the Xuanhuan universe and wants to restart, then I won't care about the spiritualized universe's cultivators. If those people die, the spiritualized universe will lose an era. Let's see if they can bear this price. Xianxia said, I won't kill you. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly charged at Lu Yin. But everyone else in the boundless universe will die. Xuanhuan laughed. Kid, you underestimate Mo Shang's determination. It's just an era. With the 9th firmament universe, so what if the spiritualized universe loses an era? The consciousness universe can't do anything. In the past, in the wisdom void domain, Foolish Old had said that the spiritualized universe did not restart the consciousness universe because it was waiting for the spiritualized universe to reach its peak. Then, the spiritualized universe would undergo a complete transformation. They did not fight with the boundless universe because they could not bear the loss of an era's experts. Foolish Old had lied about the 9th firmament universe. Now that the 9th firmament universe was known, whether the spiritualized universe could restart the consciousness universe was not up to them. There was also no danger of the consciousness universe counterattacking. With Xianxia in front and Xuanhuan behind, they charged at Lu Yin and progenitor. Lu Yin bent his fingers and stared at the approaching Xianxia. He suddenly retreated and progenitor retreated at the same time. At that moment Xianxia turned around and tapped out with a finger. A resplendent light shone from Eternal, his target. Eternal. Eternal watched as Xianxia suddenly attacked him. Just as he was about to dodge, An eternal thought pierced through his body. There was no time or space. In an instant he couldn't even dodge. His body was pierced through. The light pierced through Yongheng's body like a string that connected him to the distance. One end was in Yu Sangtian's hand, while the other was in Lan Huifeng's. In the distance, Lan Huifeng also maintained his posture. Yongheng looked down in disbelief. What? Yu Sangtian had schemed against Lu Yin in the Heavenly Imperial Court, and Yongheng knew about it. That was why he had set up 4 checks and balances. But after coming out, the spiritualized universe had been controlled. Even if Yu Sangtian had schemed against Lu Yin, the most he could do was not kill him. He would not let the people from the Tianyuan universe go. In addition, Lu Yin had exposed the fact that Lu Yin could merge with living creatures. Yu Sangtian was not stupid and he would not let Lu Yin go. Yongheng and Yu Sangtian were enemies, but it was not to the point where they had to fight to the death. After all, they had worked together to scheme against the Above Heaven sect. Yu Sangtian had always wanted to deal with Yongheng because he was afraid of him, not because of his position. But at this moment, Yongheng had not expected Yu Sangtian to attack him. This was something he had not expected. Yu Sangtian's fingertip glowed with Eternal's light. Limitless is a threat, but your threat is no less than theirs. You saved Huamani and let Rugua go. You and Lu Yin worked together to scheme against Yuya and bait the 9 firmaments. But, Yongheng, you already knew about the 9 firmaments universe's existence and had already set up a trap. I don't know what you're thinking, but your threat is too great. Yongheng found it funny, and he looked past Yu Sangtian to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was very calm and he was not surprised. He praised, "Good move. Master Lu, how many things have you done to frame me?" Lu Yin's tone was low. You underestimated Mo Shang. Do you really think he doesn't care about the lives of those on the battleship? Yongheng's eyes flashed, and he suddenly stared at Yu Sangtian. So that was how it was. He had been careless. Mo Shang would definitely care about the lives of those people and he had to care. Yu Sangtian frowned, and his imperial robe enveloped Yongheng. Lu Yin's words reminded him that this person could not be left alive. Since he used a turbid spirit seed to recultivate, he would let him die completely. Yongheng mocked himself. I've lived for so many years, but my thoughts are not as fast as yours. Lu Yin, you really have a trump card. Heavenly Tao Unification. Yongheng released sequence law and sequence particles condensed. Heavenly Tao will. Eternal's one thought was instantly cut off. Yu Sangtian's eyes narrowed, and flames poured out of his imperial robe, enveloping the void. Blue stripes appeared behind Yongheng, and the space around him turned into a sapphire. He held it in his hand and swallowed it. Lu Yin was shocked. 8-star sapphire? The primogenitor was also shocked. They remembered that Yongheng had the innate gift of bone grafting. He had previously used some unknown method to exchange injuries for weapons, blocking the primogenitor's attack and recovering himself. Now he had used 8-star sapphire. With the innate gift of bone grafting, no one knew how many tricks he had hidden. 8-star sapphire was spatial memory, and it could rewind any attack that had appeared in that space. Yongheng waved his hand, and Eternal's radiance was resplendent and scorching. It descended from the void and pierced through Yu Sangtian's body. Yu Sangtian's eyes narrowed and he lowered his head. Eternal's one thought? Never in his wildest dreams did he think that he would be hit by his own move. How could he have such an innate gift? None of the 3 realms and 6 Daos were simple. The Tianyuan universe's future had already surpassed spiritualized universes, so it was not strange for anyone to have such an innate gift. Although Sapphire was only at the level of sequence laws, its innate gift could allow the weak to turn the tables. The Shaoyin divinity had once activated 8-star Sapphire's power, and it had become his trump card. Yongheng avoided the imperial robe and lanterns appeared around him, but they were all destroyed. His gaze fell on the spot where Yu Sangtian had been hit by Eternal's attack. That spot had not been pierced. Even if Eternal's power had belonged to Yu Sangtian, it should have pierced through his body. Yu Sangtian's physical strength could not compare to Yongheng's, and the only reason was his wooden wings. That's right, wooden wings. Lu Yin's wooden wings were now blocking in front of Yu Sangtian. Yongheng was not the only one who could not understand, even Lu Yin was stunned. His hands were empty. When had Yu Sangtian taken the wooden wings away? Yu Sangtian lowered his head, and the wooden wings shattered and dissipated. He did not explain, and the imperial robe descended to burn Yongheng. The primogenitor attacked, and the azure celestial soldiers slashed at Yongheng. Lu Yin also attacked. Now was not the time to investigate, but he knew that Xianxia had tampered with the wooden wings. Yishang had used them more than once, and Xianxia had probably noticed the first time he had used them. Yishang had assumed that Xianxia simply did not know, which made Lu Yin even more wary of Xianxia. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37:19. Yishang's turbid treasure had been tampered with, and Yishang himself definitely did not know about it. Lu Yin thought back to how he had tried to capture Yishang and obtain this, and it felt like a joke. Xianxia had been using the wooden wings to deal with him all this time. If not for Eternal's 8-star sapphire, Xianxia would not have used this method. It was too ruthless and decisive. Xianxia had left this killing power for Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know how many more tricks Xianxia had prepared for him. Although Xianxia had left Lu Yin alone in the spiritualized universe, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. Xianxia had definitely been watching him capture Yishang. The spiritualized universe was Xianxia's home ground, and Lu Yin was always passive. However, it was more important to deal with the Eternals right now. Xianxia would not act as long as his scheme against Lu Yin did not succeed. Xianxia was a great enemy, and the Eternals were mortal enemies. The spiritualized universe and the Xuanhuan universe were fighting for rebooting and eternal life, just like the fights between cultivators. On the other hand, the Eternals wanted to change the human race. They were different in nature. Lu Yin's temporary cooperation with the Eternals was just a temporary measure. If possible, he would do everything in his power to destroy the Eternals. This was a godsend opportunity. The Eternals looked up at the descending flames and smiled. Do you really think I'll lose? A wind blew past and the flames dissipated. The primogenitor sky-falling celestial soldier shattered inch by inch. Lu Yin's expression changed as he felt an unprecedented power. This power covered the sky, causing the universe to shake and the stars to shake. The realm of Earth was collapsing, and far away the old head and the others, who had long since escaped but were staring at the realm of Earth, were shocked. It was as if they had just witnessed the birth of an eternal life realm powerhouse. Xianxia's expression changed, and he felt incredulous. How could it be so strong? Even his heart trembled. This was not just the power of someone at the peak of adversity, but also infinitely close to the eternal life realm. He had only seen one person like this in the Nine Firmaments universe. How could this Eternal be hiding such a terrifying power? The Eternals looked up, and the terrifying aura was boundless and shocking. Xianxia's vigilance reached its limit, and he turned to leave. He was no match for the Eternals at this moment. Lu Yin and the primogenitor looked at each other and also wanted to retreat. Was the Eternals? Run. Run. Quickly run. The Star Toad trembled as it stared at eternity in fear. Not only is his combat prowess terrifying, his control over his strength is unfathomable as well. Look at his feet, there are no changes to the ground at all. Lu Yin looked at the bottom of eternity's feet. Indeed, nothing had changed at all. Not even a speck of dust had been kicked up. With such a terrifying power being released, how could the ground under his feet not change? Was it necessary for him to fully control this power? This was a battle. Moreover, the Earth realm seemed to be on the verge of collapse, but it wasn't. No, he blurted out, the power of imagination. Come. Star Toad, Chu-Yi, and the others all looked at Lu Yin, waiting for his explanation. Lu Yin was unwilling, but it was a fact that the Eternals had escaped. He sighed deeply and said, the power of fantasy is that if you believe it, it exists. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. You attacked the corpse god and encountered a person called Karma. That jianghu was... After listening to Lu Yin's explanation, everyone realized that the Eternals had been bluffing. He had first said that he could not be defeated to make everyone believe him. After all, he was the Eternals. Once someone believed him, the power of the Eternals would explode. The more it exploded, the more people would believe him and the more it would explode. Finally, it reached a level infinitely close to the eternal realm and scared Xianxia away. Lu Yin and the others wanted to retreat. If not for Star Toad's reminder, Lu Yin would not have seen through it. The power of the Eternals was hard to guard against. It depended on how well it was used. If used well, it could indeed turn the situation around. Karma, Tianan, and Tianxi had the word slave before they died. In Tianxi's words, it came from Master Grass. The Eternals were related to Master Grass, so it was not impossible for him to obtain the Eternals' power of the Eternals. It was just that this power was too rare. After cultivating for so many years, he had only encountered one Karma. Even the primogenitor and the others had not encountered this power since the above heaven era. This was a frightening power, and no one would have thought that the Eternals would cultivate it. The Eternals had fled, and so had Xianxia, Lao Tu and Lan Huifeng, who had cooperated with Xianxia to plot against the Eternals. Only the meteorite was left in the Earth realm. There was no point in regretting it now, as the Eternals had already fled. The next step was to deal with the meteorite and see if they could enter Heavenly Imperial Court again. The one leaf of blue lotus brought with it the power of the Azure Lotus defense. This was the power of an eternal realm that Lu Yin and the others could not resist. To be honest, Lu Yin was still a little nervous about entering Heavenly Imperial Court again. In the distance, Celestial Sovereign Battlemaster and the others attacked the meteorite again. They had all stopped because of the Eternals' power of the Eternals. Now that the Eternals had fled, the meteorite remained. This was their only strong enemy. Lu Yin and the primogenitor both attacked the meteorite. The meteorite was very strange, and it was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it was weak, a single emissary could send it flying, but when it was strong, Lu Yin and the primogenitor couldn't even force it back. Outside of the Earth realm, Zi Tianshu, the old salamander, Meng Sang Tian, and the others all watched as the unbounded experts besieged the meteorite, but they couldn't take it down even after a long time. With so many experts attacking the meteorite, it was constantly sent flying like a ball. It was a comical scene, but no one was laughing. The meteorite had destroyed one of the battleships, and even Lu Yin had been helpless against it. In the Earth realm, everyone continued to besiege the meteorite, but it remained unharmed. No matter how much strength Lu Yin used, even using the Sword of Heaven, he still couldn't do anything to the meteorite. He was very curious about the meteorite and the eye. Was it a living thing or an inanimate object? He used the karmic spiral to pierce through the meteorite, and he saw the boundless darkness of space. There was nothing else besides that. He continued to use the karmic spiral, and all he saw was the universe. He saw the universe again, and gradually, Lu Yin realized that he wasn't looking at the ordinary universe, but rather the square-inch distance. This meteorite belonged to the square-inch distance? It would be normal for a meteorite to come from the universe, but this one had an eye, had karmic experience, and had power. It was clearly a living thing. The meteorite, which was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, was besieged by the unbounded experts for an hour, but they still couldn't break through. During this time, Lu Yin had used the karmic spiral dozens of times, but all he saw was the universe. No one could explain the meteorite's origins. Lu Yin could only continue using the karmic spiral. The karmic spiral continued. It pierced through, and the familiar scene appeared once more. It was still the boundless space, and Lu Tianshu used the shattering sequence's laws to attack the meteorite. The meteorite became incomparably powerful, and no matter how many attacks came at it, it remained motionless. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes widened as he stared at the karmic spiral that the meteorite had unleashed. He saw the space constantly shuttling back and forth, and he saw strange creatures flitting past. This time it wasn't empty space but rather creatures. Lu Yin wouldn't have been so surprised if they had appeared. What surprised him was that he saw a familiar creature, the brocade azura. Numerous jade centipedes were like ribbons that stretched out endlessly towards a certain direction in space. Beside these brocade azuras were countless strange creatures. Lu Yin had seen ghost orchids and freesia before, but he had never seen most of them before. That was the hive civilization. Was this the hive's universe or the core space? There was a thump as Celestial Champion sent the meteorite flying with a single strike. At this moment, the meteorite was incomparably weak and couldn't withstand the attack at all. It's too hard. Celestial Champion sighed. The others looked at the meteorite that had been sent flying and felt that it was troublesome. Even if they had surrounded Xianxia, they wouldn't have been so powerless. Perhaps some of them would have died, but at least they would have been able to move Xianxia. Lu Yin chased after the meteorite and had Wu Jiang stay where he was. The spiritualized cultivators were very important, and they had to be personally watched over by the primogenitor. The spiritualized cultivators controlling the 5 battleships were Wu Jiang's greatest counterattack against the spiritualized cultivators after leaving the Tianyuan universe. They were also Lu Yin's greatest trump card. Did Xianxia care about the spiritualized cultivators' lives? Eternal was right. Most cultivators were emotionless, so why would they care? However, Xianxia had to care about this group of people because they represented an era of the spiritualized universe. They represented the strongest spiritualized cultivators of the current era, and they represented the attention of the Ninifirmament's universe. The power that the Nina Firmament's universe stole from the spiritualized cultivators came from their spiritualized seeds. If these cultivators died in the consciousness universe, it would be equivalent to the Nina Firmament's universe losing a generation of spiritualized seeds. This wasn't just a loss for the spiritualized universe, it was a loss for the Nina Firmament's universe as well. Thus, Xianxia had to save them and take action against Eternal. No matter how emotionless Xianxia was, he couldn't bear the consequences of losing these people. This consequence was far more serious than defeating the inferior god Ru Shi. However, these people weren't just Lu Yin's trump card to threaten Xianxia, but they were also his trump card to negotiate with the Nina Firmament's universe. He would have to negotiate with the Nina Firmament's universe one day, and these people were his best bargaining chips. Nothing could happen to them. Lu Yin couldn't let go of the meteorite either. He actually saw a hive civilization, and a large number of them were clearly heading in a certain direction. It would be fine if they were in the hive civilization, but the karmic experiences he saw on the meteorite were mostly within a small area. If the hive civilization was moving within a small area, where were they going? Lu Yin couldn't help but think about it. Could it be the Xuanhuan universe? The possibility was very high. The hive had descended upon the Xuanhuan universe once, and it was hard to say whether the immortal master would find it. Once these bugs went to the Xuanhuan universe, it would be over. Although he might not be able to find the hive civilization's traces through the meteorite, Lu Yin still had to try. If they really went to the Xuanhuan universe, he could only bring Wu Jiang back. In any case, with the spiritualized cultivators around, he had the initiative. The only thing he was worried about was whether or not Master Grass would act. No one in the Xuanhuan universe could stop an eternal realm powerhouse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3720. Lu Yin was naturally concerned about xianxia as well. If the Nine Firmaments universe was so concerned about it, then it was very likely that the memories of an eternal realm powerhouse were there. However, he was only one person with limited energy, so he couldn't control everything. The meteorite flew very quickly, but Lu Yin was even faster and caught up to it in an instant. The meteorite crashed into him again, but Lu Yin struck out with a palm and sent it flying once more. This meteorite had no concept of fear, so it didn't matter if it was stronger or weaker. It would still charge forward recklessly since it wouldn't be injured. Lu Yin's palm was very powerful, and the meteorite was sent flying once more. This time, it didn't crash into Lu Yin and instead flew in the opposite direction. No one understood the meteorite's purpose, just like how the primogenitor and the others didn't know why it had suddenly appeared in the Earth realm. Lu Yin chased after the meteorite, constantly releasing karmic spirals while remaining vigilant of his surroundings in case Xianxia or the Eternal Realm launched a sneak attack. The consciousness universe was very large, and Lu Yin chased after the meteorite while it flew in the same direction. Along the way, it passed through broken worlds while Lu Yin circled around them. There were some broken worlds that even the consciousness universe couldn't see clearly, and he didn't want to get tangled up with them. Just like that, several days passed and Lu Yin continuously released karmic spirals. During this time he saw a hive civilization twice, but it was similar to the first time. He couldn't tell where it was headed. He also saw other civilizations outside of the hive, but he didn't know which universe they belonged to. This result made Lu Yin's heart heavy. As expected, the universe wasn't limited to the ones he knew. There were other universes as well, and there might be quite a few of them. The meteorite came from a distance of a few inches, so it must have passed through more than one universe. It was just that he didn't know how strong these universes were. Within the meteorite, the eye was in a frenzy. After being chased around by Lu Yin for a few days, its madness had become increasingly obvious. Half a day later, it suddenly stopped and stared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes that resembled dark red gems. It looked demonic, strange, and frightening. Lu Yin stared at the eye. "Where are you from?" The eye continued to stare at Lu Yin, its pupils unmoving. "You can definitely understand me. At your level, language isn't a barrier. Speak, where are you from?" Lu Yin asked again. He couldn't do anything to the meteorite at all. He chased after it, but it wasn't injured at all. He felt like he was facing a grass grandmaster. No matter what you did, you couldn't hit a grass grandmaster. No matter how you hit this meteorite, you couldn't hurt it. Lu Yin even suspected that it was an Eternal Realm meteorite. No creature under the Eternal Realm should be able to withstand his absolute power attack. Even Xianxia would not be able to withstand it if he did not resist. "We may not be enemies. What is your goal? Why are you here?" "You've seen those bugs. Can you talk? This is the consciousness universe. No matter what he said, the eye continued to stare at him as if warning him. After watching for a while, the meteorite flew away. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he took a step forward to block the meteorite. When it saw Lu Yin again, the eye suddenly widened as if it had been angered to the extreme. Veins covered the pupil in the blink of an eye, making it look like a scarlet ball of blood. It let out a sharp screech as it viciously slammed into Lu Yin. This was the first time the meteorite had made such a sound, and it made Lu Yin feel dizzy. This sound had no effect on the void outside, but it affected his consciousness and thoughts. Behind Lu Yin, his consciousness opened the 9 skies, and a majestic consciousness surged out, suppressing the sound. Lu Yin stopped the meteorite with a single palm. I don't believe that I can't break you. With that, his arm withered and he retreated. The meteorite slammed into Lu Yin again. Lu Yin did not retaliate, and he simply endured the meteorite's attacks. Sometimes, the meteorite could not even push him back, but other times, it could send him flying. The power contained within the meteorite at that moment made Lu Yin sigh in amazement. After each collision, Lu Yin's withered body continuously recovered and dried up again. Lu Yin was suppressing his power. During the battle at Fuheyuan, Lu Yin had used the strongest power of his life, and he had not used it again. That power had not come from himself, but from suppressing the power of Emperor Wu Huang's sealed heaven's foundation. Combined with his own strength, he had unleashed the power to shake the universe. Lu Yin wanted to obtain this power again. The meteorite slammed into him again and again, giving him more power that was absorbed and suppressed, waiting for the moment to explode. The sound of the collisions echoed through space. After dozens of collisions, the meteorite turned around and flew away. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped it, but the meteorite continued to slam into him. It was completely enraged by Lu Yin, and its eyes were almost completely scarlet. Lu Yin thought that he was looking at an eternal corpse king. Finally, Lu Yin's body recovered, and his suppressed power reached its limit. He stared at the incoming meteorite. I'll give you one last chance. Friend or foe? The meteorite slammed into him. Behind Lu Yin, the 9 skies transformation was as majestic as an abyss, constantly increasing his power level. The realm of mastery battle force revolved around him, and the starry sky was released from his heart. Limitless power circulated as he punched out. His consciousness trembled and was shaken. He could sense it no matter how far away he was. Xianxia, the Eternal, and the old chief all looked over and were shocked by this power. The cultivators on the battleships around Wujiang paled. This power could shake the starry sky, and it reminded them of the battle at Fuheyuan. Lu Xianxia had been extremely powerful and had no bottom line. Far away, cracks appeared on the meteorite's surface for the first time, and they continued to expand. Lu Yin stared at the cracks. He did not believe that this thing was really a meteorite. There had to be a creature hiding inside. Come out. His power surged as his consciousness descended and pressed down. As long as there was thought, there would be consciousness, and with consciousness, it could be suppressed. Within the meteorite, the bloodshot eye stared at Lu Yin in shock. It had not expected Lu Yin to be so powerful, but when Lu Yin's consciousness pressed down, the eye became excited. Lu Yin felt that something was amiss, and in the next moment his consciousness was being absorbed. Absorbed? No, it was being devoured. This meteorite could devour his consciousness? What kind of joke was this? Lu Yin had always been the one to absorb other people's consciousnesses, and this was the first time his own had been absorbed by another creature. What exactly was this meteorite? Within the meteorite, the eye was extremely excited, and the madness in its eyes gradually decreased as it absorbed Lu Yin's consciousness. It needed a boundless consciousness. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he punched the meteorite again. The meteorite was sent flying, but its consciousness seemed to be connected by an invisible bridge. Even if it was sent flying, it could still absorb Lu Yin's consciousness. Lu Yin did not believe that this was possible, and he wanted to see whose consciousness was stronger. In the starry sky above his heart, his consciousness planet rotated, and the 9 skies transformation solidified. This time, the eye within the meteorite was stunned once more as it was absorbed instead. But the eye became crazy again, filled with unease and malevolence as it stared at Lu Yin and charged at him. Lu Yin raised a hand and supported himself against the meteorite, getting close to the eye. I don't care what you are, I'll tear you apart today. Lu Yin growled as his consciousness continued to absorb. At the top of the 9 skies transformation, the azure sword slashed out towards the meteorite. Suddenly, a cold glint appeared from the cracks on the meteorite's surface and brushed past the azure sword, heading straight for Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin's pupils shrank as he saw a sword edge approaching him. It was too close for him to dodge, and he could only tilt his head as much as possible. The cold glint brushed past his cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. It then pierced through the Nine Skies transformation and disappeared into nothingness. Blood flowed from Lu Yin's face, and the Nine Skies transformation's consciousness had been injured. The meteorite had taken the opportunity to frantically absorb Lu Yin's consciousness. Light shuttled back and forth in front of Lu Yin's eyes for a second. It was ineffective. The light could not reverse the sword's cold glint. That attack had ignored the reversal of time. Fortunately, Lu Yin's injuries were not serious, and his face had only been torn apart. However, even in his eternal battle with xianxia, Lu Yin had never suffered such a dangerous injury. Although his injuries were not serious, he had felt as if a blade had pierced his back. Blood dripped onto his arm, and Lu Yin pushed the meteorite away, afraid that another cold glint would come. The absorption of consciousness was a struggle for the other's consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness planet spun faster and faster like a whirlpool, constantly pulling in the meteorite's consciousness. Although the Nine Skies transformation had been penetrated, it was still relatively solid. The consciousness that had been absorbed by the meteorite had only drifted outside of the Nine Skies transformation. By the time Lu Yin reacted, the meteorite could not absorb any consciousness at all. Within the meteorite, the eye became more and more agitated and twitched continuously. Its gaze was filled with killing intent and malice, constantly sending out threatening signals. Lu Yin snorted, "Let's see how long you can last. Since it's already started, it's not up to you to decide when it ends." The eye stared at Lu Yin, and as the consciousness was absorbed by Lu Yin, the red veins in its eyes receded a little. A hint of confusion appeared in the eye's human-like eyes, and they flickered for a moment before completely opening up. Lu Yin's absorption speed increased, and the meteorite gave up on the idea and even handed over its consciousness. Lu Yin did not understand. If the meteorite's consciousness was absorbed by him, it would become an idiot. The more abnormal it was, the more he could not do it. Lu Yin stopped absorbing the consciousness, and the meteorite's eyes shone brightly. It stared deeply at Lu Yin before turning to fly away. "You still want to leave? Not so easy." Lu Yin was about to chase after it when his mind suddenly buzzed, as if a string had opened up his brain. There was a plucking sound and he almost vomited. The veins in the eye spread and it was filled with madness and madness. Lu Yin's eyes flickered and beads of sweat dripped down. This was not good. The madness in the meteorite's eye came from its consciousness, which was why he had come to the consciousness universe to absorb more consciousness to suppress the madness. However, releasing his own consciousness was also a way to alleviate the madness. Either absorb or release. Lu Yin could help the meteorite do both. This was troublesome. Lu Yin looked up into the distance, but the meteorite had already disappeared. He had been tricked. Fortunately, he had stopped in time and had not completely absorbed the consciousness. Otherwise, he did not know what would have happened to him. This feeling was the same as when he had attacked with his divine power. It was filled with madness and killing intent, and it was unlike himself. Lu Yin exhaled and forcefully suppressed the madness. He found the direction of the boundless expanse and returned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37-21. Not long after, Lu Yin boarded Boundless and went into seclusion. At the same time, he asked the progenitors to capture consciousness lifeforms. He wanted to absorb their consciousnesses and suppress the madness within him. Boundless moved, taking the other 4 arcs into the distance and leaving the realm of Earth. There were no more consciousness lifeforms here, so the only way to find them was to search. At the same time, Lu Yin released Wu Wei from Commander's platform Hell. He now had 2 celestial phenomenon cultivators, Xianhuan and Wu Wei. Xianhuan had the Azure Sword, so Lu Yin couldn't absorb it. Wu Wei was of no value to him, so he could only absorb its consciousness. Commander's platform Hell wasn't very useful to consciousness lifeforms, as they didn't have much emotional experience. Rebirth, the great time of waves. When Wu Wei was released, it saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at it, causing it to shiver. It looked around. Where is this? Lu Yin didn't waste any time and directly absorbed its consciousness. Wu Wei was shocked. You can absorb our consciousnesses? How is that possible? Who are you? Let me go, we're not enemies. The spiritualized universe is the enemy. Let me go, let me go. I can help you do many things, I can do anything. Please let me go. Lu Yin turned a deaf ear to its pleas. The consciousness of a celestial phenomenon cultivator was too tempting for him. Gradually, Wu Wei's consciousness was completely absorbed, and its life essence dissipated into the consciousness universe. Consciousness life forms only had one life essence, which was something that no one could explain. No one understood how consciousness life forms were born. Lu Yin didn't need to know that right now. He only knew that the veins in his eyes had receded, and his madness had been suppressed. After absorbing another celestial phenomenon cultivator, Lu Yin's consciousness had surpassed the old chieftain's. He was truly the strongest of the three universes' consciousnesses. If he could absorb another celestial phenomenon cultivator and obtain a powerful consciousness-type battle technique, he was confident that he could fight Xianxia with his consciousness alone. No matter how strong Xianxia was, he wouldn't be able to defeat Lu Yin's consciousness. Soon. That meteorite was troublesome and he couldn't figure out what it was. Even after absorbing Xiwen's consciousness, he only managed to suppress his madness. He didn't know where that feeling came from. Wu Jiang led the 4 arcs through the consciousness universe, constantly searching for and capturing sentient life forms along the way. As time passed, Lu Yin continued to absorb the consciousness, and the madness seemed to be completely suppressed. Above Wu Jiang, everyone could see clearly. Lu Yin could absorb consciousness. No one knew about this, not even Lu Tianyi and the others. It wasn't that Lu Yin didn't want to tell them, but that this was also a form of cultivation, and there was no need for him to reveal everything. This was nothing to the people of the Xuanhuan universe, but to the cultivators of the spiritualized universe, it was too shocking. The spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe had been fighting for so many years that they understood each other too well. Even consciousness life forms could only absorb the consciousness that was drifting in the consciousness universe. How could they be as fast as Lu Yin, who could directly absorb the consciousness? It was too exaggerated. If the consciousness universe had a consciousness life form similar to Lu Yin, then the spiritualized universe would not be a match for it. If the consciousness of the entire universe of consciousness was concentrated in the body of a consciousness life form, even if that consciousness life form was not of the eternal life realm, its combat power would be comparable to that of the eternal life realm. At the very least, a bitter adept would definitely not be its match. Even if the spiritualized cultivators of the universe are against Xianxia. No matter how confident he was, he didn't think that he could defeat such a monster. Lu Yin was currently walking in the direction of such a monster. They were currently in the consciousness universe, and no one could say for sure how many consciousness life forms Lu Yin could absorb. They felt like they were witnessing the birth of a terrifying existence. Their line of sight extended outwards from the consciousness universe, and they could see a huge door. That was the boundary of the consciousness universe, and further out was the square inch. No one knew how big the square inch was. It was like an ordinary person's understanding of the universe that they were in, boundless and limitless. Although they couldn't see how big it was, it didn't mean that it wasn't big. At this moment, extending to the right between the consciousness universe and Torch City, there were stars that looked like meteorites that were rushing towards the consciousness universe. These stars were incomparably huge, and as they passed through, the surrounding space distorted. These stars were connected together to form a sword. A sword, a sharp weapon. It was shaped like the stars and concealed its sharpness. It was like the heavens had a flaw, but the flaw could be made up for and the sharpness could be forged. It was a sword forged by the heavens. So it's there. My brain won't lie to me. It's right there. You can't run, you can't run. Everyone's line of sight returned to the space between the consciousness universe and Torch City. The springboards floated calmly in space, and there was a figure between the last springboard and the consciousness universe. The figure was long and illusory, and his entire body was stretched several meters, forming a phantom. He became extremely blurry as he moved towards the consciousness universe. Gradually he saw the door. I'm finally here. That spot is mine. At this moment, the door rumbled and a black beam of light pierced through the door and into space. The figure was shocked. It could actually pierce through the door? This wasn't simple. The black beam of light swept through the void. It seemed boundless, but the figure was puzzled. This kind of power shouldn't be enough to pierce through the door. Next, the figure saw a huge figure charge out from the hole in the door. You want to stop me, Xuanhuan? I was 1,000,000 years earlier. You old things aren't worthy. Look at how Mo Shang and Lu Yin are being scolded by me. They don't even dare to talk back. You're courting death. With that, Xuanhuan charged towards the springboard. He couldn't stay in the consciousness universe, nor could he stay in the spiritualized universe. He had no choice but to go to the Tianyuan universe. What's that? The figure charged towards Xuanhuan, leaving a long phantom behind. Xuanhuan blinked and spat out a Xuanhuan cannon. Whatever you are, you're an enemy. The Xuanhuan cannon was pushed horizontally by the figure, and it shot towards another direction. This scene stunned Xuanhuan and he turned to run. Why is there another ruthless person here? That move was too easy, even easier than Lu Yin's. When did his Xuanhuan cannon become so worthless? Suddenly Xuanhuan stopped, and his body froze in space. His pupils dilated as if he had lost his mind. From the consciousness universe's door, a Du Ku'er powerhouse came out. He wanted to chase after Xuanhuan, but when he saw Xuanhuan standing in the void, he was shocked. Xuanhuan, it's you. He didn't finish his sentence. Just like Xuanhuan, he stood in the void until the figure arrived. The figure looked at the Du Ku'er powerhouse and then at Xuanhuan. He raised his hand and with a single palm, the Du Ku'er powerhouse was smashed into pieces, leaving no trace behind. Xuanhuan also saw this scene. His slackened eyes had just recovered. What he saw made him think that he was dreaming. The Du Ku'er powerhouse, the guardian of the spiritualized universe's door, died just like that? Was this a joke? Who could be so relaxed? Even xianxia would need 2 moves to kill this person. Who the hell was this figure? The figure sized up Xuanhuan, and Xuanhuan also saw the figure clearly. It was a middle-aged man. He was very strong and his hands were strangely large, different from ordinary people's. His gaze was sharp and unconcealable. Even with Xuanhuan's many years of experience, he couldn't see the emotions hidden in this person's gaze. Xuanhuan thought he was good at reading people, or he wouldn't have lived for so long. For example, the third master of the Dayu Villa. He thought he was a ruthless person, but his heart wasn't hard enough. Even if he offended him, as long as he didn't go too far, it would be fine. Therefore he only scolded him to vent his anger, and didn't scold him with his elders. Xianxia was different. He would kill you without question. Xuanhuan was sure that Xianxia was the kind of person who would kill you immediately if you had no value. Therefore he scolded Xianxia the most. No matter what you scolded him, he wouldn't get angry. He would only see if you had any value. The person in front of him was different. It was as if everything in the world had no value. There was no desire in his eyes. How could there be such a person? You have Mo Shang's aura on you. Have you met him recently? The figure asked. His voice was deep and his gaze was completely different. Xuanhuan didn't hide anything. Yes, I met him not long ago. Is that so? Take me to him. Xuanhuan tried to force a smile. Okay, whatever you say. Can I ask what is your relationship with Mo Shang? The figure thought for a moment. We should be enemies. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed. Should be? That's a question. May I ask who you are? The figure looked at Xuanhuan deeply. Are you curious? Xuanhuan hurriedly said, No. I'm Yuing. Yuing? Xuanhuan was sure that he had never heard of such a terrifying expert. My lord, what a good name. Yuing smiled. Your attitude is good. Xuanhuan, right? Help me solve some problems. If you do well, I can consider letting you replace Mo Shang. Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed. He thought that he had misheard. They replace Mo Shang? Replace Xianxia? How was that possible? Unless Xianxia was dead. He stared at Yuing blankly. This person couldn't be the legendary Wu Shang, right? Several months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Wu Jiang brought the battleship around the consciousness universe in search of consciousness lifeforms. Every consciousness lifeform that he saw was captured and given to Lu Yin. Lu Yin absorbed many consciousnesses and finally suppressed his madness. At this moment, he was sure that he had surpassed Old Chief and was the strongest of the 3 universes' consciousnesses. He still lacked a consciousness-type battle technique. His sword intent and Old Chief's worldly lock were both good. There's no trace of them. It's as if they've disappeared. Perhaps they've hidden in a parallel universe, the ancestor said. Lu Yin had asked if there were any traces of Xianxia and the others. The answer was no surprise. Parallel universe? It was not impossible. For ordinary people, even progenitors, the consciousness universe was huge. However, for those stronger than that, it was not impossible for them to search the entire consciousness universe. What about Etian K? The ancestor shook his head. I can't go in. It's like there's an invisible wall blocking me. It should be the power of the Azure Lotus Guard. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3722. The ancestor looked serious. The azure lotus god of Jiuxiao universe? Lu Yin nodded. We were swept out by his azure lotus. Lu Yin had been busy suppressing his consciousness and didn't have time to talk to the ancestor and the others. Only now did he tell them what happened in Etienne, Quebec. The ancestor exclaimed, "No wonder Jiuxiao universe keeps sending people to Etienne, Quebec. If the memory of an immortal realm powerhouse really exists there, its value is immeasurable. Even we want to fight for it. But Jiuxiao universe is too arrogant. Not only did they try to get close to the palace, but they also blocked the precipice. They look at consciousness life forms as if they are ants. For consciousness life forms, this is unacceptable." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "If Yu Sang Tian didn't break the barrier, we wouldn't know of their existence. Jiuxiao universe is above, and the three are below. This is the current situation of the universe. What a terrible situation." The ancestor sighed. Lu Yin stood at the bow of Wu Jiang's ship. "Let's go to Etienne, Quebec. I'll see if I can get in." After a while, Wu Jiang headed toward Etienne, Quebec. Outside Etienne, Yu Tan and Mie Wuhuang had been waiting for a few months. Mie Wuhuang told Yu Tan what happened in Etienne, Quebec. Yu Tan sneered and called him a traitor. Mie Wuhuang didn't know who the traitor was. He only knew that Yu Tan was a big shot and couldn't be offended. Yu Tan didn't search for others in the universe. She waited outside Etienne and was sure that everyone would come again. No one could resist the temptation of Etienne, Quebec. He couldn't, and neither could the others. The difference was that he had tried countless times and gave up, but the others didn't. Especially Mo Shang. The news of Etienne gave him hope. He didn't know that this hope was deeper than an abyss. Just as Wu Jiang was heading toward Etienne, Yu Sang Tian arrived first. In the southeast of Etienne, Yu Tan opened her eyes and sneered. "You're finally here." Mie Wuhuang looked over. "Is she here?" Why didn't he notice? The next moment he saw a huge palm falling from the sky and pressing toward the other side of Etienne, Quebec. At the same time, Yu Tan's excited voice sounded. "Mo Shang, you're going to die." On the other side of Etienne, Yu Sang Tian was surprised. Above his head, a huge palm pressed down. Yu Sang Tian was apprehensive. "The Great Five Palms technique, is this your strongest body? If I'm not wrong, it's the third-generation master of the Five Palms." As he spoke, boundless sequence particles rushed out, changing the heavens and the earth. The stars moved. His heart was like a boulder and he was the starry sky. The enormous palm descended, releasing a collision that shook the cosmos. Even the distant limitless sensed this. Lu Yin and the rest appeared at the bow of the ship and looked into the distance. "A power that surpasses the limit. Not inferior to you? Who is it?" The primogenitor was shocked. "Yu Sang Tian and Eternal. No, it doesn't feel right." Lu Yin was certain that the Eternals knew that Yu Sang Tian's heart was like a boulder that could change the heavens. Yu Sang Tian's strength was limitless, and he would not do anything for no reason. Another absolute powerhouse had appeared. Extreme spiritual chaos formula, are you still going or not? Heavenly Sovereign Do Sheng asked, full of anticipation. No matter who the opponent was, he didn't fear a battle. Lu Yin took a deep breath. "I'll go myself." He then turned to the primogenitor. "Senior, I'll leave Wu Jiang to you." Although the primogenitor had not participated in many of the battles, if not for him, Lu Yin would not have been so free. At the very least, threatening Wu Jiang would have been enough to hold him back. However, it was wrong to say that Wu Jiang was a burden. Without Wu Jiang, Lu Yin might have seemed confident, but he had been surrounded and killed as soon as he had entered the spiritualized universe. Who would have allowed him to be so relaxed? From the very beginning, Wu Jiang had been the one who had given Lu Yin confidence. Now Wu Jiang was a powerhouse who had controlled the spiritualized universe for an entire era. He would become the greatest bargaining chip against the Nine Firmaments universe. The primogenitor had to keep an eye on this bargaining chip. Lu Yin walked out of Wu Jiang and headed towards the realm of earth, restraining his aura. He did not know who could move Yu Sang Tian's heart like a boulder and change the heavens, but his opponent was definitely not weak. He already had some guesses, but he hoped that he was wrong. Outside the realm of earth, the enormous palm hovered in the sky, unable to press down. No matter how strong it was, it could not move this part of the world. The third-generation master of the Great Five Palms challenged you and lost. Everyone said that he was dead, but only we knew. You used his body as your backup body, and the Great Five Palms was one of the backup bodies you chose. Yu Sang Tian's palm struck towards the dome of stars, parting the clouds in the sky. The enormous palm was blasted away, and Yu Sang Tian passed through it, facing the dark golden sky. Thought Space Mirror. Yutan's eyes flickered with a dark golden light as she stared at Xianxia. Xianxia's body flickered, and every time he moved, his power level increased. When his power level reached its peak, his body suddenly stopped moving, and his eyes lost focus as he stared blankly at Yutan. Yutan stared at him at the same time. You can't block my thought space mirror. You are actually the best choice for my body. Xianxia stared blankly at Yutan. He lifted his foot and walked towards her, his body uncontrollably. Yutan watched as Xianxia approached her. At this moment, a dark golden circle appeared in Xianxia's eyes, and it gradually spread to his entire pupil. In the distance, xuanhuan watched in shock. Xianxia was extremely powerful. His thought space mirror had parted the clouds, and he was invisible and formless. A series of combat techniques had made the three universes speechless. However, he was controlled by this person. What kind of power could control Xianxia? Xianxia approached Yutan. Yutan suddenly struck out a palm. Do you think I will believe that you can be controlled so easily? In an instant, the dark golden color in Xianxia's pupils faded, and the sequence particles covered his surroundings. His heart was like a boulder as he raised his hand and pointed out. The eternal thought pierced through the palm and came out of Yutan's arm, forcing Yutan back and coughing up blood. The white imperial robe swept towards Yutan, burning the void. A dark golden light flashed in front of Yutan, and the imperial robe stopped. Then it rushed towards Xianxia. Through the imperial robe, the dark golden light turned into a blade and slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's face turned ugly. Yutan was difficult to deal with. You didn't know when she could control you, even if you couldn't completely escape her control. It was extremely difficult to win against Yutan in a one-on-one battle. At that moment, his gaze shifted and he looked in a certain direction. Yuya looked over at the same time. Someone was coming. The dark golden light from the Sikong mirror extended endlessly and swept towards that direction. It was like a golden cloud that changed the heavens. Far away, Luyin had already retracted his aura. When Xianxia looked over, he knew that he couldn't hide it anymore. Now that he saw the dark golden light sweep over, he knew who it was. Just as he had guessed, it was Yuya. Yuya was both unfamiliar and familiar to Luyin. He was unfamiliar because he had never met Yuya before. Their conversations and games had all come from the Yu servants and not Yuya himself. During the Battle of Beishan region, Yuya had teamed up with the Star Sails to lure Luyin to Ninafirmament's universe. However, Luyin had turned the tables on Luyin, causing Yuya to be blamed. He was familiar with Yuya because Gua had told him that Yuya had an incomparably powerful mind. It could be said that he could change anyone's mind at will. The Sikong mirror had no self, and that was Yuya's power. Even Gua had to admit that he couldn't resist Yuya's Sikong mirror. Luyin had faced off against more than one expert who cultivated the mind. The best was the first disaster of the Divine Hand, who had the ability to grasp thoughts. Over countless years, he had grasped a number of thoughts to form a disaster. If not for the karmic wheel, he might not have been able to take it down so easily. Compared to the first disaster, Yuya's was much simpler. He could only control, and control. However, the simpler it was, the more terrifying it was. Anyone who cultivated to the limit would pursue simplicity. It was said that the Great Tao was simple. In battle terms, it meant that if one could use one move, they would not be able to use a second move. Gua had been defeated by the Sikong mirror at Royal God Mountain without being able to use any of his techniques. Now Luyin felt the power of the Sikong mirror. Luyin. Luyin? There was a low voice and an excited voice from afar. Since he had been discovered, Luyin no longer hid. He took a step forward and appeared far away from Xianxia and Yuya, where they could clearly see each other. At this moment, both willing and unwilling parties could see each other. Xianxia's expression was calm, but his gaze was gloomy to the point of being terrifying. Yuya, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. He looked at Luyin as if he wanted to eat him alive. Luyin looked at Yuya. You're Yuya? It's been a long time. Yuya's eyes lit up with excitement, and the dark gold Sikong mirror brightened a little. You're Luyin. I've been looking for you for a long time. I wonder why the god of defense is looking for me. This was what Luyin was most curious about. Wu Huang's message, the moon servant's repeated visits, and the game were all to lure Luyin to tomorrow's beast palm. The fishing in the Beishan region had even caused Yuya to be punished. All of this was to bring Luyin to Empyrean universe. Luyin couldn't understand what he had that was worth Yuya doing all this. Yuya's lips curled up, and he slowly clenched his unusually large hand. I'll use you to replace Imo Shang. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was still calm. Yuya's words didn't anger him. Yuya stared at Lu Yin. The original candidate was Ho, but he was too useless. He couldn't even defeat you, let alone challenge Mo Shang. Your appearance gave us a new choice. You come from the Xuanhuan universe, so using you to replace Mo Shang is the most appropriate choice. This was the unanimous decision of the few gods of defense. Lu Yin frowned. Is that simple? Yuya smiled. Of course there are conditions. He glanced at Xianxia. Mo Shang dared to offend his superiors and was defeated. He brought shame to Empyrean universe, and this humiliation won't happen again. He looked deeply at Lu Yin. You have to be controlled. Although it doesn't involve your life, it will still cause you to have misgivings. This way you won't become a second Mo Shang. Of course we will compensate you accordingly. The Xuanhuan universe won't be restarted. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuya. His dark gold eyes were filled with profoundness. Yuya also looked at Lu Yin, his eyes filled with unimaginable desire. So, you tried to lure me to Empyrean universe time and time again because of this? Lu Yin couldn't believe it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3723. The spiritualized universe is very important, Yuya said. Mo Shang is rebellious and must be eradicated. We've been considering who to replace him for a long time, and Emperor Wu is very suitable. After all, he's a spirit molt in beast form, and he's purer than a spirit molt in human form. He values strength above all and is less scheming. Unfortunately, Emperor Wu was defeated, and there's no one who can take on this responsibility. In comparison, you have a grudge against the spiritualized universe and are from the Xuanhuan universe. Seeing Lu Yin fall silent, Yuya continued, You came from the Xuanhuan universe, and your goal was to resolve the danger of the spiritualized universe restarting the Xuanhuan universe. Now that this danger is gone, you just need to replace Mo Shang and become the master of two universes. Oh. Yuya looked around. The master of three universes. Lu Yin looked at Yuya strangely. Do you believe that yourself? For the sake of the nine firmaments universe's dignity, you didn't hesitate to violate its taboo and risk being punished just to make me the master of three universes. Senior Yuya, your joke is a little too much. Yuya's eyes flashed. What if I add Danzi's promise? Xianxia was shocked. Danzi? Lu Yin was also surprised. Danzi was the god of defense? She had something to do with this? Yuya said in a low voice, Danzi's god of defense is the one who cares about the nine firmaments universe the most out of all of us. She's also the one whom the supreme god admires the most. She's willing to give up everything for the nine firmaments universe, and Mo Shang is one of the most unstable elements in the universe. Danzi promised that she would help anyone who could deal with Mo Shang and find someone to replace him. Lu Yin was about to speak. Yuya interrupted him. It's not that Danzi doesn't want to become the supreme god herself, but she'll never be able to. For the nine firmaments universe she focused on alchemy, and alchemy limited her future. This is why she's the most respected person in the nine firmaments universe. Everyone says that Danzi doesn't interfere in the conflicts and doesn't even covet the position of supreme god. She belittles us, but it's not that she doesn't care, but that she'll never be able to reach it. Her existence is the glory of a god, but her own existence is fixed. Even so, with her help, my chances of becoming the supreme god is much higher. Lu Yin listened to her quietly. Her explanation made a lot of sense. In order to fulfill Dan Hong's promise to become the god of defense, Yu Yang had tried to use him to replace Xianxia several times. At the same time, he had also promised the safety of the Xuanhuan universe. Of course, this promise could only be made after he became the god of defense. This was the hidden meaning of Yuya's words. Yuya smiled and stared at Lu Yin. You haven't been to Nina Firmament's universe, so you don't know the influence of Dan Hong. She can even influence the decisions of the imperial god. For the sake of this promise, I can sacrifice any price. As long as I become the god of defense, the instant I lost will return. Lu Yin, help me become the supreme god, and you will be the master of all three universes. The Xuanhuan universe will never be rebooted, and you will be able to obtain everything you want. You might even have the chance to attain eternal life in the future. How about that? Lu Yin and Yuya looked at each other. It had to be said that Yuya's words were too tempting. If what he said was true, then Lu Yin would have achieved his goal on this trip. Although his cultivation level might be controlled, compared to the positions of 3 universe masters. Even if he was the master on the surface, it was still worth it. Besides, there was also the chance to step into eternal life. At that moment, Yu Sangtian's voice rang out. If you want to replace me, you should at least ask for my opinion. Yuya sneered at Yu Sangtian. If I join forces with Lu Yin, you will die without a doubt. Mo Shang, you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. Although Ru Shi is conceited and stupid, he is still the supreme god of defense of Nina Firmament's universe. Do you know how many people are unhappy that you defeated him? Even if I don't do anything, there will still be people from Nina Firmament's universe who will find a way to do it. Yu Sangtian looked at Yuya. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who does. I can be tied, but I will never be defeated. He looked at Lu Yin. Also, Yuya, you are no longer the supreme god of defense. Yuya's face fell, but he didn't refute. Lu Yin was shocked. You are no longer the supreme god of defense? Yuya sneered. What does that have to do with anything? I said that with Dan Hong's promise, it will be easy to get back the supreme god position. What I want is the supreme god position. But how will you become the supreme god? Yu Sangtian suddenly asked. Yuya clenched his fists. Dan Hong's pill technique can't help her, but it can help others. Dan Hong's promise isn't just a promise. It can help others obtain the strongest pill technique. Wrong. Your path to immortality is with him. Yu Sangtian pointed at Lu Yin, his expression terrifyingly dark. His words caused Yuya's eyes to narrow. You use Dan Hong as an excuse for everything. Do you think I don't know that there is a connection between consciousness and consciousness? You have already reached the limit of consciousness, while Lu Yin can be considered a powerhouse who has reached the limit of consciousness. You must need him for something, and it must be a living being. Otherwise, you would have killed your way to the consciousness universe long ago. Am I right? Yuya's eyes were filled with killing intent. Nonsense. Yu Sangtian shook his head. If Dan Kong had the pill art of immortality, she wouldn't exist anymore. I can see through you. He then looked at Lu Yin. Do you want to be baited again? He immediately attacked, using one thought of eternity to create a dazzling brilliance. Did it matter which was real and which was fake? No, because Lu Yin wanted to deal with Yuya. From the moment he had fished in the Beishan region, they had become mortal enemies. From the moment he had seen through the relationship between Nina Firmament's universe and the spiritualized universe, he had been on guard. Those spiritualized cultivators were his bargaining chips. He had only said so much to Yuya because he wanted to understand the spiritualized universe better. Different people had different views of the world. Through Yuya he had seen another blurry figure, Dan Hong. Whether or not there was a strongest pill technique in Nina Firmament's universe, the pill technique itself was a great thing. Yuya wanted to reach the eternal realm and was decisive in killing. He had even dared to touch the taboo and did not care about the position of lesser deity. However, his words were different from Dan Hong's, and Lu Yin remembered this. Of the 5 lesser deities in Nina Firmament's universe, only Xingfan and Dan Hong had not been seen. Lu Yin was not curious about Xingfan but Dan Hong. Speaking of which, he had even used this person's tiger skin as a banner. Yu Sangtian's attack on Yuya wasn't that earth-shattering. His sky-parting cloud curtain directly hit the air. Yu Sangtian's movements paused the moment he attacked, giving Yuya time to dodge. Yuya retaliated with a palm. The huge palm pressed down on Yu Sangtian's head. The power of this palm was strong, but it was not enough to threaten Yu Sangtian. However, this palm had injured Yu Sangtian. Yu Sangtian stopped again at the critical moment. This was the power of the Sikong mirror. It had absolute control, and even Yu Sangtian could not break free from it. Even if it could not control Yu Sangtian for long, as long as it could control him at a critical moment, it could make a top powerhouse like Yu Sangtian helpless. However, he was constantly injured. Lu Yin did not know if his consciousness could block the Sikong mirror. Yu Sangtian supported the boulder's foundation and pushed it up to block the dark golden light. However, the dark golden light continued to flow down the boulder's foundation like a golden waterfall that flowed through the universe. Xuanhuan was stunned. He had only touched the dark golden light for a moment, but he had already lost control of his body. It was exactly the same as being controlled by the core. Where had this guy come from? He actually knew both Yu Sangtian and Lu Yin. Yu Sangtian's consciousness was also very strong and had reached the cosmic realm, but even with the boulder's foundation he could not block the Sikong mirror. Thoughts were different from consciousness. The boulder's foundation was very effective against consciousness life forms, but it was much weaker against the Sikong mirror. It could not even compare to Yu Sang-tian's own consciousness resistance against the Sikong mirror. Yu Sang-tian continuously attacked, but none of his attacks were able to land on Yuya. Yuya controlled Yu Sang-tian's rhythm, and he was always able to control Yu Sang-tian's attacks at the most crucial moment. If this had been a duel where neither of them could withdraw, then Lu Yin felt that Yuya would have won. However, was Yu Sang-tian that simple? At the very least, he had yet to use the power of time from Cliff Ascension. That move pierced through eternity. Lu Yin, your chance is here. Get rid of Mo Shang and I guarantee that you will become the master of 3 universes. I swear that if I break this oath I will never enter. Lu Yin raised a brow. Was this for real? The stronger a cultivator was, the more they cared about oaths. Yu Sang-tian's voice rang out. A consciousness entity does not have a body, only a consciousness. As long as you enter Lu Yin's body, your consciousness will enter eternal life, and you will become the master of 3 universes. Using his body does not count as breaking the oath. Mo Shang, no matter how much nonsense you spout, you will not be able to keep your position as the god of defense and your life. With that, the Sikong mirror suddenly descended, causing Yuya's boulder's foundation to droop, making it difficult to breathe. The dark golden light continued to spread, covering the entire consciousness universe. Even further away, Old Head and the others could feel it. They had not expected such a terrifying power to suddenly appear. They did not dare to touch it. Lu Yin watched as Yuya and Yu Sang-tian fought. Not interfering was the wisest choice. Even though he wanted to get rid of both Yuya and Yu Sang-tian, these two would not give him the chance to do so. Right now, he wanted to know what Yuya was plotting against him. Similarly, Yu Sang-tian was plotting against him as well. If he could not see these 2 points clearly, his future path would not be easy. Suddenly he turned around and saw Wu Jiang appear. Behind him was the spiritualized universe's battleship. Lu Yin was shocked. Why was Wu Jiang here? Numerous figures charged out from Wu Jiang and attacked Yu Sang-tian. They were Chu Yi, Celestial Champion, Su Wangtian, Desolate God, and the others. Among them were the Master of Su, Old Salamander, and a few others who had been controlled by Wu Jiang. Lu Yin shouted, "Don't interfere." Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he saw Chu Yi and the others covered in a dark golden light. They had been controlled by Yuya. The Jade Sky Palace was released, and the primogenitor moved to stop Chu Yi and the others. Zhu Zi, they've been controlled. Lu Yin was furious and he glared at Yuya. You're controlling my people? Yuya's tone was cold. If you don't want to get rid of Mo Shang, I'll help you. You don't need to care about these people's lives. Once you become the master of 3 universes, there will be plenty of people to serve you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37-24. Stop. Lu Yin shouted, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yuya frowned and met Lu Yin's gaze. Good eyes. Remember this feeling. People can't be too emotional. These people's deaths can help us get rid of Mo Shang, and it can also sharpen your will. You'll have nothing to worry about. Only then will you be able to walk higher and further. When you see the continent of the 9 firmaments, you'll thank me. He then looked in the direction of Wu Jiang. There's actually another expert. How can he not be controlled by me? Mo Shang is dead for sure. Let these people die with him. Lu Yin, you have to be grateful. The Sikong mirror continued to descend as if the sky was collapsing. The dark golden light swept towards the progenitor. Lu Yin's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. The progenitor's voice sounded in his ear. This is the power of thought. I've never seen such a powerful thought. I'll do my best to trap my own people. He must be Yuya, the inferior god who destroyed the Ru family. To deal with thought, you either have to endure it with your own will or use methods outside of your opponent's thoughts. Lu Yin stared at Yuya and released his consciousness. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, and the universe swayed. It was as if a giant had split the heavens and earth apart, holding up the dark golden curtain that was falling down. This scene shocked everyone. Yuya, Yu Sang-tian, and the progenitor were all shocked. Mie Wuhuang's jaw dropped. What the hell? This guy was trying to defy the heavens. He had never seen such a terrifying consciousness before. The progenitor knew that Lu Yin's consciousness had increased during this time, but he didn't know that Lu Yin had also absorbed Wu Wei's consciousness. In addition to Xingju and the consciousness life forms he had captured recently, his consciousness surpassed everyone else's, including the OL head and the others. He was truly the strongest in the 3 universes. Now, this terrifying consciousness had been completely unleashed. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He had guessed right. This person could devour consciousness. Otherwise, Yuya's consciousness wouldn't have increased so quickly. Yuya was stunned as he watched the Sikong mirror being lifted up. He was stunned at first, but then excitement grew in the depths of his eyes. This person was stronger than he had imagined. This was great. He had to obtain this person. Obtaining him meant obtaining the position of superior god. Yuya, take back the Sikong mirror or don't blame me for attacking you, Lu Yin warned. Yuya suppressed the excitement in his eyes and met Lu Yin's gaze. I'm helping you. Useless emotions will only drag you down. If it weren't for these people, you would be free and unfettered. No one would be able to do anything to you. Now they have become your weakness. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with killing intent. Nonsense. I'm warning you one last time. Take back the space mirror. Yuya looked deeply at Lu Yin. All right, I'll take it back. Dark golden rays of light shot out from the bodies of the unbounded realm cultivators one after another. Like threads being peeled off, they flew towards the stars. Lu Yin looked over and sighed in relief. Be careful. Xianxia roared, a thought of eternity causing a resplendent radiance to sweep past. Lu Yin turned around to see a dark golden canopy in front of him, starting from Yuya and enveloping him. However, this dark golden canopy was pierced through by a thought eternal. Yuya did not expect Xianxia to be able to stop his attack in time. Logically speaking, it should be impossible. Xianxia's attack seemed to ignore time. Yuya had not expected this, but Lu Yin had. He purposely turned around to give Yuya a chance to attack, and also to give Xianxia a chance to intervene. Xianxia would not allow anything to happen to Lu Yin, so he would definitely intervene. The power of time to climb the cliff ensured that Xianxia would not be able to escape. Tian could do anything. The result was within Lu Yin's expectations. At the same time, Lu Yin's fingertip unleashed a karmic spiral, taking advantage of the moment when a thought eternal pierced through the dark golden canopy to attack Yuya. It was very difficult for a karmic spiral to hit a powerhouse at any time. Those at the bitter disaster level could sense the power of karma, even if they could not see it. Those at Xianxia's level could resist it for a short period of time, and Yuya was no exception. This was the only way to hit him. Lu Yin had used himself as bait to create an opportunity. The dark golden canopy was pierced through by a thought eternal, and Yuya himself was pierced through by the karmic spiral. Although it was not a combination of Lu Yin and Xianxia, this attack was a combination that Lu Yin had created. Yuya was stunned by Xianxia's attack, and the moment he was pierced through by the karmic spiral, he was shocked. Lu Yin looked over and stared at Yuya. Why was he staring at him? Under the karmic spiral, Lu Yin saw scenes from the Ninja Firmament's universe, but he could not find an answer. The karmic spiral could not read memories and it was not omnipotent. Even if Yuya was hit once, there was no guarantee that he could see the results. However, this was the most that Lu Yin could do. Against an absolute powerhouse like Yuya, it was not easy to hit him even once. He could only blame his bad luck. At this moment, Yuya's shock was unparalleled. Karma, mighty force. All this time, only Xianxia, Eternal, and a few others had known that Lu Yin had grasped the power of karma. Even Elder Yu and the other spiritualized universe's powerhouses had not been aware of this. They only knew that Lu Yin had grasped some kind of invisible power. They might have guessed it, but they had not been able to confirm it. Now, Lu Yin's karmic power had been exposed to Yuya. He did not care if it was exposed. Those from the Ninja Firmament's universe already knew about it, and it would definitely spread back to the Ninja Firmament's universe. It was no big deal for Yuya to know. Yuya stared at Lu Yin in shock and disbelief. You actually grasped the power of karma? Lu Yin looked into the distance. The dark golden color on the bodies of the boundless universe's powerhouses had disappeared. They were no longer under his control. At this moment they all stared at Yuya in fear. They were not afraid of a battle to the death, but this person had silently controlled all of them. This power was truly shocking. The boundless universe's people were shocked by Yuya's mental strength. Yuya was even more shocked that Lu Yin had grasped the power of karma. The people of the Ninja Firmament's universe were not unfamiliar with karma, as Qinglian Yu had grasped the power of karma. If someone who had grasped the power of karma was placed in the Ninja Firmament's universe, how supreme would they be? Perhaps aside from the three Yu, no one else would be able to suppress them. Yuya had not expected Lu Yin to have grasped the power of karma. At this moment he could no longer suppress his excitement, as well as his indescribable greed. He stared at Lu Yin greedily. This person was definitely his and no one could stop him. As long as he could obtain this person, not only would he be able to obtain the power of karma, but he would also be able to obtain the power of karma. Yuya could not hide his greed. Lu Yin felt uncomfortable being stared at as if Yuya was an item. I don't need to control your people, but Mo Shang must be dealt with. If you and I work together, the future of the three universes will be yours. Yuya stirred up again, and without waiting for Lu Yin's reply, he charged at Xianxia. He raised a palm, and the dark golden screen turned into a curtain of beads that fell down. Mo Shang, you're dead. Xianxia frowned. He sensed that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint what it was. When he saw Yuya's palm descend, he instinctively dodged and attacked at the same time, prepared to be controlled by Yuya's thoughts for a moment. The dark golden screen turned into a curtain of beads that fell from Lu Yin's consciousness. Lu Yin found it difficult to lift it. He could lift the Sikong mirror sky screen, but he couldn't lift the dark golden bead curtains. Large and small beads fell onto a jade plate. The universe was this jade plate. As more and more beads appeared, Lu Yin felt increasingly uneasy. He stepped onto Wu Jiang and said, "Retreat." Wu Jiang retreated into the distance. Yuya did not stop him and allowed him to leave. He continued to attack as if his life depended on it. Xianxia could not explain this strange behavior, and when he saw Wu Jiang retreat, he wanted to leave as well. Xianxia pointed with his finger and used eternal thought to strike into the distance. He disappeared along with eternal thought. Yuya stopped in place and did not even look at Xianxia's departure. He turned to look in the direction that Wu Jiang had retreated and took a deep breath. His body split open and his blood turned into a mist that spread out. With a soft sound, his body completely shattered. A dark golden light flowed out of his body, forming a cloud-like object. This was Yuya, formed from his thoughts. The dark golden cloud moved in the direction that Wu Jiang had retreated. The consciousness universe continued to expand, and the dark golden light moved further and further away. No matter how far Wu Jiang retreated, this dark golden light followed him like a shadow. Lu Yin grew increasingly uneasy. Retreat to the parallel space. The primogenitor attacked and the parallel space was torn open. Before they could even enter, the dark golden thoughts had already rushed in, forcing Lu Yin to tear open another parallel space. However, it was the same every time. The dark golden screen completely enveloped the universe and chased after Wu Jiang. It continued to spread. The primogenitor exclaimed, "Such a powerful thought. I would believe it if someone in the eternal realm was here. How could it be a defense deity? Without this thought, I wouldn't be able to control Ku AI at full power." Lu Yin's expression darkened. "If you spread, I'll spread as well." When he thought of this, his consciousness spread out in all directions. No matter how far his thoughts spread, his consciousness would follow at the same time. He would let this battle affect the entire consciousness universe and see who could not sit still first. Far away, Xianxia stopped and looked up. His thoughts and consciousness were spreading out. Yuya had not stopped just because Xianxia had retreated. Yuya's true target was Lu Yin, not Xianxia. Lu Yin could not die and he could not help Yuya. Everyone could see the greed in Yuya's eyes when he looked at Lu Yin. As he thought about this, Xianxia turned back and headed towards Wu Jiang. Lu Yin's consciousness was like a signpost, and by spreading it out, he was telling everyone in the consciousness universe where he was. No matter what Yuya wanted to do, no one would be able to succeed. He was concerned about the balance between the four sides in Heaven's imperial court. Now Yuya was involved. Continue. The dark golden cloud headed towards Wu Jiang. Yuya looked up and spread out his consciousness. He did not know that Xianxia wanted to protect Lu Yin, nor did he know that he was concerned about the balance between the four sides in Heaven's imperial court. He had just chased Xianxia away and used his thoughts to track Wu Jiang. He wanted to attack Lu Yin. He could not wait any longer, not even for a second. This was his path to immortality, his most powerful path to immortality. No one could stop him. Even if Xianxia interfered, he would not be able to stop his most powerful thought. He was determined to get Lu Yin. Soon Wu Jiang was in sight. Trying to escape to a parallel space? Impossible. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3725. Boundless dragged the battleship along, enveloped by a majestic consciousness. Bead curtains fell around them as dark gold and dark light interweaved, forming the most majestic battle in the history of the consciousness universe. The cultivators on the spiritualized battleships trembled as they looked at the power that filled the heavens. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying it was. Lu Yin stood at the bow of Boundless and saw the dark gold cloud in the distance. It brought a chill and fear, and his intuition told him that it was Yuya. Yuya was a consciousness without a body. He could be male, female, or even an astral beast. It was not impossible for him to see such a cloud. Yuya, why are you chasing us instead of dealing with Xianxia? The dark gold cloud sped up, and at the same time, the bead curtains trembled as they shot towards Boundless and the battleships like arrows. Lu Yin, I gave you a chance but you didn't take it. Give me your entire body and I'll help you ascend. The sky palace opened as the progenitor attacked. The nine heavens transformation shook the heavens, and a speck of dust turned into soil that enveloped Boundless and the battleships. His consciousness could not block the bead curtains, so he let dust do the job. Dust was the progenitor's power, but it also had a physical body. The dark gold cloud rushed towards Lu Yin, and the small cloud contained an unimaginably terrifying consciousness. Xianxia arrived, using one thought of eternity to intercept the cloud. Yuya had not expected Xianxia to come again. What was going on? However, one thought of eternity could not block his main body. Lu Yin looked at the approaching cloud, and the closer it got, the colder it became. It made his scalp go numb, and he had not felt this sense of danger in a long time. Yuya's consciousness was the strongest he had ever seen, and it could replace anyone's consciousness. Regardless of whether it was himself or Xianxia, the moment they were struck by this consciousness, they would either be severely injured or replaced. Lu Yin stared at the cloud and released the starry sky from his heart. His boundless consciousness suddenly contracted, condensing into his consciousness planet. The consciousness planet rotated and crashed into the cloud. You have it and so do I. The nine heavens transformation descended on his consciousness planet, condensing all of Lu Yin's consciousness. Thought was thought, consciousness was consciousness. Both thought and consciousness came from human thoughts. One thought of eternity pierced through the center, and the cloud collided with the consciousness planet. Boom. A formless energy exploded through the heavens, and his consciousness planet cracked open. Lu Yin retreated step by step, as he still could not stop Yuya's consciousness form. Yuya was just as shocked at this moment, as he had never thought that Lu Yin would actually have a consciousness planet and could even transform it into a planet with his consciousness. How many methods did this person possess? It actually blocked his thought form for a short while? Even better, this is even better. I admire this person more and more. On the right, the boulder's foundation suddenly came crashing down. Yuya dodged the attack and glared at Xianxia furiously. He then charged towards Lu Yin without a care in the world. As long as he touched Lu Yin, Yuya's consciousness would enter his body, and this person would not be able to block it. However, Yuya did not expect the boulder's foundation to follow an eternal thought and block his path once again. He dodged several times, but the monolith foundation blocked him several times. An eternal thought could disregard time and climb cliffs. It was not something that Yuya could escape from. Yuya looked at Xianxia. Are you crazy? He's from the Xuanhuan universe. Xianxia's expression darkened. You want to use him to become the god of defense. If you succeed, do you think I'll be able to survive? Yuya sternly shouted, from this moment onwards, you and I have nothing to do with each other. We are even. You think I'd believe you? I can do that. I swear. That's not important. Yuya was furious as he glared at Xianxia. How could this person be so determined to block him? The boulder's foundation could not block the Sikong mirror because its range was too wide. However, it could block Yuya's main body because that was his consciousness materialization. There were pros and cons to Yuya's consciousness materialization. Everything in the universe had a counter, and even eternal realm cultivators were restricted by karma chains. There was no such thing as absolute invincibility. Seeing Yuya blocked by Xianxia, Lu Yin was relieved. Who didn't scheme against him? It was good to have schemes. Although it made him feel uneasy, they had all become his bodyguards. Since he was blocked, the karma spiral at Lu Yin's fingertip continued to revolve as he struck out with the karma wheel. Yuya felt the power of karma and hurriedly dodged. He was afraid of karma and did not know what would happen if he was hit. If he missed once, he would try again. If he missed twice, he would try countless times. Unless Yuya did not find trouble with him, Lu Yin was sure that Xianxia would be lured over. With Xianxia blocking him, Yuya would be a target. If Lu Yin could think of this, then so could Yuya. He did not want to keep trying, as the longer he delayed, the easier it would be for him to fail. Furthermore, the more Xianxia protected Lu Yin, the more suspicious it was. He was sure that Xianxia had his own plans for Lu Yin. Otherwise, why would he protect him like this? His own son? The karma spiral continued to strike, and in Lu Yin's eyes, the boundless universe became the most dazzling scene in the universe. Above his head was his consciousness and a dark golden bead curtain, while around him were the boulder's foundation and clouds. There were also many karma spirals converging and shuttling back and forth. Any one of these powers could allow an ordinary cultivator to ascend to the heavens. No matter how Yuya dodged, he was still hit by the karma spiral once. The moment the karma spiral hit the clouds, his consciousness and karma collided, forming a tornado that went against the flow and tore through the universe. Lu Yin stared blankly at this scene. It was different from when he had pierced through Yuya's body. This was a pure collision of thoughts and karma. This was a calculation of the future. When he had first comprehended the self-illumination technique, Lu Yin had already known that it could be used to calculate the future. Using the karma spiral to search for the karma that intersected with it was a way to calculate the future. However, Lu Yin had never been able to use it all this time. Instead, he kept seeing the past and saw the causes and effects of the collision of karma threads. He could see the past, but he had never been able to truly calculate the future. However, at this moment, Yuya's boundless consciousness had become the aid of karma to calculate the future. His consciousness was constantly being consumed, and the karma tornado continued to soar. Yuya was astonished. What was going on? Why was his consciousness suddenly being consumed so much? Only Lu Yin could see karma and calculate the future. He looked up at the sky and gradually he could see clearly. He retracted his gaze and looked at Yuya again. His eyes were filled with passion, and there was also the same greed that Yuya had looked at him before. No wonder Yuya was willing to pay any price to find him. Dan Hong's promise and replacing Mo Shang were all fake. The real reason was that with the consciousness as the carrier and the physical body as the container, he had achieved the absolute command of words. The absolute command of words was not unfamiliar to cultivators. Some powerful cultivators could rely on the sequence laws to achieve this, but they had to rely on their own strength. What Yuya wanted to achieve was the absolute command of words, which was a combination of consciousness and thoughts. He wanted to have the terrifying power to change everything in the universe and even the sequence laws. This was a power that only an eternal life realm cultivator could achieve. Yuya had cultivated for many years, and he had calculated that as long as he had the will of a living being, he would be able to use it. With his consciousness as the carrier, he could do it because his thoughts were too powerful. When a person's thoughts reached a certain level, they could truly change everything. With the fusion of consciousness and thoughts, even if he was not an eternal life realm cultivator, he would have the power to rival one, and he would not be restricted by the karma chains. This was Yuya's greatest goal. After seeing this, Lu Yin understood Yuya. If he were in Yuya's shoes, he would do whatever he could to try. If he succeeded, he could indeed become the master of 3 universes, and even the other 3 supremes would find it difficult to resist. Those 3 were restricted by the karma chains, but Yuya was not. Yuya could try because he was a consciousness body. Lu Yin could try as well. Yuya wanted to take over Lu Yin's body and control his consciousness. Lu Yin could also take over Yuya's consciousness body. If Yuya could try, then so could Lu Yin. Thus, at this moment, Lu Yin looked at Yuya with a greedy gaze that was exactly the same as Yuya's. This gaze could not be hidden, and Yuya was stunned. Why was this person looking at him like that? Xianxia saw it as well, and he looked at Lu Yin and then at Yuya. Their gazes were so similar. Lu Yin had not expected that a shortcut to the power level of an eternal life realm would suddenly appear. It had appeared so suddenly, but it was getting closer and closer to him, and he could not escape it even if he wanted to. As long as he could capture Yuya and fuse with his thoughts, he would be able to achieve the same level as an eternal life realm cultivator. This temptation was too great, so great that he wanted to act immediately. However, reason stopped him. Xianxia might have been helping him deal with Yuya, but once Yuya was at a disadvantage, Xianxia would turn around and deal with Lu Yin. This balance could not be broken. Furthermore, Lu Yin could not defeat Yuya. Yuya's thoughts were too strong. Once they fought, even if Lu Yin could escape, most of the people in the boundless would be unlucky. Even the primogenitor might not be able to save them. Greed was a desire that could not be shaken off. Yuya could not shake it off, and neither could Lu Yin. However, the situation did not allow them to continue. Yuya looked deeply at Lu Yin and retreated. His gaze before he left told Lu Yin that he would not give up. This was exactly what Lu Yin wanted. Even if Yuya gave up on him, he would not give up on Yuya. Once Yuya left, Xianxia naturally retreated as well. He did not want to fight, but he had to maintain this balance. Only after the two left did the people in the boundless let out a sigh of relief. Even though the boundless was strong enough to suppress all the powerhouses in the consciousness and spiritualized universes except for xianxia, the ones who had attacked just now were all powerhouses of that level. The experience of being controlled was too deep for them. The god of defense is indeed powerful. Even xianxia almost could not stop him, the primogenitor sighed. Lu Yin looked in the direction that Yuya had retreated. Senior, I see the path to immortality. The primogenitor was shocked. The path to immortality? Itian-ke? Lu Yin shook his head. Consciousness? The primogenitor asked again. Lu Yin shook his head again. Thoughts. The primogenitor frowned. You want to cultivate the power of thought? That's not good. Even if your path is wide enough to accommodate all kinds of power, but... Lu Yin looked at the primogenitor. Consciousness is connected to thoughts. This is what Yuya wants to achieve. If he can do it, so can I. The primogenitor's eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but then he thought of something else and fell into deep thought. Lu Yin did not disturb him, and the others did not step forward either. The boundless quieted down. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3726. After a long time, the progenitor said solemnly, "That's not right." Lu Yin was puzzled. Not right? The primogenitor frowned. No, that's not right. In theory, once thought and consciousness are fused, they can indeed transform into a new thought. Perhaps this thought can become the power of law and change everything, but the premise is that there must be balance. A strong thought and weak consciousness is equivalent to a monster that can't be controlled. A strong consciousness and weak thought can control thoughts but can't control the use of thought power. It's also a monster. And the premise is that there is a carrier. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin. Your body can be the carrier, but can it withstand the power of an eternal life realm? Lu Yin said, Yuya wants to use my body as the carrier to fuse thought and consciousness. The progenitor shook his head. Your body can't be the carrier unless you reach the eternal life realm. Otherwise, no matter how strong your body is, you can't contain a terrifying thought that can change the state of things. If you can withstand it, it means that the thought has not reached the eternal life realm. If it reaches the eternal life realm, your body can't withstand it. This is a paradox. But why is Yuya doing this? Because he wants to use your body to share the destructive power of the eternal life realm. The progenitor suddenly thought it through and said loudly. Lu Yin stared at the progenitor. Share the burden? The progenitor's eyes lit up. Yes, share the burden. An eternal life realm's thought is something a mortal body can never withstand. Think about it. Can you defeat a grass grandmaster with your physical strength? Or rather, get close to a grass grandmaster? Lu Yin shook his head. Impossible. No matter how strong his body was, he would lose to a grass grandmaster with just a thought. It was the same for the ancient gods. He couldn't get close to a grass grandmaster. The primogenitor nodded. Since thoughts can reach the level of an immortal, then the strength of the physical body can do the same. Only the physical body can withstand thoughts of the same level. But you can't do it. This means that the thoughts will crush your body. Your body will be crushed, but it will disperse the destructive power of the thought fusion. Yuya either has a stronger body to bear the rest, or he doesn't need a body to bear the burden. Lu Yin blurted out, that cloud? The primogenitor's expression was heavy. That cloud is the materialization of thoughts. Since thoughts can materialize, thoughts can do the same. He can totally use your body, including more powerful bodies, to bear the destructive power of the thought process. He doesn't care if these bodies are crushed. In the end, even if he doesn't have a body, he can still materialize his thoughts and achieve the power of his words. This is something he can do, but you? At this point, the primogenitor's voice was filled with regret. Are you willing to give up your body? Lu Yin's body trembled. Of course he wasn't willing. Although this was a clear path to immortality, it was impossible for him to give up his body for it. The greed in his eyes disappeared in an instant, and Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I thought there was an easy path to immortality, but I didn't expect it to be the hardest. The primogenitor sighed and patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Zhu, there have been many powerful cultivators since ancient times, all of them with extraordinary talent and intelligence, but none of them have been able to achieve immortality. If there was a shortcut, they would have done it long ago. Eternal life is the final destination. There are many paths, but each path is very difficult. Even if there is a shortcut, you will have to give up something. Lu Yin was unwilling to give up. Could it be that we have no choice but to walk to the edge of the moon? I can't walk at all? Then I'll be Yuya's prey. Even if I kill Yuya, I won't get anything. The primogenitor smiled. That might not be the case. Lu Yin and the primogenitor looked at each other. Even though Lu Yin had caught up with the primogenitor's combat power and couldn't help Lu Yin much, the primogenitor had been cultivating for a long time. His knowledge of the universe far surpassed Lu Yin's, and he was like an honest elder teaching Lu Yin. Your consciousness planet isn't bad, the primogenitor said. Lu Yin reacted, yes, I can form another consciousness planet. Even if it can't carry the thoughts now, it doesn't mean it won't be able to in the future. He looked at the primogenitor. If there comes a day when I can use my physical strength to fight Master Qing Chao, I'll be able to carry the thoughts of the immortal realm. Then I'll be able to achieve the power of my words. The primogenitor nodded. Yes, that's the path you should take. The transformation of physical strength is difficult, and you can't see the end, but you have to walk this path. When your physical strength transforms, it'll be time for your entire person to transform as well. When that time comes, you'll be able to fight against an immortal realm powerhouse. Even if your cultivation hasn't reached the immortal realm with the help of karma, you won't be any weaker than an immortal realm powerhouse. The primogenitor became excited. Zhuzi, work hard. You might become the first immortal realm powerhouse in the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin's blood boiled, but then he thought of Yuya. How could it be so easy? Yuya wasn't made of mud, and Yu Sang Tian and the Eternals were watching from the side. Behind them, there was still the ninth firmament universe. Right now, he needed to strengthen his consciousness. The stronger his consciousness, the more likely it was to resist the thoughts. The consciousness universe was the beginning of his transformation. He needed to raise his consciousness to the level where he could fight against Yu Sang Tian and Yuya. He still needed to absorb 2 more celestial phenomena. Then, his consciousness would be invincible. If he absorbed all the life forms in the consciousness universe, Lu Yin didn't know how strong his consciousness would be. Would he be able to fight against an immortal realm powerhouse? He didn't dare to think about it. That would take a long time. The consciousness universe was huge and there were parallel universes as well. How could he absorb them all so easily? It was time to go into seclusion and roll his die. Only with 6 pips would he be able to find those life forms. Just as he was about to go into seclusion, he glanced over and saw a blanket wriggling in the desert of forgetfulness. Jiangqi. He had almost forgotten about this person. He didn't understand how this person could ignore karma. He had searched many times but to no avail. At this moment he buried himself in the sand and shivered. Lu Yin was puzzled and looked at Jiangqi. His figure disappeared and reappeared in front of the man. You're afraid? Jiangqi heard Lu Yin's voice and carefully lifted a corner of the blanket. Greetings, third master. Lu Yin grunted and squatted down to look at the blanket. Jiangqi wanted to cover himself with the blanket, but since Lu Yin was here, it would be impolite to do so. It would feel like he was chasing Lu Yin away. He didn't dare to do so, not only out of fear but also out of respect. In the spiritualized universe, he had been bullied by many people because of his own condition. Even though his power level was the best among his peers, he still lived a terrible life. Those people looked at him like he was a monster, and he would encounter trouble wherever he went. Many seniors would casually lift his blanket to take a look, which made him feel terrified. However, ever since he had ascended to Limitless, no one had mocked him and he had lived a happy life. Although Limitless was only so big, he was already satisfied here. No one bullied him and no one was strong. He lifted his blanket and felt a sense of security. This third master was also very nice and had taken him in. This was a favor. Why are you afraid? Lu Yin was curious. Jiangqi replied, I don't know. I'm just afraid of sunlight. Lu Yin fell silent. Jiangqi was apprehensive. Tish, third master, this lowly one doesn't dare to hide it. I'm afraid of sunlight but I don't know why. Lu Yin had asked him this question many times, but this was his only answer. He was also afraid that Lu Yin would be unhappy, but this was his answer. He could not find another answer and he could not make it up. Especially after coming to the consciousness universe, I'm even more afraid. Lu Yin raised a brow. More afraid? Yes. More afraid than in the spiritualized universe? Yes. Why? Lu Yin fell silent. If Jiangqi had been able to answer him, then he would not have asked so many times. Jiangqi did not know how to answer. I'm just afraid. Suddenly Lu Yin thought of something and looked up. Jiangqi could ignore karma, and the spiritualized universe had karma walls and a funnel formed by karma. Could they be related? If so, then, Lu Yin's consciousness opened the 9 heavens and he used heaven's first sword, slash. He pointed out and the karma spirals collided. There was a boom and Lu Yin looked up at the starry sky. He saw the karma walls. Sure enough, the consciousness universe had them as well. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. The consciousness universe had karma walls just like the spiritualized universe. These karma walls should be the power of the Azure Lotus Guard. Jianghu was afraid of the karma walls. Could the one-leaf lotus reach the consciousness universe so quickly because of the karma connection between the two universes? The distance between the two universes was so great, so could it be that they were connected by karma? Then how powerful was the Azure Lotus Guard? One-leaf lotus, heavenly palace. Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he immediately headed to the realm of Earth. Not long after he reached the realm of Earth. This place had already become an empty space, and even consciousness life forms did not dare to come here. He looked in a certain direction where Miao Huang had been hiding, but he did not know where he had gone. He instantly arrived outside the cottage and he raised a hand to touch it. An invisible barrier blocked him, and no matter how much strength he used, he could not push it away. Yuya, Yu Sang Tian and the others had probably already tried, but it was useless, so they had not tried again. Lu Yin used the heaven swords to collide with the karma walls and looked at the cottage with a smile. The invisible barrier was none other than the karma walls. The karma walls blocked the heavenly palace, preventing Lu Yin and the others from entering. Since it was a karma wall, it could not stop him. He could try to dig through the bricks. He tried to pry open a brick and succeeded. Then he silently stuffed the karmic brick back in. He could enter the heavenly palace now, but what was the point? He could not climb the precipice, and it was worthless unless he could find a way to do so. Yu Sang Tian and the others could forget about entering, not in this lifetime. Lu Yin returned to Boundless and entered seclusion. Here his consciousness grew the fastest. Boundless searched for consciousness life forms in the consciousness universe while Lu Yin rolled his die. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Lu Yin rolled 6 pips once, but he could not find the 13 celestial phenomenon. He had no choice but to merge with an astral phenomenon consciousness life form and find its location. Absorbing it was not bad. In the entire consciousness universe, there were not many astral-level consciousness life forms outside of the 13 celestial phenomenon, and astral-level life forms were similarly rare. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3727. Absorbing an astral-level consciousness life form was far more than what Wu Jiang had given him during this period of time. Continue. He rolled his die again and again, occasionally rolling 6 pips. Although he didn't roll many times, he was able to find a powerful consciousness life form each time. Lu Yin's consciousness continued to grow, giving him more confidence in dealing with Yuya. This time he fused into Lan Huifeng's body, which made him excited. Lan Huifeng was one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. He hadn't contributed much during the Battle of the Heavenly Palace, and he didn't have old leaders' stunning battle techniques or Frost Blade's domineering aura. However, he had been very useful. His method of using consciousness was the most insidious. Infiltrating consciousness, exchanging consciousness and replacing the body. This was Lan Huifeng's method. When he had fought Yu Sang Tian, he had successfully caused Yu Sang Tian's consciousness to pause for a moment. Although Lan Huifeng was one of Yu Sang Tian's people, everyone had seen this when he and Yu Sang Tian had worked together to pierce through the eternal body. However, he had indeed caused Yu Sang Tian to suffer a small loss during the Battle of the Heavenly Palace. Because of this insidious method of using consciousness, Lan Huifeng had slowly climbed up from a weak consciousness life form to become one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, causing the spiritualized universe to fear him. However, success and failure were both insidious and insidious. He had defeated powerful enemies time and time again, causing his confidence to soar. Once, when Yu Sang Tian had attacked the spiritualized universe, Lan Huifeng had tried to take over Yu Sang Tian's consciousness and control his body. However, he had underestimated Yu Sang Tian and was defeated by him. It was also because of Lan Huifeng that Yu Sang Tian knew the whereabouts of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators like the back of his hand, as well as some of the traps in the consciousness universe. The path that Wu Jiang had taken had been deliberately arranged by Yu Sang Tian. His goal had been to show the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators how terrifying Wu Jiang was and force them to act against him. Yu Sang Tian knew Lu Yin's personality well. He wouldn't allow the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators to escape. Once Lu Yin acted, the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators would definitely be drawn out of the heavenly palace. That would be the best time for Xianxia to enter the heavenly palace. However, Xianxia hadn't expected to use Wu Jiang as bait to infiltrate the palace. Lu Yin had followed him in, attracting Frost Blade's attention, which had led to the Battle of Heavenly Palace. If everything went smoothly, according to Xianxia's plan, no one would know that he had entered the Heavenly Palace. He could try to approach the palace, and if he succeeded, he would obtain everything there. He foresaw many things. For example, Wu Jiang would purposely delay the time needed to reach the Earth realm. For example, Lu Yin would kill 13 celestial phenomenon beasts and lure the other 13 out. For example, he had successfully entered the heavenly imperial court. But man proposes, God disposes. He could not have predicted that Lu Yin would fuse 6 pips into Gui Shaoqing's body and know about the realm of Earth. He also could not have predicted that Lu Yin would have the same understanding of the heavenly imperial court. He could not have predicted that Lu Yin would have the same thoughts as him and not care about the final battle at the realm of Earth. Instead, he had secretly entered the heavenly imperial court. Smart people are always alike. Everything that Xianxia had done had allowed the top powerhouses in the universe of consciousness to maintain a balance. What puzzled Lu Yin the most was why eternity would care about Quebec. Could it be that he was like Xianxia? Did he know the secret of K in the Nine Clouds universe? However, this was no longer important. Now that the situation had been decided, with so many top-notch experts from the universe of consciousness, no one could break the balance. Lan Huifeng's memories were vast, and there wasn't much that Lu Yin needed to know. His consciousness returned to his body and immediately headed in the direction of Lan Huifeng. Once it arrived, the edge of recovery disappeared. Lu Yin was helpless. He had indeed run away. Eternity had exposed Lu Yin's ability to merge with other life forms, which caused everyone to be on guard against him. Consciousness life forms responded by constantly changing their positions and never staying in one place for too long. Lan Huifeng had done the same. He himself wasn't aware that Lu Yin would merge with him, but when Lu Yin's consciousness left his body, he had immediately left without a trace. Xianxia didn't stay with Lan Huifeng either, as he was guarding against Lu Yin using Lan Huifeng to track him down. Now everyone was on guard against Lu Yin. This made Lu Yin feel helpless. Above his head, a dark golden stream floated by. It was Yuye's consciousness. Yuye's consciousness extended into the universe of consciousness, which meant that he could monitor the entire universe of consciousness. Lu Yin saw this and frowned. It wasn't good to be constantly watched by Yuye. He wanted to disperse the consciousness, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Although Yuye's consciousness could allow him to understand the universe of consciousness, it also consumed his consciousness. After a long time, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Lu Yin took a step forward and disappeared, returning to the boundless universe to continue rolling his die. Half a year passed by quickly. During this time, the universe of consciousness was very quiet and no one made a move. Yuye could find traces of the boundless universe, but he also didn't make a move. He was very clear that if he did, Lu Yin would attract Xianxia, which would lead to a stalemate. He was definitely looking for a way to break the stalemate. Xianxia and Eternity were also looking for ways to break the stalemate. Lu Yin had been constantly traveling for half a year, and the boundless universe had captured many consciousness life forms for him to absorb. During this time, he had absorbed another cosmic realm consciousness life form. Lu Yin no longer cared about the chaos of consciousness. He needed consciousness, a boundless consciousness. With his current level of consciousness, he wasn't far from reaching the peak of bitter calamity. There was still a xianhuan in the general appointing platform, but he couldn't absorb it until he obtained the zhongcang sword. The die slowly came to a stop at 6 pips. Lu Yin calmly looked into the dark space, and a ball of light came into view in the distance. The brightness was that of a cosmic realm consciousness life form. Lu Yin impatiently rushed over and merged with it. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Gui Shaoqing. Lu Yin withdrew his consciousness without hesitation and walked out of the boundless universe towards Gui Shaoqing. There was no room for hesitation, or Gui Shaoqing would run away. As they approached the palace, Gui Shaoqing's memory strings snapped, and he almost became an idiot. After leaving Tianke, Lu Yin had fused into Gui Shaoqing's body to ambush Xianhuan and capture him. Gui Shaoqing had been taken away by Lao Shou and the others, but he had now recovered. Far away, Gui Shaoqing looked into the sky. It was time to leave. He couldn't stay in one place for too long. Suddenly, he sensed danger, and his expression changed as he tore through the void to escape. He stepped into the void and a ray of light shuttled around him, reversing for a second. Gui Shaoqing watched as the void closed, and Lu Yin appeared above his head. Gui Shaoqing slowly looked up, his face pale. Lu Yin looked down at him. "We meet again, Gui Shaoqing." Gui Shaoqing stared at Lu Yin and clenched his fists. "You merged with my body?" Lu Yin slowly descended, but Gui Shaoqing didn't move. Lu Yin had been able to stop him before, but now, there was no way for him to escape. "You did well, but you couldn't stop me." Gui Shaoqing was bitter. "Where's Xuanhuan?" Lu Yin lifted his foot and walked towards Gui Shaoqing. Gui Shaoqing walked over but didn't answer. Gui Shaoqing looked at Lu Yin. "I can rely on you and help you do things." Lu Yin shook his head. "You have no value." Gui Shaoqing's eyes widened. "I'm a 13 celestial phenomenon, a cosmic realm consciousness lifeform, and you say I have no value?" Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he suddenly attacked, his consciousness pressing down on Gui Shaoqing. Gui Shaoqing knew he wasn't Lu Yin's opponent, but he still attacked subconsciously. He couldn't let Lu Yin grab him, so he attacked with his consciousness. When the light wave hit the lifeform's consciousness, it would cause a moment of emptiness, and the weaker consciousness would be annihilated. Even if it was blocked, the collision of the two consciousnesses would cause the void to shatter and devour flesh and blood. Azura martial god, this was Gui Shaoqing's method of using consciousness. But against Lu Yin it was useless. Lu Yin knew him too well, and he knew how Gui Shaoqing would attack. Gui Shaoqing fell into despair. How could this be possible? He couldn't resist at all. Lu Yin didn't care about Gui Shaoqing, but he cared about the dark golden energy. "You just watch." Thinking of this, he grabbed Gui Shaoqing and left. Just as Lu Yin left, the dark golden energy coiled, connecting heaven and earth, and Yuya appeared. "Too late, let him be. The stronger the consciousness, the more useful it is to me. I didn't expect there to be such a person in the universe, able to absorb the consciousness of consciousness lifeforms. Perfect. Consciousness, karma, physical strength, everything will belong to me." With that, Yuya disappeared. On the other side, Lu Yin brought Gui Shaoqing back to Boundless to absorb him. Gui Shaoqing only knew before his death why he was worthless. To Lu Yin, his greatest value was being absorbed. Consciousness lifeforms wanted to live, so Gui Shaoqing lost his dignity. Even so, he couldn't escape death. After absorbing Gui Shaoqing's consciousness, Lu Yin's consciousness increased once more, and he looked up at the sky. Behind him, 9 heavens changed soared into the sky, turning into a violent wind that swept out, overturning the dark golden energy. With Boundless as the center, it continued to spread, pushing away his consciousness. Yuya was furious. His consciousness was completely overturned and he couldn't track Boundless, nor could he cover the universe of consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness was boundless, much stronger than it had been in the previous battle, to the point where it could almost rival Yuya's consciousness. Yuya was both apprehensive and expectant. It won't be long. Just wait, just wait. Far away, Xianxia looked up, watching the collision between consciousness and consciousness. His eyes were filled with the same apprehension as Yuya. Lu Yin's improvement was too fast, so fast that Xianxia couldn't react in time. No, this couldn't continue. Even if his plan succeeded, he wouldn't be able to control this person. With that in mind, he walked out. On the other side, the Eternals opened their eyes and looked at the sky as well. With such a boundless consciousness, some people would probably be unable to sit still. They should also be able to understand how the Eternals felt about Lu Yin back in the Heaven Origin universe. Even the slightest negligence could cause this person to do something shocking, and by the time they reacted, it would already be too late. Yuya was unable to control Xianxia, so he just had to wait and see what Xianxia would do. Old Chief, Frost Blade, Lan Huifeng, and the rest of the 13 celestial phenomenon powerhouses scattered throughout the universe of consciousness had ugly expressions. As consciousness life forms, they couldn't compare to a human in terms of consciousness. This wasn't just a matter of humiliation, but also confusion and confusion. How could this person's consciousness increase so quickly? They had their own guesses, and even though they were fantastical, they were becoming more and more likely to be true. Could this person devour consciousness life forms to increase his own? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3728. Old Head and the rest could not understand how such a person could exist. If that was the case, then this person was much more of a threat than Xianxia. Lu Yin no longer needed to hide anything. After the eternity had revealed that he could merge with living beings, there was no point in hiding. There was also no need to hide the fact that he could absorb consciousness. Currently, the consciousness universe could not threaten him. Consciousness life forms were hiding everywhere to avoid him. It was better to use his consciousness to push away thoughts and avoid Yuya's pursuit. There were 7 dark red mountains that stretched across the plains. They were arranged in a circle. They looked like mountains, but they were not tall. Any cultivator could easily climb over them. Even an ordinary person could spend a few days climbing over them. In the world of cultivation, they should not be called mountains. They should be small mounds or hills. This was the Death Hill. No cultivator dared to approach the seemingly small hill. To everyone in the universe, this was a land of death. The Death Hill had 3 mountains and 7 peaks. On this day, a young man walked out from one of the peaks. His gaze was calm and his face could not be seen clearly. Every step he took seemed to be on the peak but also seemed to be outside it. Chao Yi. The young man bowed slowly. Master. You have not fought since you became the master of the 6th peak. Now I have a mission for you. Yes. Go to the consciousness universe and eliminate wuxialover. Chao Yi looked up at the empty sky. Wuxialover went to the consciousness universe? This is a violation of the rules. Wuxialover was bewitched by Yuya and staked everything. They interfered in the affairs of the 3 universes. This is intolerable. Kill them without mercy. Chao Yi said calmly, since they staked everything, it means that Yuya is confident in completing his transformation. If he transforms, what should we do to protect wuxialover? Do your best. Kill them without mercy. Yes. Chao Yi bowed and turned to leave. His calm gaze rippled. Just as he left the Death Hill, a woman walked towards him. She was wearing a thin veil and her beautiful face was enough to make a mortal suffocate. Her limpid eyes fell on Chao Yi and she smiled faintly. Congratulations, 6th Peak Master. You finally have the chance to take your revenge. Chao Yi glanced at the woman and did not reply. The woman looked back at Chao Yi's back. You are really lucky. Hearing those words, Chao Yi stopped. Without turning his head, he said indifferently, as long as you're alive, you'll still have a chance. With that, he disappeared. The woman stared blankly in the direction where Chao Yi had disappeared. Is there really a chance? I'm different from you. Within the consciousness universe, above limitless, Lu Yin dispersed Yuya's thoughts and felt his boundless consciousness. He wanted to continue increasing it, but he had to slow down first. If he increased it too much all of a sudden, he could easily lose control. He rolled the dice and his luck was pretty good. He rolled 4 pips and rested for a year in the time-stop space. When he came out, he released Xianhuan from the general appointment stage. Xianhuan did not feel despair in the general appointment platform. Consciousness beings did not care about the general appointment platform, unlike other creatures. After coming out, Xianhuan looked around and saw that they were on the boundless continent. His heart sank. No one will be able to save you, Lu Yin said softly. Xianhuan looked at Lu Yin. What are you trying to do? Shouldn't the Tianyuan universe join hands with our universe? Lu Yin didn't care. You guys aren't that valuable. Xianhuan frowned and said in a pleasant voice, you caught me for the Zhongtsang sword. Lu Yin nodded, give me the Zhongtsang sword and I'll let you go. Why should I believe you? Xianhuan did not refuse. Compared to her own life, the Zhongtsang sword was not that important. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he looked her in the eye. What makes you so confident that you don't believe me? Xianhuan fell silent. She had been hiding her strength among the 13 celestial phenomena, and even the old chief did not know that she had the Zhongtsang sword. However, this concealment was laughable in front of Lu Yin. Even if she had hidden a consciousness comparable to the old chief's, it would still be a gift. You humans are very trustworthy and I hope that you are as well, Xianhuan said in a low voice filled with anticipation and apprehension. Cultivating the Zhongtsang sword was not easy. At first, Xianhuan had thought that it would be easy to teach it to Lu Yin, and Lu Yin had also thought that it would be easy for him to learn it. However, he realized that this was not the case. Swordsmanship was divided into sword techniques and sword intent. Lu Yin had come into contact with many swordsmanship and believed that he could learn any technique quickly, especially since he already knew the Zhongtsang sword. However, it was still difficult for him to learn the Zhongtsang sword. The Zhongtsang sword intent could not be imparted. It could only be understood. Lu Yin could only let Xianhuan display the Zhongtsang sword and have her search for the sword intent. This process would take a long time. In fact, the simplest method would be to integrate enhance into Xianhuan's body, but Lu Yin could not guarantee that it would work. Since there was a way to learn it, he might as well let it be. Lu Yin had studied the Zhongtsang sword for no less than 2 months, and after seeing Xianhuan display it countless times, He had finally comprehended it. Xuanhuan had not expected that imparting this technique would be so troublesome. "Can you let me go now?" Xuanhuan stared at Lu Yin. Her fate would be decided at this moment. Lu Yin slowly said, "Find the old chief and I'll give you a chance to join Boundless." Xuanhuan frowned, not understanding the meaning behind Lu Yin's words. Lu Yin smiled. "Of the 13 celestial phenomena in the consciousness universe, only the old chief Frostblade Lan Huifeng, you, and the spiritualized Night Dream and the hidden Buwen are the only ones who can move freely. It's a fool's dream to fight against the spiritualized universe. Lan Huifeng is still from Yusang Heaven. What can the remaining 4 do?" Xuanhuan was shocked. "Lan Huifeng is from Yusang Heaven?" Lu Yin said, "Ask the old chief and the others yourself. Make a decision quickly, there aren't many spots in Boundless." He then waved a hand. Xuanhuan sighed and quickly left Boundless. Looking back, Boundless was a colossus that rested in the starry sky with many arcs behind it. It belonged to the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's words made her feel complicated. Was Lan Huifeng from Yusang Heaven? He would not lie, so what could the remaining 13 celestial phenomena do? She had to consider her own life. Atop Boundless, the ancestor walked over. "Master Lu." Lu Yin looked at her. She bowed respectfully. "I helped the humans of the Xuanhuan universe." Lu Yin found it funny. "Are you asking for credit?" Her face paled. "I just want to live." During this period of time, she had watched Lu Yin absorb the consciousnesses of others. She was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, and that feeling was indescribable. Ever since she knew that Lu Yin could absorb the consciousnesses of consciousness lifeforms, she knew that she was only a step away from death. She did not want to die. Even though she had done a lot for the consciousness universe, she still did not want to die. "Old chief, do I know you?" She shook her head. "No." Lu Yin looked at her, "The representative of the Xuanhuan universe. The universe of consciousness is requesting help from the Xuanhuan universe. As one of the half-masters of the universe of consciousness, how can you not know who you are?" She said, "I just want to live. Living in the Xuanhuan universe is good, but you are not just that." Lu Yin had long found it strange. When she left the consciousness universe, she was only at the astral level. She had only broken through to the primordial realm in the Xuanhuan universe's mirage domain, becoming an astral-level consciousness lifeform. How could a mere astral-level consciousness lifeform represent the union of the consciousness universe and the Xuanhuan universe? Even if they could form an alliance, how could the old chief and the others not know? If the ancestor was one of the 13 celestial phenomena, it could be explained. If the old chief and the others had asked her to seek help from the Xuanhuan universe, it could also be explained. However, she could not explain these 2 points. This was very strange. Lu Yin had originally wanted to find the ancestor after releasing Xuanhuan. Wu Wei had seen the ancestor in his memories, and the reason why he had an impression of her was because she had told him that she wanted to go to the Xuanhuan universe to form an alliance. At that time, Wu Wei did not think that she could do it, as she was just the astral-level consciousness lifeform. She was too weak for Wu Wei, but he had not expected to see her in the intent realm. He had been very surprised and confirmed that the Xuanhuan universe had formed an alliance with the consciousness universe because of her. The ancestor believed that Wu Wei would betray the consciousness universe because when she said that she wanted to form an alliance with the Xuanhuan universe, Wu Wei had said that as long as he was alive, it did not matter where he lived. This made her very certain that Wu Wei would betray her. From a human's point of view, Wu Wei's character could not be compared to the ancestors. For the consciousness universe, she was willing to risk her life and enter the spiritualized universe, and then the Xuanhuan universe. She was extremely loyal. And Wu Wei was a traitor. But from a consciousness lifeform's point of view, it was completely different. As long as a consciousness lifeform was alive, their essence was to live. Since that was the case, how could the ancestor break free from this essence and obtain the word loyalty? This word was the most worthless in the consciousness universe. Lu Yin had just released Xuanhuan and said that he would give him a chance. Xuanhuan had been tempted, and this was Lu Yin's test. If Xuanhuan, a celestial phenomenon cultivator, was tempted, why would the ancestor not be? Gui Shaoqing, Huamani, and Wu Wei had all been willing to join him, so the ancestor should not be an exception. Wasn't it good to live in the Xuanhuan universe? She had clearly faked her death in Immemorial City, but she had taken the initiative to come out and represent the consciousness universe in forming an alliance with the Xuanhuan universe. This action was illogical. The more Lu Yin understood the consciousness universe, the more he felt that the ancestor's actions were wrong. Even if the ancestor had not looked for him, he would have looked for her. Your loyalty to the consciousness universe is very strange, Lu Yin said in a low voice. The ancestor was confused, and even she felt that Lu Yin's words were strange. Why had she risked her life to form an alliance with the Xuanhuan universe? She could have lived, but she had still exposed herself. Her cultivation was not high, but she had done things that did not match her cultivation? All of this seemed very strange. Lu Yin suddenly moved and pressed down on the ancestor's shoulder. The ancestor was shocked. Master Lu. Lu Yin's gaze was deep as karma spiraled around his fingertips and directly pierced through the ancestor. The karma spiraled and moved against the current, climbing towards the starry sky. This was the self-illuminating technique. This was not an ordinary karma penetration that allowed one to look into the past, but rather an effect that allowed one to pry into the cause. When he had first comprehended the self-illuminating technique, Lu Yin had felt that someone was watching him. That feeling was the effect, and he had used the effect to search for the cause. He had seen the blood-red sword, but in that instant, the sword had severed his karma and severed the connection. Now, Lu Yin wanted to see what kind of cause the ancestor's appearance here would lead to. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3729. The karma spiral was like a stairway to heaven, constantly climbing upwards. She didn't dare to resist. She stood where she was, unable to move. Suddenly, Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the ancient ancestor. The word slave appeared on his forehead. It was this word again. Why didn't he think that the ancestor of the past was also being controlled? Karma and the guardians of the four directions were all controlled by this word. He originally thought that it had nothing to do with ancestor of the past, but he never expected that this word would appear on ancestor of the past's forehead. No, this word definitely had nothing to do with Grandmaster Greengrass. Otherwise, why would Grandmaster Greengrass ask the ancient ancestor for help from the Xuanhuan universe? The logic was wrong again. When Xianxia said that this word came from Master Greengrass, he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly the karmic spiral snapped, and Lu Yin took several steps back. In front of him, another word appeared above the ancestor's head, Tian. The word descended. Wu Jiang trembled, drawing everyone's attention. Before Lu Yin's eyes, the ancient ancestor had completely disappeared. Nothing was left behind, including his consciousness. Lu Yin stared at the scene in a daze. His ancestor had died. What's the matter? The progenitors and Chui asked. Lu Yin's heart sank. Who was the person behind that word? How many tricks did he leave behind? The ancestor of the ancient era had always been in boundless border. Did that mean that he had always been monitored? All of his actions were under the eyes of that person. That person was not a grass master, definitely not. This abnormal logic had led to the Shi ancestor being a chess piece. Lu Yin looked around the boundless expanse. Could there be other chess pieces here? Targeting him? This wasn't the case in the past, and the ancient ancestor's abnormal behavior wasn't something new. However, as Lu Yin rose to power, these pawns seemed to have surrounded him, and he found it hard to breathe. In his opinion, the person behind this was even more terrifying than the three supreme imperial gods of the Nine Clouds universe. Wait a minute, could it be one of the three supreme deities? Zhuzi, what happened? Primogenitor asked. Lu Yin sighed. It's that word again. The primogenitor was shocked. Slave? Lu Yin nodded. Who? Ancestor. The primogenitor's expression turned ugly. We must find the person behind this. Master, we won't be able to deal with it even if we find it, Chui said bitterly. The primogenitor sighed. It must be the eternal realm. Eternal life realm, these three words pressed down on everyone's hearts. At this moment, without reaching the eternal life realm, one could no longer see the universe clearly. Lu Yin was even more eager to reach the immortal realm, even if it meant reaching the immortal realm in terms of combat strength. The primogenitor had been weakened, Mr. Mu had been restricted, the Grim Reaper had vanished, and fate was hidden. Many peerless geniuses had been born in the Xuanhuan universe, but they had all lost their futures because of this mastermind. This person was the Xuanhuan universe's greatest enemy. Lu Yin looked at the empty ground in front of him. The Shi ancestor was also dead, and her gaze had left a deep impression on him. She probably didn't even know why she had done those things. Even the guardians of the four directions knew that they were being controlled. Karma. The ancestors of the past didn't even know that they were being controlled. This was the most terrifying thing. What made him even more uneasy was that the person behind the scenes had never stopped him despite knowing everything about him. This meant that the person had complete confidence in controlling him. When can I reach the eternal life realm? Lu Yin rolled his die. Unknowingly, danger had crept up on him. He thought that he didn't fear Xianxia, and that he could maintain a balance with Yuya, Yu Heng, and the other top experts. It was already amazing that he had a chance to break the balance, but he didn't know that the true danger was always hidden behind. If it wasn't for the illogical actions of his ancestor, he would be under surveillance right now. At 6 o'clock his luck was pretty good. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in a dark space, shuttling back and forth in search of the brightest ball of light. Not long after, he left Boundless and found an astral form level consciousness life form to absorb. Then he continued. Another month quickly passed, and on this day, Lu Yin caught another astral form level consciousness life form to absorb. Suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine. In the distance, a pair of eyes opened, a hand raised and a finger pointed out. A resplendent brilliance that seemed to exist in the universe for eternity split the darkness in two. One end came out from the person, while the other pierced through Lu Yin's body. An eternal thought pierced through Lu Yin's body, piercing through Boundless and piercing through Primal Origin, Su Wang and Bianji in the same direction. It pierced through 4 people in a row, exiting from behind Boundless and destroying the void. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Lu Yin stared at an eternal thought, and a stream of light shuttled back and forth around his body. 1 second later, an eternal thought vanished, and he flung the astral form level consciousness life form away. In the next moment, an eternal thought reappeared and pierced through the life form, its light traversing Boundless and disappearing into the distance. All of this happened in a single second. Primal Origin, Su Wang, and Bianji didn't even have time to react before their bodies recovered. They didn't even understand what had happened. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. Xianxia had schemed against him. Xianxia had a method that could ignore time and space to unleash an eternal thought, but it seemed to require certain conditions. Back then, Xianxia had used the Earth realm to pierce through Eternal Thought's body because of the astral form level consciousness life form. Point guard here. This consciousness life form definitely wasn't cooperating with Xianxia, as it had been pierced through as well. Xianxia didn't need anyone else to cooperate with him, as he had his own methods to do so. It was equivalent to placing coordinates in someone else's body. This reminded him of Mu Yi, who had also been mysteriously transferred by Xianxia to block an Eternal Thought's attack. Mu Yi and Mu Yi were the same, they were both coordinates. Just how many coordinates had he placed? Fortunately, Lu Yin had reacted quickly and reversed time, changing the direction of an Eternal Thought's attack. Otherwise, not only would he have been heavily injured, but many of the people on Boundless would have been killed as well. Xianxia felt a sense of danger. He wasn't doing this to kill Lu Yin. He knew that this method wouldn't be able to kill him. He was preventing Lu Yin from absorbing consciousnesses without restraint and increasing his strength. With this lesson in mind, Lu Yin no longer dared to casually absorb consciousnesses. No one could say for sure just how many consciousnesses Xianxia had placed similar methods in. An eternal thought could instantly kill a primordial realm powerhouse. On Boundless, aside from Lu Yin, the primogenitor, and a few other powerhouses who had survived bitter adversity, everyone else would die upon contact. Even Lu Yin himself would be heavily injured, just like Eternal Thought. Far away from Lu Yin on Boundless, Yuanqi felt a lingering fear. That instant had brought him the coldness of death, and he had almost been killed. Was this Xianxia's power? How had he managed to do it? Thinking back to that instant of brilliance, Yuanqi hurriedly changed directions. He was too unlucky as that line had pierced through Lu Yin and him as well. He had to be careful in the future and avoid being in the same line as Lu Yin. Su Wang curled up. An eternal thought had almost destroyed him, leaving him with a shadow in his heart. The strength beast gave him a thumbs up, but Su Wang wasn't in the mood to reply. Bianji, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. With his level of strength, an eternal thought wouldn't cause him any pain at all. He had thought that it was an illusion. The primogenitor and the others asked Lu Yin, and Lu Yin did not hide anything. This made everyone's hearts sink. They had underestimated Xianxia, who was definitely not weak. He had always allowed Lu Yin to do as he pleased, but now that he felt that he could no longer control Lu Yin, he began to restrain Lu Yin. And Xianxia truly did have methods to restrain him. Lu Yin's so-called initiative had always been given to him by others. Ever since he had left the Tianyuan universe, he had never truly taken the initiative. As long as Xianxia was willing, he could do whatever he wanted. The ancestors' matter also made Lu Yin realize that he had never taken the initiative in the Tianyuan universe either. The mastermind behind the scenes was the true chess player. Everyone could tell that Lu Yin was in a bad mood, so they all dispersed without disturbing him. Lu Yin sat at the edge of Boundless and gazed at the dark sky. How interesting. He had done so much, but in the end, was it all for someone else? He thought that he was a chess player, but he was actually playing a larger game. As long as someone else was willing, they could stop him from doing anything. How laughable. Lu Yin was lost in thought as he looked at the dark sky. Chess players, chess pieces, chessboard, and the starry sky. Everyone was born to be chess pieces, and all of them wanted to control others from behind the scenes. What right did they have? Did they really think that they could control him? Did they really see through him? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Everyone thought that Lu Yin was in a bad mood. The ancestors' matter, Xianxia's restraint, the eternity's pressure, and Yuya's greed were like a pack of wolves. However, Lu Yin did not want others to see this. Although he and the eternity were mortal enemies and would not rest until one of them was dead, it did not stop him from admiring the eternity's patience and scheming. The extremely brilliant above the heavens had ultimately been destroyed by the scarlet vertical eye in the darkness. All these important figures, eternal realms and self-proclaimed chess players, why would they pay attention to a fish that everyone seemed to be targeting? In the distance, Lu Yin seemed to see a cauldron slowly circling. Master, do you think so too? Let's show them what the two of us can do. At the border of the consciousness universe, there were originally many spiritualized powerhouses guarding it, waiting for the day when the consciousness universe would be completely destroyed. Especially when the 7 battleships arrived and Xianxia personally led the expedition, they felt that this day would come very soon. But then, unexpected things happened one after another. The meteorite broke through the door and xuanhuan rushed out and then returned. The powerhouses who had crossed the bitter disaster died, and the clash of thoughts and consciousnesses made them feel that the consciousness universe had suddenly changed. It was as if too many powerhouses had suddenly appeared. Of the original 3 powerhouses who had crossed the bitter disaster and 5 spiritual primes, quite a few had died. The remaining people realized that the border was not safe either. The huge hole in the door made them feel apprehensive. On this day they saw a green lotus floating over from afar and gradually approaching. The spiritualized cultivators guarding the door were dumbfounded. What was going on? Even the 2 powerhouses who had crossed the bitter disaster were stunned. Green lotus? Where did this green lotus come from? There were still many people on the green lotus, and they arrived outside the door in an instant. The leader was an old man with a kind expression, but his eyes were fierce. The auras of the group behind him soared into the sky, shocking the spiritualized cultivators guarding the door. They looked at the old man with extremely ugly expressions. This aura that made them tremble was something they had only felt from Xianxia. This was the aura of someone who had crossed the bitter disaster to perfection. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3730. In the consciousness universe, Yuya turned to look in the direction of the border. He no longer had a body, but his mind had transformed into a middle-aged man. His lips curled up. Finally? Then let the hunt begin. At the same time, far away and limitless, Lu Yin and Progenitor both felt a sense of danger. Lu Yin, in particular, felt as if something was reminding him of something, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly found Progenitor and asked him to take Limitless to a parallel universe. I also feel the danger, but I can't describe it. You should hide as well, Progenitor advised. Lu Yin shook his head. I need to know where the danger is coming from. I can't hide forever. Logically speaking, it should be Yuya, Progenitor said. Lu Yin thought so as well. Only Yuya was keeping an eye on him, trying to seize his body and consciousness. The 4 ships from the spiritualized universe were Lu Yin's bargaining chip, but they couldn't threaten Yuya. According to Xianxia, Yuya was no longer the lesser god of defense. He had repeatedly violated the rules and now he was staking it all on one throw. He wouldn't care about any threats. Senior Limitless must leave. The danger is getting stronger. Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed. Progenitor didn't hesitate and told Chu Yi to take Limitless and the other ships to a parallel universe. He wanted to stay behind. Zhu Zi, don't forget that you haven't surpassed me yet, Progenitor said. Lu Yin didn't refuse. The situation was different, and this sense of danger was even stronger than when Tian Ke fought Xianxia in Eternal. It was so strong that it felt like someone was ringing an alarm bell. Lu Yin rarely felt this way, but when he did, it was a life-or-death crisis. I have a ghost catalog. It was hard to imagine that there was someone in the universe who could threaten Lu Yin's life other than an Eternal Realm powerhouse. Not only was his consciousness strong enough to rival a complete bitter adversary, but he also had various methods. Reversing light could save him many times in a second, but he still felt such a sense of danger. What had happened to Yuya? Less than half a day after Limitless left with the other 4 ships, a dark golden current floated over. Found him. Yuya's gaze was fierce as he stepped out and headed in Lu Yin's direction. Behind him was the person from the one-leaf green lotus. In the distance, Lu Yin stood tall in outer space as his consciousness whizzed out and spread across the entire universe. He wanted to lure Xianxia over. He did not believe that Xianxia would be in any danger if he, the progenitor, and Xianxia were all in danger. Unless Yuya had brought a few powerhouses who had reached the peak of coup adversity. Up ahead, the starry sky distorted as Yuya walked out. Beside him, an old man appeared with 4 others. These people were all experts who had crossed the bitter calamity boundary. Lu Yin's expression changed. Why were there so many powerhouses who had crossed the bitter adversity? How many were there in the Xuanhuan universe? Even if there were many powerhouses from the spiritualized universe who had crossed bitter adversity, it would be difficult to gather so many at once. Crossing bitter adversity wasn't a cabbage. However, he immediately understood. It was because of spiritual cultivation. The biggest feature of the 9 Clouds universe was that the spirit seeds could be used to cultivate, which was equivalent to having a second life. The second was the spirit inheritance. A powerful cultivator could leave a spirit seed out of his body before he died and leave it for his descendants. Any cultivator who placed a spirit seed in their body would be able to obtain the combat power of the corresponding level of the spirit seed. However, the disadvantage was that they would never be able to break through again. In the continent of the 9 Clouds, every influential group had a cultivation soul. It meant that no matter which era the continent of the 9 Clouds was in, that era had an absolute history. This was the most terrifying aspect of the continent of the 9 Clouds. It would be an exaggeration to say that the number of powerhouses that a single power in the continent of the 9 Clouds universe could bring would surpass the Xuanhuan universe and approach the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe. Yuya was the god of defense, so it was impossible for him not to control some sort of power. So that was how it was. He had been waiting for this group of people. That old man in particular gave Lu Yin a sense of danger. He was definitely at the level of Xianxia. Although he might not have reached the peak of the bitter calamity boundary, he was close to Lu Yin. For the first time in his life, Lu Yin faced the terrifying power of the continent of the 9 Clouds cultivation culture. Grab. The Sikong mirror covered the sky and suddenly fell like a meteor towards Lu Yin. Yuya transformed into a cloud and charged towards Lu Yin. Beside him, the old man stared at the progenitor and took a step forward. The progenitor solemnly used the transformation of the 9 heavens as well. 2 enormous auras collided, shaking the stars. Lu Yin's starry sky was released from his heart, and his consciousness planet collided with the cloud. Before he had been suppressed, but now he would not be. Thoughts and consciousness clashed, forming a storm that could be seen with the naked eye but was difficult to resist. It swept out in all directions, and even the bitter calamity boundary powerhouses who had accompanied Yuya were pushed back. They all looked at Lu Yin in shock. There was no lack of extremely powerful youths in the 9 Clouds universe, but most of them had inherited cultivation spirits. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was truly powerful. This was the second battle between thoughts and consciousness. Last time Xianxia had helped Lu Yin attack Yuya. This time it was Yuya who had brought people to attack Lu Yin. Around him, the 4 crossing bitter disaster cultivators attacked at the same time. Their movements were exactly the same. As they attacked, a ruler appeared in front of each of them. It was engraved with the number 9. The ruler rotated, rotating the surrounding void and the stars. 9 feet, heaven-defying technique. The 4 shouted at the same time and charged towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin used his consciousness planet to resist Yuya, and the 4 bitter calamity boundary powerhouses rushed towards him. He struck out with 4 palms, and the 4 were pushed back by an unshakable force. They looked at each other in shock as they stared at the ruler. There was a line on the ruler that almost reached the top. Extreme power. Monster. I can't take it anymore. Fight. The 4 attacked again, and the line on the ruler suddenly returned to its original position. They attacked at the same time, using the changes in the 9 heavens to attack with a power that even Lu Yin feared. 4 powers that could rival a peerless emperor. Lu Yin's train of thought suddenly stopped. The attacks of the 4 cuckoo adepts had struck his body with terrifying force, causing his skin to crack and bleed. If not for Lu Yin's powerful body, the 4 attacks would have been enough to shatter him to pieces. He shuttled back and forth for a second. Lu Yin's feet moved in reverse to parallel time, but his thoughts suddenly stopped again. His consciousness planet was resisting Yuya's main body, but it couldn't completely suppress Yuya's thoughts. Yuya couldn't control him for long, but he could still do it for a second. Even Yu Sang-tian couldn't avoid it. Lu Yin's attack was interrupted, and he casually waved his hand. Kanyang. Intent battle technique. Kanyang, burn your martial arts. The 4 bitter calamity boundary powerhouses coughed up blood and continued to charge at Lu Yin. Something wasn't right. Lu Yin stared at the 4 and the rulers on their bodies, recalling what had just happened. These 4 didn't have the power of a peerless emperor, their power came from themselves. This ruler could absorb power. Lu Yin's consciousness had to resist Yuya's power, which was comparable to Yu Sang-tian's. Other than that, he had to rely on his own physical strength. Since it could be absorbed, then let's see how much you can absorb. Lu Yin's palm realm battle force spread out from his body. His body withered as boundless power flowed through him. Facing the 4 bitter calamities attacks, he struck out with 4 more palms. 4 loud bangs rang out and the 4 were pushed back once more. The line on the ruler had almost reached its peak. Although this battle technique was unique, it was still a battle technique. It couldn't really be miraculous enough to fight against an eternal realm powerhouse. There was a limit to a battle technique. Lu Yin's attack this time had almost reached its limit. The 4 looked at the ruler, attack. The line on the ruler fell back, and a surge of power flowed along the ruler as it shot towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin had struck out with 4 palms, but now he had to bear the brunt of his own power. Yuya instantly controlled Lu Yin's thoughts, making it impossible for him to resist. However, Lu Yin didn't think of resisting. This was what he wanted. Lu Yin's body bore the brunt of the 4 attacks, and his withered body recovered in an instant. When things reached an extreme, they could only be absorbed in the opposite direction. Lu Yin looked up. This was the moment. He struck out with 4 palms, the first of which destroyed the body of a bitter calamity powerhouse. Even his ruler was shattered in an instant, exceeding the limit of the ruler's endurance. The remaining 3 palms struck out at the same time, but they suddenly missed and swept past the bodies of the other 3. It was Yuya again, always able to control his thoughts at critical moments. If not for Yuya, none of these 4 would have survived. Now he had only killed 1. In the distance, the elder fighting the progenitor was shocked. To be able to kill someone while fighting Yuya's thoughts, this kid is rare. The progenitor wielded his sword and struck the ruler on the elder's body. The line on the ruler rose slightly. No matter what, he's still the master of the Xuanhuan universe. The elder shook his head. It's a pity that he'll disappear eventually. However, his body might be able to stand at the peak of the universe. Can it really? Around the progenitor, the sky palace spread out. The elder frowned in front of him and the ruler spun rapidly, 9 feet as the axis, the 9 feet heaven-defying technique. Boom. The commotion caused by the battle here was so great that it caused the entire universe to shake, which naturally attracted the attention of the progenitor and the others. The progenitor hesitated for a moment before heading towards the battlefield. This was clearly the consciousness universe, but it had become a battlefield for others. He wanted to know which absolute powerhouses had arrived. Lu Yin had killed one of them, and the other 3 were stunned and did not dare to act for the time being. The 9 feet heaven-defying technique was the 9 feet garden's famed technique. It could absorb all attacks and convert them into power within 9 feet, then unleash them. This was the 9 feet garden's name. In theory, all power within 9 feet could be absorbed and one could become invincible. However, depending on who used the technique, the amount of power that could be absorbed would naturally be different. Lu Yin had instantly broken through the limits of what they could withstand. If not for Yuya, they would have all died. Some were unwilling to accept spiritual cultivation and wanted to improve their cultivation, but for most cultivators, they would never be able to reach the level of transcending bitterness in their entire lives. They had sacrificed too much to obtain the qualifications to accept spiritual cultivation, and they did not want to die here. When Lu Yin saw that he had intimidated the 3, he turned around and attacked Yuya. His consciousness could at most block Yuya's thoughts, but it was impossible for him to defeat Yuya. Even without outside help, if Lu Yin and Yuya were to fight to the death, the chances of Lu Yin losing would be even higher. Yuya's thoughts could not only control Lu Yin's thoughts for a short period of time, but they could also eat away at his thoughts. Lu Yin felt that his thoughts were unsettled, and his movements became more obscure. This was his thoughts being eaten away, and the longer he dragged this out, the more unlucky he would be. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3731. Red Fox, what are you waiting for? The elder who was fighting the progenitor shouted from afar. A feminine voice sounded out, Forefather, I still want to fight for the octagonal pavilion. I have the qualifications. Since you're already here, why say anything more? The 9-foot garden has already given everything. If we don't succeed, we'll die trying. Yuya's voice sounded out, I promise that if we succeed, the 9-foot garden will be under my protection. In the future, there will be a place for the Xiaoyu Pavilion, and a new god of defense will be born. Red Fox attack. The elder shouted. In the distance, the void distorted and a figure walked out. Her figure was slim and her face was delicate. She looked over with a dreamy and sad gaze that made one's heart ache. The woman's red hair reached her feet, and she was extremely seductive. However, she wore a pair of white boots with snow-white patterns. It was a stark contrast. Lu Yin attacked instinctively without any pity for the fairer sex. He wanted to kill her with a single palm. No matter who she was, they were now enemies. However, Yuya's thoughts paused when he attacked. When he wanted to attack again, figures blocked the woman's path. There were 5 of them and they were all spirit primes. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. How could any random force in the Nina Firmament's universe have so many experts? It was too terrifying. The red-haired woman looked at Lu Yin from afar and bowed. I'm sorry, but I can't refuse. If I die in this battle, I will have no regrets. If you die, I will erect a monument for you. After she finished speaking, the 5 spiritual primes blocked her view. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not good. This woman had accepted spiritual cultivation. The stronger one was, the stronger the spiritual cultivation. No matter what realm a cultivator was at, the upper limit of spiritual cultivation was their own cultivation. It could only be said that the stronger a cultivator was, the more battle experience they had. In other words, the more profound their battle techniques were, the better they could display their spiritual cultivation. However, there was a type of person who ignored everything. They were the absolute geniuses. The absolute geniuses of the Nina Firmament's universe were those in the Xiaoyu Pavilion, and Red Fox was obviously similar. She longed to enter the Xiaoyu Pavilion. She was ambitious. She was qualified to compete for the position of young imperial tutor. Since Yuya had promised to let her do it, it meant that once this woman accepted spiritual cultivation, her explosive combat strength would be terrifying. Lu Yin had faced many powerful opponents throughout his cultivation journey, but he had shaken them off one by relying on his battle prowess and cultivation realm. If those peerless geniuses who had once competed with him had now become crossing bitter disaster experts, then they would be even more difficult to deal with than those who had cultivated to the crossing bitter disaster realm normally. For example, Night King Xianhu's special ability to transfer damage and his ability to poison others was extremely terrifying. There was also Silver, who could create bone ships. Given Lu Xiaoga's shrewdness, Chuyuan, Heluo Mavis, and the others' innate gifts, once they all became powerhouses who had survived the bitter adversity, Lu Yin would not have an easy time fighting against the current him. A peerless genius, 1 in 10,000. And now he had met one. Luo Ning, whom he had caught on the precipice, was one of them. No matter what, he had to do his best to prevent this woman from accepting the spiritual cultivation. However, Yuya's obstruction, as well as the 3 crossing bitter disasters and the 5 spiritual primes in front of him, caused him to fail. As a ripple spread out, Lu Yin looked over and felt his heart palpitate. This was Yu Sangtian's realm. As expected, these people had high hopes not only for this woman's innate gift, but also for her cultivation spirit. It was comparable to someone who had completed the crossing bitter disaster realm. A spirit. What a deep foundation. The 9-foot garden. Her red hair fluttered in the wind as the 5 spiritual primes retreated. The woman spread out her arms, and a surging aura spread out without restraint, attracting everyone's attention. The progenitor's eyelids twitched. Was this the cultivation method of the 9th Firmament universe? It was too unfair to the other universes. The 9th Firmament universe had plundered spiritualized universes and used an entire universe to support them. It was not just unfair, it was unreasonable and merciless. However, it had to be said that this method had created a monstrous universe. Fortunately, the rulers of this universe were humans. Not far away, the elder was excited. I finally see it. The power of the 9-foot garden's first ancestor has finally appeared. This is the true crossing bitter disaster realm. Little Li's aura grew stronger and stronger, and even Yuya was concerned. Rumor had it that the first ancestor of the 9-foot garden had been ambitious and had wanted to become a royal. Although he had failed, he had beaten that generation into silence. He was of the same generation as the royal god of the Blood Tower. The first ancestor was arrogant and did not submit to anyone. He only submitted to the royal god of the Blood Tower, which was why everyone in the 9-foot garden cultivated the Blood Tower soul. He had always been curious about the power of the first ancestor, and now he had finally seen it for himself. The smoky red raccoon was a genius of the 9-foot garden's smoky family. She was qualified to compete for a spot in the Junior Defense Pavilion, and now she had displayed her elegance. A vast aura pressed down from the smoky red raccoon. Lu Yin controlled his consciousness planet to resist Yuya's thoughts while withstanding the pressure from the smoky red raccoon. This pressure was similar to the one that Xianxia had given him. They were both at the peak of crossing bitter disaster. Xianxia could not suppress Lu Yin, and neither could the smoky red raccoon. However, Lu Yin was not confident that he could resist both Yuya and the smoky red raccoon's attacks. The smoky red raccoon's eyes changed, and a formless energy swept across Lu Yin's back, leaving several bloody wounds. At this moment, Lu Yin did not even know how he had been hit. He shuttled through a stream of light, reversing the flow of time by 1 second. At the same time he reversed the flow of time and looked at the past. He saw a sharp claw appear from behind him and sweep across him. There were no traces, and it was as if the claw had always been there. Lu Yin looked deeply at the smoky red raccoon. The smoky red raccoon's temperament changed drastically. Although its gaze was still gentle and apologetic, there was now a hint of killing intent. Raccoon absorption is my power. As far as the eye can see, the raccoon's body is outside. It ignores space and is omnipresent. You be careful. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Omnipresent? There were no traces at all. Raccoon absorption? Yi laughed. Attack and settle this once and for all. The smoky red raccoon stared at Lu Yin, and Lu Yin suddenly felt a chilling aura descend from above. It was as if cold water had been poured over him, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. The claw tore through the void and swept past him without leaving a trace. There were no energy fluctuations at all, and its speed was extremely fast. Not only did it ignore space, but it also used the smoky red raccoon's powerful realm to parallel time. Lu Yin's thoughts suddenly stopped, and he knew that things were not good. A claw suddenly appeared in front of him and pierced through his chest, causing blood to splatter across the sky. Lu Yin's to no avail, and the claw disappeared. It did not have a physical body. Behind him, the 3 tribulation powerhouses also attacked at the same time. The 9 feet heaven-defying technique pushed towards Lu Yin and shared some of his strength. Lu Yin once again used a stream of light to travel through the void, but his thoughts stopped and the stream of light disappeared. He retreated step by step as he had truly been injured. Blood dripped onto his feet. It's over. Yuya was excited. As long as he could capture Lu Yin, he would be able to become a superior imperial, and he would have the absolute power of a superior imperial deity. So what if he was not an eternal realm cultivator? Who could stop him? No one could do it. Lu Yin's expression sank, and a karma spiral appeared at his fingertips. He waved his hand and swept it towards Yuya. Yuya dodged as he did not want to be hit by karma again. He had been hit once before, and for some reason, Lu Yin had looked at him the same way he had looked at Yuya. It had made Yuya feel as if his secret had been seen through, and he did not dare to touch it no matter what. However, Lu Yin's target had never been Yuya, but rather the smoky red raccoon. The smoky red raccoon sensed the karma spiral attacking it, but it did not avoid it. Instead, it allowed the karma spiral to pierce through it. It did not seem to be a threat to her. She attacked again, this time with a claw that pierced through Lu Yin from below. This time, however, Lu Yin dodged it. The smoky red raccoon continued attacking. Yuya used his thoughts to stop Lu Yin's thoughts. Even though Lu Yin's thoughts paused for a moment, his body still managed to dodge the claw easily. The smoky red raccoon was in disbelief. How could this be? She had clearly seen that this person had not dodged immediately, but had instead dodged ahead of time. Could she see the future? Yuya looked at the smoky red raccoon. This person controls the power of karma. Don't let his karma touch you. The smoky red raccoon was shocked. The power of karma? The elder who was fighting the primogenitor and the others were shocked as well. Karma was a supreme power, and this person was actually able to control it. Yuya said, "Do you know how valuable he is now? If I can control him, I won't have to worry about not becoming a supreme ruler." Little raccoon, help Lord Yuya deal with this as soon as possible. The elder shouted. The smoky red raccoon looked at Lu Yin sympathetically. The power of karma? Lu Yin could have had a bright future. If he had been in the Ninafirmament's universe, he would have definitely entered the Junior Imperial Pavilion and even been taken in as a disciple by the Azure Lotus Supreme Ruler. What a pity. The claw attacked again, but Lu Yin dodged it continuously. He used karma to see through the smoky red raccoon and deduce the future. The smoky red raccoon was the karma, and her attacks were the karma. Since there was karma, it could be used. It was her fault for not dodging when she could have easily avoided it. Yuya cursed inwardly. If only he had warned her earlier. Although this girl's talent was extraordinary and could help him, she had too little combat experience. She had actually allowed karma to touch her. Being a top-notch elite represented talent, but it did not necessarily represent actual combat ability. Lu Yin slashed the azure sword at the smoky red raccoon. A spiritual prime who had been blocking the smoky red raccoon's front acted. The 9 feet anti-heaven technique tried to block the azure sword, but it was pierced through and the spiritual prime died. Although this person's death did not completely block the azure sword, the sword had already pierced through the misty red raccoon and could no longer threaten it. Using the life of a spiritual prime to stop the azure sword was quite extravagant. Lu Yin's azure sword shocked the smoky red raccoon. Obtaining a cultivation spirit that had reached the peak of Ku Wo gave her the confidence that she did not need to dodge Lu Yin's attacks. However, with karma in front of her and the azure sword behind her, her raccoon spell was useless. She had no choice but to act personally. The smoky red raccoon moved past the spiritual primes, and with each step, her aura transformed and grew. At the same time, a ruler circled around her. The 9 feet anti-heaven technique. Lu Yin frowned as the pressure increased. Although the smoky red raccoon lacked combat experience, she gave him more pressure than the other Ku Wo cultivators. After all, she had reached the peak of Ku Wo and was on a completely different level from ordinary Ku Wo cultivators. In particular, the closer the smoky red raccoon got, the more frequent the karma that forced Lu Yin to dodge the raccoon spell. Lu Yin did not know how many more times he could dodge the raccoon spell, and any failure would result in heavy injuries. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3732. Bang. There was a loud explosion. Lu Yin had used a single palm to force the misty raccoon back, but he had not used too much strength to prevent the beast from using it to attack him. On the other hand, the line on the ruler had moved a short distance. The misty raccoon raised a hand, and a pagoda-shaped sword suddenly appeared and slashed at Lu Yin. This was the power of a blood tower. Lu Yin was no stranger to it, as this was the first power of the Ninafirmament's universe that he had come into contact with. In the Ninafirmament's universe, those who cultivated the power of the god of defense were called souls. The pagoda-shaped sword followed the 9 feet heaven-defying technique and stabbed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed it, and the 3 powerhouses behind him attacked at the same time with their own pagoda-shaped swords. Here's the point guard. 4 swords from 4 different directions. 4 tribulation adepts attacked at the same time, and there was even Yuya in front of him who had stopped thinking. Lu Yin was in a desperate situation. He immediately released the space in his heart, and the karma Dao circled around him. The misty raccoon and the others' expressions changed, and they hurriedly retreated. The invisible power of karma made them extremely wary. Lu Yin wanted to use this opportunity to put some distance between him and Yuya. His consciousness had been restricted by Yuya, and he had been too passive. The erosion of his thoughts had weakened his will to fight. But at some point, a blood tower had appeared above his head. A phantom of the god of defense appeared behind the misty raccoon and the other 3 powerhouses. The blood tower descended, and Lu Yin was about to dodge when his thoughts stopped. By the time he reacted, he had already been trapped by a blood tower. Then, one after another, these towers could be stacked on top of each other. The outermost layer came from the misty raccoon. All 4 of them spat out blood, dyeing the tower red. This reminded Lu Yin of Fengguo's life-saving technique, which had also dyed the tower red with his own blood. This blood tower could be used for defense, but it could also trap people. It also had a mysterious power: time. Lu Yin stared at the outside world, and through the tower he saw that the sky was different. It was filled with the color of blood. Time was changing here. When he saw Lu Yin trapped in the tower, the elder fighting the progenitor relaxed. It's over. The 4 layers of the tower can extend or shrink indefinitely. Once he leaves the tower, he'll have little strength left. He won't even know that time has worn him down. The primogenitor immediately attacked, and the sky divine weapon slashed at the blood tower. In front of him, sequence particles spread out from the old man. The old man had the 9 feet heaven resisting technique on his back and was forcefully resisting the primogenitor. This person was close to the great circle of the bitter calamity crossing realm and had similarly reached the level of Yusang heaven. He was strong enough to fight the primogenitor. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin. He didn't believe that Lu Yin would be defeated so easily. Besides, Lu Yin was also an expert in the time domain. Within the blood tower, Lu Yin had never imagined that he would one day be tortured by time. Time was lengthening and extending. Did this mean that this was the power of the god of defense on the blood pagoda, the domain of time? It was rather tricky. The river of time was clearly not here, but he could control time so terrifyingly. No wonder he was in the eternal life realm. He had to continuously release his power in an attempt to break through the blood tower, and he was well aware that the time required to do so was slowly being extended. If he couldn't break through the blood tower, then his power would be completely exhausted. If he didn't try to break through, then the Misty Beaver and the others would definitely be able to attack him through the blood tower. No matter what choice he made, his power would be completely exhausted. But why did it have to be his own power? Outside the blood tower, Yuya stared at Lu Yin. Time passed within the tower, but time passed quickly outside. Based on the cultivation of the person who had released the blood tower, this person's cultivation would be exhausted in a matter of seconds, and then Yuya would be at his mercy. The Misty Beaver had a sympathetic look. If this person had been born in the Ninafirmament's universe, then he would definitely have been at the top of the world. He would have been revered by countless people, waiting to become a lesser god of defense or even a greater god of defense. What a pity. Surrounded by 4 blood towers, there was no way he could escape, unless this person's realm surpassed theirs. It was only now that the Misty Beaver realized that Lu Yin was only a progenitor. A progenitor? Ridiculous. How could that be possible? He was definitely a powerhouse who had just hidden himself well. But even someone like that couldn't surpass them. Why was there another person? Within the blood tower, Lu Yin released the carefree old man. The carefree old man was a powerhouse that Lu Yin had defeated and was strong enough to compete for the position of Sang Tian. Although the old man was a spiritual prime, it had taken Lu Yin quite a bit of effort to deal with him. The old man had first been imprisoned in the Hell of General Appointment and had been tortured for a long time before being released. He was now filled with fear towards Lu Yin. This person was proficient in a battle technique, the carefree old man, which allowed him to make others forget everything. On the surface he appeared to be kind, but in reality he was trying to make others forget their past. He could control people's hearts and turn them upside down. Even if their loved ones were killed by Lu Yin, they would only watch with a smile filled with sorrow. Lu Yin had once wanted to kill this person, but that would be too easy on him. Sinking him into the Hell of General Appointment was the best punishment. The carefree old man was one of the people who had been tortured the longest in the Hell of General Appointment. He had almost gone mad, but in the end, he had used the carefree old man on himself to reverse his emotions and memories, which had saved him from the torture. Lu Yin had only thrown the carefree old man into Mount Supreme instead of killing him. He had never thought that he would be able to use this technique now. The carefree old man was not strong enough to participate in this battle, as he could not defeat any of the bitter adepts. What Lu Yin wanted was the carefree old man. The moment the carefree old man was unleashed, even the misty red raccoon's eyes went blank. The other 3 bitter adepts were the same. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin broke through the blood tower and rushed out, only to be met with Yuya's mental attack. Lu Yin had long since been prepared for this, and just as he was about to attack, chains descended from the heavens and locked down the world. This was the worldly lock. The old head had attacked Lu Yin by surprise. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and shot through the air, reversing the flow for a second and breaking free from the worldly lock. However, he was unable to break free from Yuya's attack, and his preparations had been disrupted by the worldly lock. The mental attack caused Lu Yin's mind to go blank, and the carefree old man beside him was torn apart. The misty red raccoon and the other 3 bitter adepts attacked together, their pagoda-shaped swords piercing through Lu Yin and staining the heavens with blood. Yuya was excited, and his dark golden thoughts frantically poured into Lu Yin's body. He wanted to take control of Lu Yin's body. He had never thought that the old head would secretly make a move. This was something that no one could have imagined. The old head had guessed that Lu Yin could absorb the consciousnesses of consciousness lifeforms. To a consciousness lifeform, no matter what their standpoint was, they were the greatest enemies of the consciousness universe. Seeing that Lu Yin's thoughts were being poured into his body, the progenitor grew anxious, and he slashed his sky divine weapon at the old man. The old man's ruler rose to its highest point and he sneered, "You're courting death." The progenitor watched as the old man struck out with a palm. This palm carried the might of his sky divine weapon, and it was extremely powerful. However, the progenitor did not care. This was the first time he had released a sequence particle. The heavens trembled, and an indescribable feeling swept past the old man. It swept through the heavens like a cool breeze, gentle and comfortable. This was clearly a sequence law, but they had never experienced such a comfortable sequence law before. This was the first time the progenitor had released a sequence law. Before this, he had not even done so in the Xuanhuan universe. The sequence particle spread out and poured into Lu Yin's body along with the dark golden thoughts. At the same time, the progenitor was struck by the old man's palm. A surging, sharp force tore through his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and the wounds on his body that had been inflicted by raccoon and the pagoda-shaped sword healed at a visible rate. He growled and released the starry sky from his heart. Karma pierced through his body. "Get out!" The dark golden thoughts flowed out, and Yuya turned into a cloud once more as he was pushed out. He was stunned. How can this be? He then stared at the progenitor. He was not the only one. Everyone else looked at the progenitor, including the old man who had secretly attacked Lu Yin. The progenitor's sequence law was not ordinary. Lu Yin panted heavily and looked over, only to see the heavily injured progenitor. The progenitor's mouth was bleeding, but he smiled. "Fortunately, I made it in time." The progenitor's sequence law was called rebirth and rebirth. In the Xuanhuan universe, the progenitor was the undisputed ruler of humanity. No matter what happened to the above heaven or how Lu Yin led humanity to rise, nothing could replace the progenitor's position. The progenitor had once said that Lu Yin was the pillar of the Xuanhuan universe. The Xuanhuan universe relied on him to support it, but the foundation of this pillar came from the progenitor. The progenitor had created a cultivation method to lead humanity to rise and sweep away all threats. The progenitor himself had cultivated the sequence law in the hopes that one day, he would be able to help humanity break free from the limitations of life and obtain rebirth and rebirth. This was a great mercy. This sequence law was not good at killing, it was good at healing. No matter how serious Lu Yin's injuries were, they could be healed. However, this sequence law could not be easily exposed. Once it was exposed, it would become very terrifying under the scrutiny of others such as now. Although Yuya was a cloud, he still stared at the progenitor. Neutral law. Your heart is too pure. What is your suffering? The old man fighting the progenitor's eyes flickered. This sequence law cannot be allowed to continue, or it will bring about endless disasters. The misty red raccoon did not understand, it was clearly just a sequence law. Lu Yin's heart continued to sink. He had been targeted, and now the progenitor had been targeted as well. The old man was right. The sequence law of rebirth and rebirth was not ordinary. When the sequence law was cultivated to the limit, one could become a deified sequence. Although there was no such thing as a deified sequence in the Xuanhuan universe, the effects were the same. For example, eternity would become a deified sequence law and unify the Tao of heaven. Once the progenitor's sequence law was cultivated to the deified sequence, it would be creation. Creation was a difficult word to explain, and it was a law that was difficult to understand. No one knew how strong the progenitor would be when he cultivated to this level. They only knew that this was the limit of the sequence law, and it was possible to create miracles. The higher one's cultivation, the more they would understand it and they could feel it. Just as Yuya had said, it was the neutral law. What was the neutral law? Righteousness was the great Tao of light, and the progenitor's sequence law made others feel that it belonged to the neutral law. The progenitor had walked a difficult path, not for himself but to save all living things. At the end of this path they felt like they had eternal life. The progenitor had once told Lu Yin that he could have passed through the suffering and stepped into eternal life, but he had been schemed against and forced down. At the time, Lu Yin had not understood how to pass through the suffering. There were many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe who had passed through the suffering, but in the long history of the spiritualized universe, there were no records of how to pass through the suffering. However, this path did seem to exist. Now Lu Yin understood. The progenitor might really be able to pass through the suffering. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37-33. There was no explanation, It was just a feeling that the progenitor had to overcome the bitter adversity. Otherwise the name itself would be meaningless. When Lu Yin had learned of the progenitor's sequence and experienced it, he had warned the progenitor not to expose himself no matter what. But now, the progenitor had exposed himself because of Lu Yin. Who are you? The elders stared at the progenitor in shock. The progenitor's injuries quickly healed. His sequence particles were as boundless as the abyss. He had suppressed the sequence string for so many years, and although he hadn't cultivated, he still had a lot of sequence particles. 9 sky armaments surrounded the progenitor. I'm this child's path protector. Path protector? The progenitor looked around. I'm warning you, don't go overboard. Can't you see who this child's power belongs to? The elder was confused and looked at Lu Yin. Power? If someone else had said this they wouldn't have cared, but since the progenitor had said it, even you had to take it seriously. The words of such a powerhouse were worth taking seriously. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor, who had a solemn expression. This child cultivates karma. Azure Lotus Protector? The misty red raccoon cried out. The others from 9-Foot Garden looked at each other in disbelief as they made their own guesses. The elder's expression changed. What do you mean? The progenitor snorted. I'm under Azure Lotus Protector's orders to protect this child. The condition is that Azure Lotus Protector will guide me through the bitter adversity and step into eternal life. This child is Azure Lotus Protector's disciple. He wants to gain experience, but it's too much for so many of you to gang up on him. The elder looked at Yuya. Yuya's thoughts rippled. Nonsense. The progenitor sneered. Find someone who can cultivate the path of karma at such a young age. The power of karma was real, and Lu Yin's mastery of the path of karma was already terrifying. The misty red raccoon had lamented that if he had been born in Ninafirmament's universe, he would have been Azure Lotus Protector's disciple. What was going on now? Was he really Azure Lotus Protector's disciple? Lu Yin was calm. Just a little bit more. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin and sighed. You're not too far away. Your path of karma is good enough, and I can report this to Azure Lotus Protector. Lu Yin was dissatisfied. Only by facing death can one truly master the way of karma. I'm not good enough. You're still so stubborn. I want to be successful and not disgrace my master. How ambitious. 2 superiors in 1 family. If this old man can achieve eternal life, there will be 3 superiors. I think it's good. This old man thinks it's better. Listening to the conversation between the two, the people of 9-Feet Garden did not dare to make a move. They could not tell whether what they were saying was true or not. Logically speaking, it should be false, but how could the power of cause and effect be explained? How many geniuses in the continent of the 9 clouds had failed to cultivate it? If it was true, how could they explain that he came from the Xuanhuan universe? The elder looked at the conversation between the progenitor and Lu Yin. He was afraid that Yuya's words were true. If that was the case, then Yuya would not be able to protect the 9-Foot Garden even if he had the power of an eternal realm. That was Uptala Protector, the oldest protector of the continent of the 9 clouds. He was an unfathomable strong cultivator who cultivated karma strength. He stared at Lu Yin. Are you really a disciple of Qinglian Shanyu? Since you've already said it, there's no need to hide it. Not bad. The old man narrowed his eyes. Then tell me, what kind of power does the Azure Lotus Defense possess? Everyone stared at Lu Yin. The progenitor gave Lu Yin a look and prepared to attack. He was just trying to buy some time to recover so that Lu Yin could prepare to break out of the encirclement. Lu Yin said, Karma, great celestial phenomenon. The elder's eyes narrowed. Yuya's thoughts fluctuated even more violently. Lu Yin was full of confidence. The progenitor was about to attack when he saw the elder's expression. Could it be that he was right? He looked at Lu Yin strangely. It couldn't be. Did this kid really know? How did he know? He recalled Lu Yin's past in the Tianyuan universe. Those were memories that he had obtained by fusing his turbid treasure into someone else's body. However, he had never fused with a cultivator from the 9 clouds universe, let alone an eternal realm cultivator like Uptala Protector. It was even more impossible for a sentient being to know. Lu Yin was actually relieved. If that was the case, then the person he saw in Tianke was really Uptala Protector. Although not many people know about the karma celestial phenomenon, it's said that you captured Luo Ning. With his status, it's not surprising that he knows about it, Yuya said. The elder sighed in relief and then reacted with surprise. He captured Luo Ning? The smoky red raccoon was also surprised. Luo Ning was one of the people who had been sleeping in the junior defense tower. Why was he here? And he had even been captured? Lu Yin sneered. What, you don't believe me? Since that's the case. He slowly raised his hand and drew in the void, drawing a middle-aged man. When he saw this man, Yuya subconsciously retreated and the space mirror dimmed. The elder's eyes narrowed. Was this Uptala Protector? The smoky red raccoon and the others were confused, as they had never seen Uptala Protector before. Lu Yin smiled at the elder. Can this be trusted? The elder trembled and looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Are you really Uptala Protector's disciple? But you? How did you come from the Tianyuan universe? Yuya shouted. He did not want to accept this. This person had been his shortcut to becoming a protector deity. How could he be Uptala Protector's disciple? It was impossible. Lu Yin sneered. To my master, what's the difference between the three universes? No one could refute this. Forget Uptala Protector, even to them the three universes were meaningless. They were all the same. The 9 firmaments were above, while the 3 universes were below. This was an unchanging truth. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Master had the foresight to send me to the Tianyuan universe for training. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to the same state as you all if I had stayed in the 9 firmaments universe. What Xiaoyu Pavilion? They're all trash. They can only wait until the position of protector is vacant before they dare to compete. I'm different from them. Once I return to the 9 firmaments, I'll personally seize the position of protector. No one will be able to stop me. He then glared at Yuya. You'll be the first. No, you're no longer a protector deity. You're trash. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin in amazement. As expected of Zhu Zi, his ability to lie through his teeth was even better than the progenitor's. It was not unreasonable for Lu Yin to have reached this point. The smoky red raccoon looked at Lu Yin with a scorching gaze. Domineering to domineering. The Xiaoyu Pavilion could only wait, but he wanted to snatch it away. This person was amazing. Lu Yin looked around. You guys. Everyone from the 9-foot garden felt their hearts skip a beat. Although you surrounded me, you also gave me good experience. Not bad. Once I return to the 9 firmaments, you can follow me. The people from the 9-foot garden exchanged glances and relaxed. They even rejoiced. Compared to Yuya, they naturally wanted to rely on Lu Yin more. Putting aside the fact that he was backed by the Azure Lotus Protector, just the fact that he had such a high cultivation level at such a young age and had even grasped the way of karma was something that Yuya could not compare to. This person would at least become a protector deity in the future. Wrong. A hoarse voice came from the distance. Lu Yin's expression darkened. Everyone, this person is definitely not a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector. He can see past memories in the Heavenly Palace. This person can also use a turbid treasure to merge with a living being's body. Countless consciousness life forms have entered the Heavenly Palace, so it's not strange that this person has seen the Azure Lotus Protector. Furthermore, this person is not clear about the situation in the Heavenly Palace, nor is he clear about the Xiaoyu Pavilion. How could he be someone from the 9 firmaments universe? Merge with someone else's body? The elder and the others thought that they had misheard. Was there such an ability? Yuya shouted, That's right, this does not prove that you are a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector. Let me ask you, what is the name of the other disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector who is sleeping in the Xiaoyu Pavilion? Where is the Azure Lotus Protector now? He did not care about anything else. He just wanted to prove that Lu Yin was not a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector. Lu Yin sneered. You believe the words of a consciousness life form? From the moment the 9 firmaments universe was exposed to them, the 9 firmaments universe had replaced the spiritualized universe and become the greatest enemy of the consciousness universe. After a pause, he continued, Since you don't believe me, I will show you the power of the Azure Lotus Protector. After he finished speaking, he slowly raised his hand. Stardust flew toward the sky and gradually covered everyone's vision. Yuya and the others did not make a move. The Azure Lotus Protector was like a mountain pressing down on their hearts. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that Lu Yin was a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector, they would not take the risk. Although the cultivators of the 9 firmaments universe had a second life due to the cultivation of the spirit seed, this second life was not invincible and could still die. Moreover, the one who came here was not a spirit seed. The spirit seed could not be released for cultivation and could not directly leave the 9 firmaments universe. Stop him, he wants to run, the old head shouted. Yuya subconsciously used the space mirror and a dark golden light condensed. In the sky above Lu Yin's heart, the divine power planet rotated, and lanterns appeared one after another. In the distance, the consciousness bombarded. The old head had personally made a move, but he was still a step too late. As the lanterns shattered, the misty red raccoon and Yuya were affected. Luin pressed down with one palm. The mortal world was soil and the soil was in the sky. It was bound to overturn the sky. Overturning sky palm. Land descended and suppressed the sky. Luin and the progenitor rushed in the same direction at the same time. Suddenly, chains descended from the void and locked down heaven and earth. Luin stared into the distance. It was the old head again, but he did not have time to settle accounts with him. He reversed for a second and avoided the heaven and earth lock. Yuya's consciousness bombarded him. You really are not a disciple of the Azure Lotus Protector. You can't run away. Above their heads, sharp claws fell. Luin and the progenitor were caught off guard and were torn apart by the claws. At that moment, a ray of light came from afar. Eternal thought. Eternal thought swept past Yuya. The elder and the others rushed into the distance and seemed to attack Luin, but they were caught by Lu Yin's spirit threads. Senior, let's go. The progenitor grabbed the spirit threads at the same time. Using eternal thought, Luin and the progenitor disappeared in an instant. Yuya was furious. Emoshang again. How hateful. The elder and the others were unwilling to let Luin escape. They did not know when they would have the chance to surround and kill him again. What was that just now? Yuya shouted, find them. No matter where they hide, even if they hide in a parallel universe, we must find them. I don't believe they can hide forever. The elder's expression was grave. We are staking everything on this. The 9-foot garden cannot fail. Come together. Lord Yuya, you need to borrow the power of thought. Yuya naturally would not refuse. The universe of consciousness was his final battle. Either he successfully transformed or he died. There was no third option, and the 9-foot garden was the same. They had violated the 9th firmament universe's taboo, and the people of that universe should be on their way. The sun was shining brightly today, and the spring flowers were blooming. He was in a good mood. It was a good day and he suddenly felt like writing more chapters. Brothers, thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37-34. 9 feet, heaven-defying technique. The old man attacked and the ruler spun. Around him, the Misty Beaver, the other 3 Tribulation Adepts, and the remaining Primordial Realm experts all attacked, cooperating with the old man to unleash 9 feet, heaven-defying technique. The ruler spun faster and faster. Now, the old man growled and Yuya's dark golden thoughts descended, attaching themselves to the technique. The next moment, the technique expanded endlessly, enveloping the entire consciousness universe. 9 feet, heaven-defying technique was invincible. It spun the stars and now, combined with Yuya's powerful thoughts, it changed the 9 feet that all creatures in the consciousness universe knew. No matter how big the universe was, it was all within 9 feet. When the 9 feet anti-heaven technique completely enveloped the consciousness universe, nothing could escape their eyes. Luin looked back from afar and saw the technique expanding. His face sank. The Empyrean universe's battle techniques seemed to focus more on teamwork. Whether it was the layered blood towers or the technique, they all required many people to work together. In comparison, the Xuanhuan universe's battle techniques were more suited for one-on-one combat. For example, Sirius or the Primogenitor's Azure Sky Palace. The Primogenitor sighed. The Empyrean universe's history is much older than the spiritualized universe. In the beginning, these battle techniques were the same as our Xuanhuan universe. They could only be used one-on-one, but as time passed, they found ways to work together. Actually, as long as we have time, we can deduce various ways to work together with our various battle techniques. But this will take a very long time. Luin agreed. Time was always the most terrifying thing. It could erase civilizations, history and everything else, but it could also develop civilizations, history and everything else. Time, space, the universe and karma were the ultimate powers that living beings pursued. We can only go to a parallel universe or we can't avoid the 9 feet, heaven-defying technique, the Primogenitor said. Luin was helpless. Let's go. They would hide in a parallel universe for now, but it would not be for long. Just as they were about to go, Yuya's voice rang out. You can hide, but can the Xuanhuan universe? Don't force me to fight in the Xuanhuan universe. I can afford to waste time. The Primogenitor and Luin looked over at the same time, their gazes filled with killing intent. The two looked at each other. They could not hide in a parallel universe. Yuya had already staked everything, and he had even lost his position as the god of defense for Luin. What could he not do? If they really went to the Xuanhuan universe, it would be. At their level, every confrontation would shake the starry sky. There were so many people in the Xuanhuan universe, countless ordinary people. Once the stars shook and the stars collapsed, countless people would die. Let's run. Let's see how long he can chase after us. Luin gritted his teeth. On the other side of the universe of consciousness, Xuanhuan, who was close to the border gate, had a bitter look on his face. He looked back from time to time. The ruler was flickering with a dark golden light. What the hell? What was wrong with the universe? Now, could a single person's attack affect the entire universe? How were they supposed to live? Oh no, we can't stay here any longer. Run as far as you can. Xuanhuan howled in grief. He felt that the universe was changing too fast for him to understand. The 9 feet anti-heaven technique filled him with uneasiness. The closer he got, the more he felt like he was being watched by a monster. He saw the border gate. It used to be a tall gate that could stop conscious beings, but now it was almost torn down. No matter what, they had to escape first. He would never return to this lousy place again. Not even spiritualized universes. Go to the Xuanhuan universe. The top experts of the Xuanhuan universe had all gathered here. If he went, he would definitely be the strongest. Xuanhuan grew excited. He wanted to plant the virtue flag in every corner of the Xuanhuan universe so that his name would be engraved in the universe's history. He would be the representative of virtue. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He almost laughed. But when he saw the gate, his smile froze. There was more than one bitter adversity expert behind the gate. They were all from spiritualized universes. That was fine as he had already passed through. However, he saw someone using the 9 feet anti-heaven technique. Although that person's ruler was limited to his entire body, when he looked back, it was exactly the same as the ruler that had spread throughout the universe. What the hell? Where had this guy come from? The 9 feet garden had left several cultivators at the border to prevent Luin from leaving so that they could notify him. One of them had reached the bitter adversity realm by receiving cultivation spirits. Even though there were more bitter adversity experts from spiritualized universes than there were from the 9 feet garden, they did not dare to resist. The difference in strength was too obvious. Xuanhuan was stunned. How could he escape? He could pass through 1 or 2 bitter adversity experts, but there were more than one outside the gate. There were also a few cultivators who did not seem to be from spiritualized universes. Who knew what level they were at? The universe had changed too quickly and it was too foreign. He looked back again and then back at the gate. He gritted his teeth. I'll go all out. I don't believe that I can't escape with the world's edge mirror. So what if there are a few bitter adversity experts? If the Yuya had not left a shadow in his heart, he would not have been so timid. He was confident that the world's edge mirror could escape from any expert in the spiritualized universe. Just as he was about to attack, he felt like he was being watched. Xuanhuan slowly turned to the right and met a pair of eyes. The 9th spirit? In the distance, the 9th spirit was shocked and blinked. Xuanhuan? Why was this guy here? Previously, in the battle at Etian Tower, Wu Jiang had taken the opportunity to suppress all the experts in the spiritualized universe. The 9th spirit had used the spiritual gate of shock to escape, and even the progenitor could not do anything. She had escaped, but she did not know where to go. If she returned to the spiritualized universe, it would be difficult to explain. If she did not return, she did not want to participate in the battle between the two universes. This was no longer a spiritualized universe fighting the universe of consciousness, but a 3-universe battle. As someone from the 9 heavens universe, she had been wasting her time in the universe of consciousness. Now she had to waste her time. Therefore she had come to the gate to hide here. But she had not expected to see the 9 feet anti-heaven technique. She naturally recognized the 9 feet garden. She had not expected them to break the taboo and come to the universe of consciousness. She had to leave or she would be dead if she was recognized by the 9 feet garden. Primal evolution, but there were experts from the 9 feet garden outside the gate. She could break through, but she would have to use the gate of shock. She would be recognized and that would be troublesome. If the 9 feet garden was wiped out because of the taboo, she would be free of trouble. If they were not wiped out, she could safely return to the 9 heavens universe despite breaking the taboo. Then she would be targeted. Not only would she be in trouble, but so would the god of defense behind her. The god of defense hated trouble the most. Just as she was vexed, Xuanhuan arrived and the two looked at each other. "Hello," the ninth spirit greeted. "Hello," Xuanhuan replied. The ninth spirit looked at the gate. "Out?" Xuanhuan said, "Yes, I've stayed long enough. What about you? Together?" "I've stayed long enough as well. Let's go together." "All right. All right." The huge 9 feet anti-heaven technique flashed with dark gold light, extending to the border gate. At this moment, the border gate was not calm. A huge black beam of light shot out from the gate, sweeping across the area. The Dooku AI expert from the 9 feet garden used the 9 feet anti-heaven technique, but before he could attack, he was stunned by the second manifestation. It came from the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit and Xuanhuan worked together. Even the 3 Dooku AI and 4 primordial realm experts at the gate could not stop them. They had no intention of defeating these people, only of opening a path to escape. The world's edge mirror brought Xuanhuan and the ninth spirit out of the universe of consciousness. Looking back, the two breathed a sigh of relief. They were finally out. Through the broken gate, they could vaguely see the dark gold light. That battlefield was one they would rather die than go to. "What is that?" Xuanhuan was immersed in the joy of escaping the universe of consciousness when he heard the ninth spirit's uneasy voice. His heart sank and he followed the ninth spirit's gaze. He saw a sword. No, it was stars. No, it was a sword made of stars. What the hell was this? The imperfection of the heavens. The sword was shaped like the stars, hiding its edge. But the imperfection could be made up and the edge could be forged. The heavens forged the sword. The heavens forged the sword. These 3 words appeared in the minds of the ninth spirit and Xuanhuan at the same time. No one had told them and they instinctively knew these 3 words. They saw the heavens forge the sword, and the heavens forged the sword sensed them. The huge stars suddenly rose up like a giant brandishing a sword, slashing down at them. The ninth spirit was shocked. The gate of wonder. The huge heavens forged the sword suddenly stopped, not slashing down. Xuanhuan hid behind the gate of wonder, watching with wide eyes. In the next instant, the sword light from the heavens forged the sword fell, shrinking. It was not fast, but it shattered Xuanhuan's world's edge mirror. The particles dissipated, and the sword light continued to fall, shrinking. By the time it reached the gate of wonder, it was as big as the gate of wonder. Crack! The gate of wonder broke. The ninth spirit was shocked. She spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the gate of wonder red. Xuanhuan opened his mouth, and the black light shot towards the heavens forged the sword. But it was split in 2 by the falling sword light, and another sword light followed the heavens forged the sword. The ninth spirit did not hesitate, rushing towards the gateway to the consciousness universe. She could not stop it. Another monster. Where had it come from? It was not a creature of the 9 heavens universe. She couldn't even tell if it was a living creature or a sword. Xuanhuan's reaction was faster than the ninth spirit's. When the sword light cut through the black light, he fled. "It's the second time. The second time I've escaped the consciousness universe, I've been beaten back. Too unlucky." The ninth spirit heard him. Bad luck. She felt that it was all Xuanhuan's fault. That guy was unlucky. At the gateway to the consciousness universe, the experts naturally saw the huge heavens forge the sword. Seeing the ninth spirit and Xuanhuan fleeing back, they did not know what to do. In the next instant, the heavens forged the sword slashed at the gateway. The same thing happened again. The heavens forged the sword did not fall. Only the sword light continued to fall like a spirit. It shrunk and shredded the gateway. The ninth spirit, Xuanhuan, and the others guarding the gateway had already fled back to the consciousness universe. They were not stupid. How could they take it head-on? The spiritualized universe's experts looked back at the shattered gateway. This gateway had stood in the consciousness universe for so long, and now it had been shattered. What had happened? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37-35. The destruction of the door was not only seen by the ninth spirit, but also by Yuya and the rest. The 9 feet anti-heaven technique combined with Yuya's thoughts to monitor the entire consciousness universe. They found Lu Yin and the Patriarch's location, forcing them into a parallel universe. They also found traces of Yu Sang-tian and the Elder. Now they also saw the heavenly cast sword. The heavenly cast sword entered the consciousness universe. It was like a giant entering a cave. In front of it was a huge ruler that matched the thoughts. Before the people of the 9 feet garden could react, the heavenly cast sword was raised high and slashed at the ruler. Clang. A loud sound reverberated throughout the consciousness universe. Lu Yin and the patriarch were shocked. They looked into the distance. Where did such a loud sound come from? The rulers all over the universe shook. Lu Yin's gaze froze. The ruler contained the 9 feet anti-heaven technique and thoughts. It was not easy to break. What power had struck it? On the other side, Xianxia looked in the direction of the border with a strange gaze. Next, another loud sound shook the universe. At the border, the heavenly cast sword continued to slash. The 9 feet garden elder's expression was ugly. What is it? Yuya's space mirror released a dark golden light that blasted at the heavenly cast sword. The heavenly cast sword did not react at all. It was raised high and slashed down fiercely. Slashing again and again, the elder's expression became uglier and uglier. First, a few spiritual primes could not withstand it. They spat out blood and retreated, followed by the bitter adversity cultivators. The misty red raccoon's face was pale. Patriarch, this cannot go on. The elder barked, return. The huge ruler shrank and returned to his body. He looked in the direction of the border. Yi was furious. Deal with this thing first. In order to deal with Lu Yin, he had sacrificed everything. He would not allow any accidents to happen. The heavenly cast sword slashing at the 9 feet anti-heaven technique was a provocation. Yi led the 9 feet garden to the border. The heavenly cast sword seemed to have a target as well. It flew in one direction. Coincidentally, that was the direction Yuya and the others had come from. The two sides met in the starry sky. The dark golden thoughts attacked, and the 9 feet garden's experts attacked. The heavenly cast sword raised and allowed Yuya and the others to attack. The sword light fell and tore a spiritual prime's body apart. The sharpness of the sword reminded the misty beaver of Lu Yin's azure sword. Don't take the sword light. Blood Tower. 9 feet anti-heaven technique. Raccoon. The battle between the two shook the starry skies once again. Unknowingly, they had fought for an entire day. 4 people from the 9 feet garden had died, and their blood spilled across the starry skies. One of the stars on the heavenly cast sword had been cracked, but it had yet to shatter. A day later, a meteorite suddenly struck the heavenly cast sword, shattering one of the stars. Even Yuya did not know where xianxia had come from. When he had arrived, Lu Yin had already engaged in an intense battle with xianxia. Only Xianxia and Eternal had seen xianxia in action. The heavenly cast sword specialized in attacking meteorites. The meteorites were extremely hard and actually collided head-on with the heavenly cast sword. The people of the 9 feet garden cooperated with the meteorite attack. Yuya's line of thought was completely ineffective against the celestial forge sword. The celestial forge sword had only shattered 1 star, and there were still many more. If this battle continued for too long, Lu Yin would only be able to escape. Even if Yuya wanted to retreat, the celestial forge sword's target was clearly the meteorite. However, it was not easy to escape. The heavenly forged sword was raised high up in the air, revealing its sharpness. It did not only cut down the meteorite but also everyone. Furthermore, with the existence of the heavenly cast sword, the 9 feet anti-heaven technique could not spread throughout the entire universe. Let alone Jiuqi 4 primordial realm experts had died in the 9 feet garden, so the old man clearly held a deep grudge. Without any other choice, Yuya took out a grayish-brown leather belt and tossed it at the celestial forge sword. Go! The leather belt expanded with the wind, directly wrapping around the celestial forge sword again and again. The old man from the 9 feet garden looked at Yuya in surprise. Yuya called out, "This is a turbid treasure. It can't be touched for now." The belt's only use was to bind things, but it was extremely useless. People like Lu Yin had plenty of ways to avoid being bound. Even if he was bound, he could still escape in a second. As a result, he had never used it. It was only useful against things that could not escape. However, these things were unable to threaten Yuya. As a result, this turbid treasure had been covered in dust until now. Now that he had fought with the celestial forge sword for an entire day, he discovered that the celestial forge sword did not dodge at all. It only took on their attacks head-on. The celestial forge sword's attacks were just falling streaks of light, so it was most suitable for being bound. When the belt wrapped around the celestial forge sword, the meteorite and the people from the 9 feet garden struck out together. Even Yuya used his mind to assume human form, using the 5 great palms to constantly shatter stars. As the stars constantly shattered, the celestial forge sword's power rapidly shrank. It was no longer possible to make out the shape of the sword. The meteorite smashed over viciously, shattering 2 stars. The 5 great palms and the 9 feet heaven-defying technique had reduced the celestial forged sword to a single star. The meteorite smashed down viciously. Yuya and the others struck out with their full strength. It was the last star. Once it was destroyed, the strange sword would vanish completely. Suddenly, the meteorite changed directions. It did not smash into the final star. Instead, it brushed past the celestial forged sword and shot off into the distance. Yuya saw this and called out, "Stop!" The old man and the smoky wave red raccoon all stopped. However, the others did not stop. Their attacks landed on the last star, causing it to shatter. Under the vigilant gazes of the old man and the others, a sword flew out. It shuttled through the void and pierced through the few experts from the 9 feet garden who had not been able to stop. Even Yuya's mind did not succeed. The sword tore through his mind, pierced through the 9 feet heaven-defying technique, and tore apart the bodies of those people. Among those people, 2 of them were experts who had crossed the bitter calamity. In an instant they were all torn apart by the sword. They had no power to fight back. The pupils of the 9 feet garden's old man constricted. His expression was ferocious. His gaze was fierce and ruthless as he struck his palm towards the sword. The sword tore apart those people's bodies and stopped. They allowed the old man's palm to hit them. They turned into broken light spots and scattered in all directions. The sword was a palm-sized sword. Rather than a sword, it was more like a dagger. It was a dagger hidden within the heavenly cast sword. The dagger was shattered and scattered in all directions. However, more than half of the people from the 9 feet garden had died. In the end, only the old man, the misty beaver, and the last bitter calamity expert survived. This person was called the Misty Beaver. He had not undergone spiritual cultivation to reach the bitter calamity realm. He was originally the bitter calamity expert of the 9 feet garden, second only to the old man. The old man's name was Vast Misty Beaver. He was the master of the 9 feet garden. This time he had led the 9 feet garden to assist Yuya in his transformation. If Yuya failed, the 9 feet garden would not be able to become a force even if they were not punished by the 9th heaven universe. Their current strength was too weak. Vast Misty Beaver felt powerless. The 9 feet garden's losses were too great this time. It was so great that it exceeded his expectations. He had thought that he would at most violate a taboo, but he had not expected to pay with so many lives. Even Luin had not been caught. Yuya's thoughts fluctuated even more violently. The 9 feet garden was the largest force he had roped in over the years in the 9th heaven universe. Their current losses were not his. It was acceptable. What exactly was this thing? A creature from another universe? There was also that meteorite. It clearly knew that there would be a sharp edge at the end. This thing was also looking for that meteorite. Don't worry, Vast. Once I transform, the 9 feet garden will be able to return to its peak, Yuya said in a low voice. Vast Misty Beaver's face twitched. There was nothing he could do. The truth had already happened, and he could only accept it. Thank you, Lord Yuya. I'll help you snatch a few cultivation spirits so that your Misty Beaver clan can produce experts. Don't worry, Yuya added. Vast Misty Beaver was shocked. Repair spirits? The Misty Beaver and the Misty Beaver were both shocked. Repairing spirits was a great taboo in the 9th heaven universe. The Death Hill's existence was to stifle such matters. If there were no restrictions, the 9th heaven universe would have long since descended into chaos. If news spread that someone was repairing spirits, even the god of defense would be punished. This was something that no one could touch unless they were desperate or desperate. Yuya was actually willing to repair spirits for the 9 feet garden. This was not a small price to pay. This was equivalent to the 9 feet garden having a handle on him. Yuya did not care. You've already violated the taboo by coming here with me. Once or twice or even more, it doesn't matter. I've seen all that you've done for me. I won't mistreat you, Yuya promised. These words made Vast Misty Beaver feel much better, and he regained his spirits. Don't worry, Lord Yuya. We'll definitely capture that Luin for you. Yuya fell silent. So many people had failed to capture Luin, and now they were the only ones left. It would be difficult even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. Emo Shang had always been helping Luin. Although he did not know why, they were definitely enemies. Right, Yuya thought of OL, too. If not for Ol 2's sneak attack, Luin would not have been injured. Consciousness lifeforms could be used. Moreover, this was the territory of the consciousness lifeforms. There was also that Miao Huang. Although he was trash, he could still be useful. Right, where was Miao Huang? Yuya realized that Miao Huang was gone. He had ignored him in his battle with Yu Sang Tian, and now he had escaped. He had to find a consciousness life form first. With that thought, Yuya covered the sky with his dark golden thoughts and headed for the entire universe. Far away, Yu Tian had been paying attention to the battle between Yuya and the Tianqiao sword. He frowned when he saw that the sword had been shattered, and his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. In another direction, Lu Yin looked at the fragment in his hand. Was this the thing that had been fighting Yuya and the others? The sword's edge had been shattered by vast misty beaver, and the fragments scattered everywhere. One of them just happened to be heading in Lu Yin's direction. Lu Yin was not worried that Yuya would be able to find him, as it would be useless even if he did. He had teamed up with the progenitor, and Yuya and the others from the 9-foot garden would not be able to do anything to him. He was curious about the origins of the Tianqiao sword and the meteorite. The Tianqiao sword's target was obviously the meteorite, and in his previous battle with the meteorite had also released a similar edge. Did they come from the same source? Lu Yin looked at the fragment in a daze and felt that it wanted to move. He opened his hand and let the fragment rest in his palm. It slowly rose and fell, moving in a certain direction. That can't be right? Is it moving in the direction of the meteorite? Does it still need to find the meteorite? It just so happened that Lu Yin wanted to find the meteorite as well so they could go together. Be careful of the consciousness life forms. Oh, two ambushed you before, and now that Yuya and the others are weakened, they will definitely think of ways to rope in those who want to deal with us, the progenitor warned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37-36. Lu Yin was helpless. Eternal exposed my ability to merge with other life forms. Those sentient life forms are very smart and won't stay in one place for long. I can't find it even if I wanted to. Now I'm curious where Eternal is. Ever since the battle in the Earth realm, Eternal hadn't appeared again. He had been injured by Yu Tian's Eternal, but Lu Yin didn't know how severe his injuries were. He had never truly seen Eternal's bottom, but it wasn't enough to make him unable to use it again. The more he hid, the more uneasy he felt. In his hand, the shard flew in a certain direction towards the broken world. The shard flew straight into the broken world. This broken world wasn't particularly powerful and was very ordinary. Even spirit warriors could pass through it. Lu Yin had thought that the shard would pass through the broken world to find meteorites, but he hadn't expected the shard to stop there. Lu Yin was shocked and exchanged glances with the progenitor before entering the broken world together. The broken world in front of them was a distorted image of the void, which should have come from some sort of attack. However, that attack hadn't been absorbed into the broken world. The endless cycle of the broken world was caused by the ripples created by the attack. However, these ripples weren't very powerful and couldn't threaten spirit warriors. It was different from the broken worlds he had encountered in the past. As long as one didn't move recklessly or attract attention, they would be fine. However, the moment one entered this broken world, they would be affected by the ripples. They had to either avoid it or face it head-on. There was no third option. Lu Yin had seen a similar broken world before in the ruins of the Day-Night clan's frigid immortal sect. He had been attacked by a progenitor on a mountain peak and had almost died. The shard stopped slightly to the left of the broken world center. Lu Yin and the progenitor entered, and the distorted void flowed like water to them. Lu Yin approached the shard and reached out to grab it. He vaguely saw something, a speck of light? Senior, do you see it? The progenitor was confused. See what? A speck of light. No, do you see it? Where is it? Lu Yin stared in front of him and then looked at the shard in his hand. He loosened his grip and then grasped it again. The next moment he saw another speck of light. There's a speck of light 12 meters in front of me. The progenitor stared and shook his head. No. Lu Yin had the progenitor grab the shard and take a look. The primogenitor grabbed the shard and his eyes widened. There's a dot of light. He let go of the shard. I can't see it again. Then he held the shard again. This time he didn't see it. He repeated this several times. Sometimes he saw it and sometimes he didn't. Strange. Just like the primogenitor, Lu Yin grasped the sharpness shard. Sometimes he could see it and sometimes he couldn't. There really is a light spot here, but we can't see it with our naked eyes. What is it? Even we can't see it. Is this karma? Ancestor asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and behind him, his consciousness opened the 9 heavens as he slashed out with the sword of heaven. He raised his hand and the karma spirals collided, causing a formless rumble to ring out. Lu Yin focused his gaze, but he still could not see anything. He could see the Karma City wall, but he could not see that dot of light. Xianxia had a cultivation technique called formless and formless, which allowed him to avoid many attacks. It could be considered one of his life-saving techniques, but there were still some attacks that couldn't be avoided. However, this dot of light was invisible to Lu Yin and the others. It was truly formless and formless. If they weren't holding the sharp edge fragment, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. But why did he have to hold the vanguard shard? In order to see it. What were these light spots? Lu Yin had come into contact with many strange things since he started cultivating, including the strange power that he cultivated. Even when compared to the Nine Heavens universe's supremacy god, he was confident that he could surpass anyone in terms of cultivation power. However, he could not understand what was happening in front of him. The sharp edge fragment came from the celestial sword, and the sword's target was the meteorite. That meteorite should have nothing to do with the three universes or the Nine Heavens universe, or else Yuya and the others would not have acted in such a manner. Was it a creature from another universe? But how could a creature from another universe be connected to the dot of light in the broken world? Since he couldn't figure it out, Lu Yin stopped thinking about it and grabbed at the dot of light. He grabbed nothing. He couldn't touch it. Lu Yin held the sharp edge fragment and grabbed at the dot of light. He still couldn't grab anything. Ancestor also tried, but he also couldn't grab anything. He tried using the sky palace, but it was also useless. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart and tried various methods to touch the dot of light, but they all failed. This dot of light seemed to really be a dot of light that couldn't be touched at all. But even if it was light, it wasn't completely untouchable to cultivators, especially powerhouses like Lu Yin. As long as the universe existed, he should be able to grab it. Lu Yin held the sharp edge fragment and used it to touch the dot of light. He touched it. The dot of light was squeezed by the sharp edge fragment and flew into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin wanted to find it again, but the dot of light was too far away. He couldn't see it even with the sharp edge fragment in his hand. It was probably too far away. In the next moment, the destroyed worlds that originally existed in the surroundings suddenly vanished like flowing water. Lu Yin was shocked. The broken world disappeared? No, it moved. Ancestor also said, the broken world moved. What did you do? I used the sharp edge fragment to push that dot of light away, Lu Yin said. Ancestor looked pensive. Could it be that the formation of this broken world originated from that dot of light? Lu Yin looked at the sharp edge fragment in his hand and then at the broken world in the distance. Was that so? Let's keep trying. At the border of the consciousness universe, xuanhuan and the ninth spirit came again. They had been beaten back by the celestial sword, but they knew that the waters of the consciousness universe were getting murkier. Even the celestial sword, which they couldn't understand, had appeared. They were even more anxious to leave. The two had a tacit understanding. The moment they saw the door, they attacked at the same time. But another force attacked the door at the same time. It was a majestic consciousness from the old chief and frost blade. They also wanted to leave the consciousness universe. As consciousness life forms, this universe originally belonged to them. But the appearance of one expert after another forced them to leave. If they did not give up on the consciousness universe, they would either die or have their consciousness absorbed. The celestial sword, Yuya, 9 feet garden, meteorite, Lu Yin, and so on. There were too many experts. The two forces attacked at the same time. There were only 3 bitter adversity experts at the door, and they could not withstand it. Compared to the old chief and the others' majestic consciousnesses, xuanhuan and the ninth spirit's strength was a level lower. The cultivators guarding the door subconsciously tried to break out in the direction of xuanhuan and the ninth spirit. If they did not break out, they would only be forced further away. Now that the door was broken, experts appeared one after another. They would rather go deeper into the consciousness universe. Those who had not experienced despair in the consciousness universe would not understand xuanhuan's feelings. He cursed his stupidity. Charge. The 3 bitter woe experts and several spiritual primordial realm experts guarding the door faced off against xuanhuan and the ninth spirit. Neither side wanted to fight to the death, especially since one of the 3 bitter woe experts belonged to the 9 feet garden. He was even more unwilling to fight to the death with xuanhuan. Both sides clashed, exchanging only a few blows. But these few blows succeeded. The old chief and the others were one step ahead of them, passing through the broken door. They looked back at xuanhuan and the ninth spirit. The old chief and Frost Blade exchanged glances, and their consciousnesses blasted out. Endless Road. Although Endless Road was not a killing move, it was very effective against creatures with lower consciousnesses. Even the Black Wuxian had used Endless Road to delay the unbounded experts, including Lu Yin, let alone the old chief and Frost Blade. The old chief and the others did not want to be discovered by the humans. But Xuanhuan and the Ninth Spirit were not easy to deal with. The two had fought in the consciousness universe many times and knew Endless Road well. Seeing the old chief and the others unleash Endless Road, Xuanhuan immediately used the world's edge mirror to dodge. But the old chief's consciousness had already covered the sky, and crashed down on Xuanhuan. Even Xuanhuan could not withstand Frostblade's consciousness, let alone the old chief. The old chief's consciousness knocked Xuanhuan unconscious, and he almost fell to the ground. A flying bamboo swept past Xuanhuan, passing through the world's edge mirror and disappearing. When the endless path appeared, Old First and Frost Blade turned to leave. As long as they used the endless path to delay the humans, no one would notice where they fled. At the very least, they could buy time to either head to the spiritualized universe or the Xuanhuan universe. Their first choice was the spiritualized universe. The consciousness universe had already been visited by many sentient beings. There was also Xuanhuan, one of the 13 celestial phenomena. As long as they hid in a parallel space, even xianxia would not be able to find them. But they had to leave behind traces of their journey to the Xuanhuan universe to divert attention. This was also why they were fighting for time. Just as they were about to leave the consciousness universe, Flying Bamboo used the world's edge mirror to pass through the two. The Ninth Spirit's body appeared, and she faced the old chief and Frost Blade's shocked gazes. She clasped her hands. Gate of Wonder. The huge door slammed shut, and its scale was no smaller than the border door. The old chief and Frost Blade stared blankly at the door. Where had it come from? Was this a battle technique? Xuanhuan saw it as well. Although his consciousness was delayed by Endless Road, his eyes could still see. He cursed, Ninth Spirit, you despicable wretch. You did not bring me and even used my power. You are too despicable, shameless, immoral. Behind the Gate of Wonder, the Ninth Spirit did not hesitate. She turned and left, heading for the nearest springboard. She looked back at the Gate of Wonder. Could not hold them back for long. She just wanted to leave quickly. No matter how the three universes fought, it had nothing to do with her. She did not want to bring trouble to Dan Hong and the God of Defense. As for Xuanhuan, sorry, but he was unlucky. With a boom, the Gate of Wonder shook. Frost Blade slashed out, and the Gate of Wonder could not hold out for long. The old chief raised his palm, and the Gate of Wonder shattered. Xuanhuan madly approached the Gate of Wonder, but his consciousness could not get close. These sentient beings were immoral. Just as the Gate of Wonder was about to shatter, a dark golden consciousness filled the sky. Yuya had arrived. At the same time, the Gate of Wonder shattered. The consciousness descended like a tornado, and Yuya appeared in the form of a cloud. He exclaimed, the Gate of Wonder can stop you. It must be an expert. What is it called? The old chief and Frost Blade were wary. Here, besides the sentient beings, everyone was an enemy. Xuanhuan was quick-witted. He hurriedly said, the Ninth Spirit. It was the Ninth Spirit who released it. The Ninth Spirit? It should be her. Besides her, there is no one else here. She left the consciousness universe and did not want to get involved. That's fine. Yuya muttered to himself. After speaking, the cloud turned as though facing the old chief and Frost Blade. You helped me. Thank you, brother Moc Honey Leech Zhang Daming, for your tip. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3737. Frost Blade was puzzled. This was the first time he saw Yuya. If it wasn't him, then it must be Old Head. He and Old Head had met not long ago. Old Head looked at the clouds. It's not helping, but we have a common enemy. This enemy hasn't been destroyed yet, and you want to run? Old Head said in a low voice, this enemy can't be destroyed. Yuya raised his voice. He will die. Now I only see your people dying one after another. It won't change the result. Of course I need your help. Why should we help you? Old Head asked. He didn't want to stay in the consciousness universe anymore. They had set a trap for xianxia from the beginning, but he didn't expect it to develop like this. He didn't know where so many masters came from. He would rather face xianxia and the 7 great xianxia at the same time. The current top experts in the consciousness universe had long surpassed the 7 great xianxia. The 7 great xianxia were only at the level of Dooku AI. The strongest, Supreme Emperor, was still slightly weaker than him and could hardly block his consciousness. If he used the Heaven and Earth lock, he could lock Supreme Emperor down. This was also the reason why he was confident in killing Xianxia. But the appearance of Lu Yin and the Eternal was too unexpected, especially Lu Yin, whose consciousness had surpassed him. Not to mention other means, plus the exposure of the Ninth Heaven universe, he had to find a new way out. Yi was silent for a moment. Help me. When I become a Supreme, I will allow you to enter the Ninth Heaven and protect your consciousness universe. Even if it has to be restarted, it will only be the Xuanhuan universe. Old Head's eyes narrowed. Restarting, what a heavy topic. Frostblade's voice was very loud. Can you become a Supreme? Through the cultivators of the Ninth Heaven universe on the cliff, they had learned a lot. They naturally knew that the Supreme God was an eternal realm master. They had personally experienced the power of the one-leaf blue lotus. It was a terrifying power that couldn't be stopped. Yi was confident. There is a force in the Ninth Heaven universe called 9 Feet Garden. They are the masters who helped me besiege Lu Yin. They have a high status in the Ninth Heaven universe. You have seen the number of masters who crossed the bitter disaster. They are willing to risk everything to come to the consciousness universe to help me. This is against the rules, but they have confidence in me and know that I can succeed and protect them. Net you too. Being protected by the Supreme God, even if Mo has 10 times the courage, he won't dare to attack you. This is my promise to you. Frostblade looked at the old chief. He was tempted. Because it seemed like they had no choice. Leaving the mind universe was one thing, but now that Yuya had caught up to them, it would be very difficult for them to leave. Even if they managed to leave, they would forever be hunted down. However, if they could help Yuya kill Lu Yin, not only would they be able to obtain Yuya's promise, but they would also be able to get rid of Lu Yin. Why not? Lu Yin was someone who could absorb the consciousnesses of consciousness lifeforms. To them, he was a mortal enemy that had to be eliminated. If he lost this opportunity, it would be almost impossible to get rid of that person in the future. I have another condition, the old chief said. Yuya said indifferently, speak. The old man said solemnly, I want to climb the precipice and get close to the palace. Yuya seemed to be staring at the old chief. The old man stared at the dark golden clouds and said, Etianke is the oldest place in the consciousness universe. The name of the 13 celestial bodies comes from Etian, Quebec. We have been looking at the precipice for too long. We have tried countless times, but we have not been able to climb the precipice. Since your 9 clouds universe can let those juniors get close to the palace, you can let us go. I want to try. Just treat it as fulfilling a dream. Frostblade also stared at Yuya. The palace was rumored to contain the memories of the eternal realm. Whether it was true or not, they had to try to get close. As consciousnesses, they had a natural advantage. After a while, Yuya said, Okay, I agree. On the other side, Lu Yin was studying the sharpness shard when Xianxia came looking for him. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia in the distance and said, I thought you wouldn't show up. Xianxia looked solemn. Yuya is looking for a way to break out of this situation. He might find unexpected help. Aren't you worried? Lu Yin laughed. Oh, you. Eternal? Or the 13 celestial bodies? There is no one else but you. Xianxia said seriously, don't underestimate the god of defense. You haven't really experienced his murderous intent. Lu Yin agreed. Yes, as the god of defense, he has the strength to threaten you, but I haven't seen it so far. Maybe it's a life-saving ability. Are those other people also from the 9 clouds universe? The 9-foot garden. I'm invincible within 9 feet. You talk big just like the 5 great gates. Unfortunately, it's useless. So many people surrounded you. If not for the old leader's sneak attack, you wouldn't have been injured. Lu Yin shrugged. That's just my luck. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. Yuya, the 9-foot garden, the 13 celestial bodies, and the eternal. You're finished. Even I can't help you. Lu Yin didn't refute. Since you're here, you must have a way to deal with it. No. Then why are you here? I'm trying to find a way to deal with it. I'll give you a chance. Lu Yin frowned. A chance? Xianxia looked in a direction. The heavenly palace. What do you mean? Lu Yin feigned ignorance. Xianxia smiled. You can get in. I know. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia. Xianxia continued, the azure lotus cultivates karma, and the one-leaf azure lotus naturally represents karma. What seals the heavenly palace is the power of karma. Since it involves the power of karma, only you can break it. Lu Yin coldly replied, you overestimate me. How can I resist the power of an eternal realm? That's just the one-leaf azure lotus. It doesn't represent the azure lotus higher. If the azure lotus higher has the power to affect the consciousness universe, I'll turn around and leave. What you can do in the spiritualized universe, you can do here as well. Lu Yin stared at Xianxia. What did I do in the spiritualized universe? Xianxia didn't answer. Lu Yin asked again, do you know what I did in the spiritualized universe? Xianxia sighed. We're all looking for a way to break out of this situation. What you did was what I wanted you to do. Lu Yin smiled. Don't tell me that you've been plotting against me to help the spiritualized universe find a way to break out of this situation. Don't tell me that you let me do whatever I want in the spiritualized universe because you know that I cultivate the power of karma. Don't tell me that you're the savior of the spiritualized universe. Xianxia calmly looked at Lu Yin and didn't say a word. The primogenitor looked at Xianxia with a complicated gaze. Ever since they found out about the relationship between the Nine Firmaments universe and the spiritualized universe, they were wary of the spiritualized universe because they were friends and foes. They also sympathized with the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe was robbed of the spirit seed liquid by the Nine Firmaments universe. The Nine Firmaments universe used the spirit seeds cultivated by the spiritualized universe's cultivators to cultivate their own cultivation methods. This allowed the spiritualized universe's cultivators to have a second life and a spirit seed that could be passed down. If the universe was viewed as a human, it was as if they could see the spiritualized universe kneeling on the ground and being trampled by the Nine Firmaments universe. Even Xianxia didn't know about this. Was the Xuanhuan universe pitiful? Its future had been weakened. No, it wasn't pitiful. At the very least, it was free and hadn't been devoured. The truly pitiful ones were the spiritualized universe and Xianxia. Even though he was a lesser god and a powerhouse who had completed bitter adversity, he was still looked down upon by the younger cultivators of the Nine Firmaments universe. The countless spiritualized cultivators who could be robbed of their lives at any time had risked their lives to cultivate, but in the end they were helping someone else. The prerequisite for all of this was the karmic wall and the karmic funnel. Without these, the Nine Firmaments universe wouldn't have been able to devour the spiritualized universe's spirit seed liquid. Lu Yin had cultivated karma and could pry open the karmic wall. That way, he could break through the Nine Firmaments universe's suppression of the spiritualized universe. This was Xianxia's goal. Xianxia was ruthless, vicious, and heartless. He didn't seem to care about anyone's life or death, but his scheme against Lu Yin benefited the entire spiritualized universe. I'm not a savior. I just want to turn the tables, Xianxia slowly said. Lu Yin laughed, not out of mockery but because he really found it funny. He didn't know how to evaluate Xianxia. Good. Bad. No. Neither. Right now, Lu Yin felt as if he had been replaced by an eternal character. Xianxia was saving his universe, and although Lu Yin had been used, he had also been saved by Xianxia several times. However, deep in his heart, Lu Yin still viewed Xianxia as an enemy, and this relationship would never change. Then, to the spiritualized universe, was Lu Yin an evil person? Lu Yin didn't care what the spiritualized universe thought of him, as he had come here with the intention of reawakening the spiritualized universe. He just had a strange, indescribable feeling. Everyone had their own standpoint, and good and bad were only differentiated according to their standpoint. To the Xuanhuan universe, Xianxia was undoubtedly an enemy, but to the spiritualized universe he was a hero. Lu Yin took a deep breath and suppressed the strange feeling of contradiction. No matter what Xianxia did for the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin still had to find a way to survive for the Xuanhuan universe. I can enter the heavenly palace, but you want to use the condition of bringing us up the precipice to get me to bring you there? Xianxia nodded. Not the two of you but you. I can only bring you up the precipice. Lu Yin refused. That's impossible. Senior must come along. That's the first reason. The second reason. Lu Yin's expression was solemn. If we could avoid Yuya, we would have gone to a parallel universe long ago. Xianxia looked at him and guessed, Yuya is using the Xuanhuan universe to threaten you? Lu Yin didn't refute this. Xianxia didn't care. Do you think that he can go to the Xuanhuan universe to threaten you? Lu Yin was stunned. What do you mean? Of the three universes, the Xuanhuan universe is the weakest, especially before you appeared. The Xuanhuan universe only has the Eternals, and the spiritualized universe can easily send a few bitter adversity powerhouses to deal with them. Why is there a stalemate? The reason you know is definitely not the whole story. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3738. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Back in the Zhikong domain, Foolish Old had said that the spiritualized universe had yet to reach the peak of civilization. Once the spiritualized universe had enough resources, it could use the Xuanhuan universe to break through and become invincible. Of course, he now knew that this was a lie. However, there had to be a reason why the Xuanhuan universe had yet to be reactivated. Yu Sangtian's tone was indifferent. The 3 universes are below and the 9 firmaments are above. Whether or not it can be reactivated does not depend on us. It depends on the 9 firmaments universe and the high and mighty god of defense. If Yuya could casually reactivate the Xuanhuan universe and threaten it, it would have disappeared long ago. I know you don't believe me, so I'll change my words. Yu Sangtian looked at Lu Yin and Progenitor. Yuya has nowhere to go. If he can really use the Xuanhuan universe to threaten you, that day will come. Lu Yin had to admit that if the Xuanhuan universe could threaten Lu Yin, then why wouldn't Yuya use it? Yuya would definitely use some methods to attack Lu Yin, and he would never be able to make a comeback if he was constantly threatened. If he and Progenitor were defeated because of their misgivings, then the Xuanhuan universe would only be reactivated. There would be no second path, and Limitless, which was hidden in a parallel universe, would have no future. Regardless of whether they believed Yu Sangtian or not, they had to ignore him to reduce the threat. Furthermore, a threat was only real if the person being threatened knew about it. Yuya had threatened Lu Yin and Progenitor not to go to a parallel universe, but after the battle with Tianzhu Jin, Lu Yin and Progenitor had disappeared. Even Yuya didn't know if they had gone to a parallel universe. Even if they could reactivate the Xuanhuan universe, they couldn't just do so. What was the point of going to the Xuanhuan universe otherwise? What they needed to do now was not defeat Yuya, but rather not talk to him. Yu Sangtian didn't say anything else. He knew that Lu Yin and Progenitor could see this clearly. He looked at Progenitor. It's not fair for me to bring you up the cliff. I don't agree. Progenitor looked at Yu Sangtian and also stopped worrying about Yuya's threat. On the contrary, this is the fairest for you. You can throw the pillar on the cliff at any time, and I promise not to approach the palace. I'll just keep an eye on you so that everyone can relax. We can't do anything to you because we need you to bring us down the cliff. You can't escape. I'll keep an eye on you. Yu Sangtian. Lu Yin replied, if you don't agree, then there's nothing to discuss. Yu Sangtian was helpless. All right, remember your conditions. He is not to approach the palace. Lu Yin glanced at the Progenitor. Yu Sangtian seemed to be even more afraid of the Progenitor than before. Was it because he had seen the Progenitor's sequence laws? Yuya 9 feet garden, and the others were quite apprehensive of the primogenitor's sequence laws. Yu Sangtian was the same. This was the foundation. Although he had cultivated until now, his battle prowess was strong, but in some aspects he was still far from the primogenitor. If not for the primogenitor's reminder, he would not have known that he could not absorb Yuya's thoughts to achieve the same effect as Yuya. There was no time to lose. Since they had come to an agreement, the 3 of them immediately headed towards the realm of Earth. Lu Yin was worried that Yuya would go to Tian Quebec. Yu Sangtian told him not to worry. Yuya had already tried it when he first arrived in the consciousness universe. He felt the power of the Green Lotus defense and would not try it again. He did not think that anyone could succeed. The people of the 9 Clouds universe respected the defense god more than those who didn't understand the power of the eternal life layer. Lu Yin naturally understood the power of the eternal life layer. The Grass Grandmaster had left a deep impression on him, and he would never forget him for the rest of his life. If not for the power of karma, he did not think that anyone could break through the power of the Green Lotus defense and enter Tian Quebec. This blind spot would buy Lu Yin and the others a considerable amount of time. He would just let Yuya and the others search in the consciousness universe. If the eternal life layer wanted to hide, then so be it. The dark golden thoughts spread throughout the consciousness universe. Lu Yin and Yu Sangtian saw it and exchanged glances. It seemed that Yuya had the confidence to attack again. The 3 of them were all top experts, so it was not difficult for them to avoid the thoughts and head to Tian Quebec. Once they reached the realm of Earth, the 3 of them smoothly arrived outside the cottage. Yu Sangtian and the primogenitor watched as Lu Yin approached the cottage. Whether or not they could enter depended on him. Lu Yin used the Heaven Sword and collided with the Karma Spiral. He saw the Karma Wall and the Karma that blocked the cottage's entrance. He still did not understand why the collision of the Heaven Swords had allowed him to see the Karma Wall. Perhaps the Patriarch's Heaven Sword would provide an answer. Shiwen's Heaven Sword could not provide an answer. The cottage's entrance was blocked by karma, and it was equivalent to a wall. Lu Yin saw it clearly, and then he began to dig at the bricks at the very edge of the entrance. He wanted to open up a crack for them to enter, but he could not allow others to easily find them. He could only do so at the very edge. Even if a normal person came, they would be pushed to the center. In the current consciousness universe, aside from experts like Yuya and the Eternal, no one knew that this was the entrance to Tian Quebec. These experts had a common problem. They could not think like a normal person, and this was the so-called expert's demeanor. The more such a person was, the easier it was for them to be limited by their past considerations. For example, the primogenitor and Yu Sang Tian were shocked to see Lu Yin dig at the bricks. If this scene had been seen by a normal person, it would not have been so strange. Let's go. Lu Yin successfully dug out a crack and moved in step by step. His face was squeezed out of shape. Yu Sang Tian and the primogenitor looked at each other in shock. What kind of posture was this? The primogenitor made an inviting gesture, and Yu Sang Tian approached the entrance. When he raised his hand, he was met with resistance. Helpless, he copied Lu Yin and moved sideways, squeezing in step by step. His face was also squeezed by karma, but the karma could not be seen. It was as if his entire face had been deformed. It had to be said that this action was indescribable, and Yu Sang Tian had not done it since the day he had started cultivating. With his innate gift, he had been the center of attention ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation. His every action had been considered from an angle that others would look up to. When had he ever acted in such a clumsy or rather thievish manner? The primogenitor laughed. This action was exactly the same as a thief's. The great Yu Sang Tian was squeezing into a cottage like a thief. If this scene were to spread back to the spiritualized universe, many would be stunned. Yu Sang Tian squeezed in, and the primogenitor copied them and squeezed in as well. They would not have known if they had not done it, but only after doing it did they realize how stifling it was. They had no choice. If they did not do this, it would be equivalent to leaving the door open for Yuya to enter, and they would still be found. Doing so would lower the chances of Yuya and the others entering. Tian Ke below the precipice. After the primogenitor arrived, Yu Sang Tian attacked the precipice with eternal thought. Lu Yin and the primogenitor used their spirit threads to follow, and after a while they successfully climbed up the precipice. When they reached the precipice again, Lu Yin looked at the palace in the distance. This time they could approach with all their might. On the precipice, there was an inexplicable sense of security. Even if Yuya, Eternal, or the 13 celestial phenomenon experts came, they would not be able to get close. The only thing he was worried about was whether Yi Qinglian would bring any experts from the Ninifirmament's universe. But even the remaining two lesser gods could not do anything. Even if they came, they would not be able to do anything to them. Lu Yin realized that there were a lot of powerhouses at this level. They were considered the strongest below the eternal realm. Of the 5 lesser gods, who is the strongest? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Yu Sang Tian looked at the palace. I don't know. How are Xingfan and Dan Hong's strengths compared to yours? Yu Sang Tian looked at Lu Yin. I don't know, but Dan Hong is not to be trifled with. I heard that Dan Hong has always wanted to get rid of you. Lu Yin was curious. Yu Sang Tian said indifferently, everyone in the Ninifirmament's universe wants to get rid of me, not just Dan Hong. Without another word, Yu Sang Tian walked towards the palace, enduring the pressure of the memories. The precipice was silent as the primogenitor stared at Yu Sang Tian, preventing him from suddenly leaving. With him watching, Lu Yin could approach the palace with peace of mind. Memories flooded in like a tide, but he could not see anything. He was bearing the memories and felt powerless, but he could not see any scenes of the past. The memories were like a string that kept being pulled taut. They came from the palace. The memories belonged to him and his perspective, but it also felt like a third person looking at the universe and creatures, forgetting them after seeing them as if he had never seen them before. The feeling of tearing, immersion, oppression, and tension. Lu Yin walked towards the palace step by step, his speed much faster than the last time. Similarly, Yu Sang Tian was getting closer to the palace. If people from the continent of the 9 clouds had seen them, they would have been astonished. Apart from the high defense gods, everybody else had tried to get close to the palace, but even Xing Fan and Dan Hua, who were also low defense gods, weren't that fast. When they tried to approach the palace, Old Head had been suppressing his speed. Lu Yin and Yu Sang Tian were the same. The last time had been a test, but this time they were truly trying to get close to the palace and seize what was inside. The pressure from the memories made them lose all sense of time. They even lost the concept of who they were and did not know whether they were looking at their memories or their current experiences. In a daze, Lu Yin felt as if his identity was someone else's memories. He came to the place where he had been before, and here, he encountered the fist of memories. He saw the river of time, saw a shadow going against it, and saw a blurry tree. The memories appeared again, and they were so familiar that he felt like he had seen them before. Lu Yin lifted his foot and walked forward. It was still too early to suppress his memories. The string of his memories would not be so easily pulled apart. He glanced into the distance and was surprised to see that Xianxia had already surpassed him. But then again it was normal. Xianxia had lived for so many years that it was a form of capital. His heart was like a boulder and his will was strong. Although his consciousness was not as majestic as Lu Yin's, his heart was enough to make up for it. Lu Yin looked away and continued walking forward. Xianxia suddenly stopped and his expression changed. He had encountered the fist of memories. The progenitor stared at him. Pillar. Lu Yin paused and looked at Xianxia. His fingers curled and he almost attacked, but he held himself back. If he attacked, neither he nor Xianxia would be able to approach the palace peacefully. Right now, the palace was right in front of them, and they would have to rely on their own ability to get close. Xianxia's expression suddenly calmed down, and he opened his eyes to look at Lu Yin. Are you testing me? Lu Yin raised a brow. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin. If you don't attack, I won't attack either. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 37-39. Lu Yin looked deeply at Xianxia. Let's see who can get close. Let's rely on our own abilities, but I advise you not to get your hopes up. I don't know if you can become a superior deity, but no one has ever become an inferior deity. Then why are you still trying? If I succeed, Nina Firmament's universe won't be able to stop me. I'll be the second eternal realm cultivator after Paramount, and the spiritualized universe will have the right to speak. If I fail. Xianxia calmly looked into the distance. It doesn't matter. Nina Firmament's universe won't tolerate it anyway. Emotion. The ancestor suddenly asked loudly, if you were given another chance, would you slaughter the above heaven sect? Slaughter Immemorial City? Xianxia looked back at the ancestor. I envy you. The ancestor frowned and looked at Xianxia in confusion. Xianxia said indifferently, you can be a human ancestor and protect your kindness, even if it's willful. He wouldn't ask such a childish question. Since you want an answer, I'll give it to you. Xianxia's gaze was cold. I will. The ancestor sighed and looked at Lu Yin silently. Xianxia was right. Lu Yin wouldn't ask such a question because there was only one answer. There wouldn't be a second answer. The ancestor had suppressed Immemorial City's string sequence for the people of the Xuanhuan universe. He had dedicated his entire life and was worthy of respect. Xianxia had also planned for the spiritualized universe, and he didn't hesitate to let Lu Yin go. Even if Lu Yin's reputation was damaged, the spiritualized universe still respected him. But the biggest difference between him and the ancestor was this. The ancestor focused on defense while Xianxia focused on offense. The ancestor wouldn't harm other universes just to protect the Xuanhuan universe. Xianxia was different. If given a chance, he would destroy all other universes just to preserve the spiritualized universe. He was full of aggression. Lu Yin was also such a person. Xianxia had massacred the Xuanhuan universe and wanted to restart it. Lu Yin had come with the intention of restarting the spiritualized universe. An eye for an eye. This was Lu Yin's idea, and it was also Xianxia's idea. They were essentially the same type of people, and they were different from the ancestor. Because of Lu Yin, the ancestor was still the same. Without Lu Yin, would the ancestor still be the same? The spiritualized universe now had one less Lu Yin. The primogenitor understood all of this, but he still asked. This was what Xianxia meant when he said he was willful. The answer to his question was an explanation for his kindness. The primogenitor had a hard time suppressing the string of the echelon for countless years. However, he felt even more heartache for Lu Yin, as Lu Yin was burdened with responsibilities and pressure that should not have happened at his age. In the consciousness universe, the Sikong mirror extended into the heavens, but it still couldn't find Lu Yin. Yuya once again cooperated with vast misty waves and the others to execute the 9-feet anti-heaven technique, which encompassed the entire starry sky. However, they still could not find anything. The old chief's consciousness spread out, but it was also ineffective. Could it be that he's hiding in a parallel universe? Vast mist waves asked. Yuya didn't reply. He was also thinking about this problem. If he hadn't hidden in a parallel space, it was impossible for him to not find him. But do they dare? Wasn't he afraid that he would kill his way into the Xianhuan universe? Killing his way to the Xianhuan cosmos was just a pretense, as he had only used it to threaten Lu Yin. If it was that easy, someone else would have tried to do so a long time ago. Since ancient times, there had been countless powerhouses who had reached the peak of bitter adversity in the Nine Firmaments universe. Even in their dreams, they had hoped to restart a universe and attempt to attain eternal life. However, the Xianhuan cosmos had never been touched. Why don't we go to the Xianhuan cosmos? The old chief suggested. They had already planned to leave the consciousness universe. Vast mist waves glanced at them. We can't go. The old chief did not understand. Vast mist waves did not say anything else. Continue searching. We'll definitely find him. They were even more anxious than Yuya, as Yuya needed to transform and become a god of defense. Otherwise, the 9 Feet Garden would be finished. The 9 Feet Garden placed all of their hopes on Yuya. In the heavenly imperial court, the pressure from the memories grew stronger, and Lu Yin felt increasingly powerless. That string of memories also grew tighter, but it had not reached its limit yet. If Xianxia could leave, then so could Lu Yin. Over the years, the Dai's 6 pips had allowed him to withstand the memories many times. That string of memories was more tenacious than anyone else's. However, that feeling of powerlessness and weakness made him want to fall to the ground at every moment. Gui Shaoqing's fate kept appearing in front of him. Wu Yi had become like an idiot and it was chilling. Suddenly, the scene in front of him rapidly retreated. Lu Yin stopped and even took a step back. This step attracted the attention of the progenitor and Xianxia. He had been shaken by the memories. The progenitor stood up and stared at Xianxia. The sky armament circled behind him to prevent Xianxia from attacking, but it was useless. The closer the power was to the palace, the more it would disappear. Only someone in the same position could attack. The closer the two were to each other, the clearer the attack would be. The only thing the progenitor could do was shout out to warn Lu Yin. Xianxia did not attack. He looked deeply at Lu Yin before looking away and continuing forward. Lu Yin saw the universe rewind, one universe after another. He was shocked and his eyes narrowed. Was this a parallel universe or a parallel universe? It couldn't be that fast. How could one universe travel to another so quickly? The scene disappeared and Lu Yin could not help but take a few steps back. He almost fell as he panted. Zhuzi, are you alright? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he waved a hand before looking at Xianxia. Xianxia did not respond and continued forward, but his speed was much slower than before. Lu Yin looked away and exhaled deeply. He looked up at the palace. What was that scene? Memories? He could not tell. The rewind was too fast and it could not be a universe. Impossible. He paused for a moment before continuing forward. After some time, Lu Yin slowed down as well. He did not look at Xianxia and Xianxia did not look at him either, but the two continued forward. They had clearly walked for a long time and each step was a long one, but from the progenitor's point of view, they were still not close to the palace. Even if they kept moving forward, there was still a short distance between them and the palace. A normal person would have walked this path long ago, but in this place, it was like a natural moat. Xianxia stopped, his expression calm, but beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. The progenitor looked at him. This time it should be real. Xianxia had been shaken by the memories. Would Lu Yin attack? Lu Yin did not even look at Xianxia, so he naturally would not attack. The progenitor could warn Lu Yin, but he did not. The next moment Lu Yin stopped as well. The progenitor was astonished. The closer they got to the palace, the more frequent the memory shakes. This time, Lu Yin saw 3 swords traverse the void and slash at a giant beast claw. The beast claw was indescribable and it covered the sky and the stars. It was as if it was about to crush the universe. This was just a beast claw, and from it, there was an unimaginable astral beast. Lu Yin could not even begin to imagine how big that beast was. He had once seen progenitor Qin move the stars in his palm, and at that time he had thought that the progenitor was very big. After that, he had seen the progenitor of giants and other enormous creatures. He had never thought that he would one day see a creature that could encompass an entire universe. How did he know that the beast claw could encompass an entire universe? Had he ever seen the universe before? No, but he was certain that the universe was very big to him and he could not see it all at once. Who did this sudden memory or knowledge belong to? Who did these three swords belong to? Lu Yin did not have much time to think as the three swords pierced through the beast claw, and he vaguely heard a pained howl. The beast claw was torn apart, and the three swords slashed outside the universe. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The universe distorted and shattered. Lu Yin's inexplicable rage drowned out his rationality. Who was this rage coming from? Right, those three swords were the Azure Sword, Middle Azure Sword, and Lower Azure Sword. He knew that it was called the Triple Azure Sword intent. He should have been able to do it. The image disappeared and Lu Yin stood there in a daze. No, he still did not know how to use the Azure Sword, but he should have been able to. The memories did not belong to the universe, but rather to a creature that could use the Triple Azure Sword intent. The memories that xianxia had seen had all come from that creature. That creature had wandered the core of space and seen the stars of many universes. It had stopped the universe from rebooting, nurtured powerful creatures, and protected certain civilizations. It had also hoped to see beautiful things, but in the end, it had all been lost. Why were the creature's memories here? Why did it form xianxia? Lu Yin looked at the distant palace. If xianxia really did belong to that creature's memories, then that palace should be the one that had left the deepest impression. Or rather, it should be the place that protected the deepest memories. This creature had to be an eternal realm. The memories that Lu Yin had seen were not ordinary. At the very least, he could not rely on the Triple Azure Sword intent to kill an astral beast that could encompass an entire universe. What kind of existence was that astral beast? He continued forward, wanting to get closer to the palace and see the memories clearly. If his guess was right, then the palace might really contain the creature's memories of immortality. Xianxia had experienced a memory shock, and he had confirmed something. His eyes burned with passion and madness as he walked towards the palace. Time passed day by day and only the progenitor was calculating. Almost a year had passed, which was a very short time for cultivators. However, for Lu Yin and Xianxia, it should have been a very long time. They did not even have the concept of time. During this time, Lu Yin had experienced 5 memory shocks, while Xianxia had experienced 4. The progenitor had guessed wrong. The closer one got to the palace, the more frequent the memory shocks. There was no pattern to this phenomenon. He wondered how Yuya and the others were doing. In the void of the consciousness universe, Yuya had been impatient for a long time. Although a year was short, it was still a very long time to him. He did not know if the Nina Firmament's universe would interfere, but he just wanted to find Lu Yin as soon as possible to complete his transformation. Where had he gone? Was he really in a parallel universe? Old Head and the others had searched all the known parallel universes, but they had not been able to find him. Instead, they had found the Eternal Realm. Only then did Yuya realize that there was an absolute powerhouse here. He had said that he would join forces with the Eternal, and Old Head and the others had thought that they would succeed. After all, the Eternal was Lu Yin's archenemy and Xianxia's enemy. However, not long after, Yuya and the Eternal started fighting. Old Head and the others did not know the reason. In the end, the Eternal disappeared and Yuya returned. Vast Mist and the others asked for the reason, but Yuya did not say anything. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3740. Another person was found. Xianhuan, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators who had been captured by Lu Yin. When they saw Xianhuan, they couldn't believe their eyes. Lu Yin could absorb the consciousness of life forms in the consciousness universe, so how could he let Xianhuan go? Xianhuan gave them the answer, the Azure Sword. Lu Yin had let Xianhuan go for the Azure Sword. This answer made the old man want to kill Lu Yin even more. Lu Yin already had the Heaven Sword, and now that he had the Middle Sword, his next target would definitely be the Middle Sword. Regardless of whether it was the old man's consciousness or the Middle Sword, Lu Yin had to obtain both. There was no way he and Lu Yin could survive at the same time. Where's Wu Jiang? Frostblade asked. Xianhuan shook his head. Wu Jiang was still there when I was released. I don't know now. Yi didn't care about the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. He only knew that he had one more helper who could attack Lu Yin. They were now the strongest force in the consciousness universe and could sweep through everything. The premise was that they could find the person. Could it be the Heavenly Palace? Frostblade suddenly asked. The old man and Xianhuan looked at each other and then at Yuya. Vast Mist was surprised. Heavenly Palace? Is it the Heavenly Palace I went to before? Misty Red Raccoon asked. The old man said, there's a cliff there and we're at the bottom. Misty Red Raccoon nodded. I've seen a few of the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators, especially you. She looked at Frostblade. You've tried to climb the cliff more than once and failed. Frostblade was speechless. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were enough to scare the spiritualized universe. They had the confidence to kill Xianxia, but they had never thought that they would be watched and mocked. How many years had it been? How many people in the Nine-Cloud universe had seen them? Yuya denied. No, the heavenly palace is blocked by the power of the Azure Lotus Guard. No one can enter. I've been there recently, xuanhuan said, but still can't enter. Then it must be in a parallel universe. Keep looking. Suddenly Yuya remembered something. Let's go to the heavenly palace. xuanhuan whispered, I went there a while ago but I couldn't enter. Yuya ignored him and led the group to the realm of Earth. He recalled the words that had left the deepest impression on him. Karma is another world. Those who do not understand karma are all mortals. Teal Lotus Protector controlled the power of karma, and so did Lu Yin. To them, the universe was not just a universe but another world. Since there was another world, there must be another path, another door, and another way to open it. Just because they couldn't enter the heavenly imperial court didn't mean that Lu Yin couldn't. As soon as he arrived at the consciousness universe, he brought xuanhuan to the realm of E-Soil. He had tried to enter the heavenly palace and confirmed that the heavenly palace was blocked by the power of the Azure Lotus defense. It was impossible for anyone to enter. This thought was buried deep in his heart and never changed. The more fearful they were of the Azure Lotus Emperor, the more convinced they were of this result. But now that Lu Yin had comprehended karma, things were different. He hoped that his guess was right. They had to hide in Etienne, Quebec. Yuya was not afraid that Lu Yin and the rest would be able to approach the palace. That was impossible. In the continent of the Nine Clouds, many people had tried but they had all failed. Getting close to the palace had nothing to do with karma. Understanding karma didn't help him get close to the palace. As long as they hid in Etienne, he would be able to surround them. On the precipice in Etienne, Lu Yin didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly and find him. In front of him, the palace was still blurry and he couldn't see it clearly. The closer he got, the greater the pressure. The strings of memories tore at him, making it hard for him to walk steadily. Yao Suppression Museum. Xianxia was the same. His elegance and spirit were all gone at this moment. After taking a few more steps, he looked at the two handprints on the ground and fell into deep thought. Someone had been here and was lying on the ground. Those are Rushi's handprints, Xianxia said. Lu Yin looked over. Rushi? Xianxia's voice was indifferent. Rushi is the closest to the palace among the Nine Clouds universe's imperial deities, but he only reached that position. Are imperial deities that weak? Lu Yin asked. Xianxia looked at him and wanted to say something but he didn't. Wait, of course not. It was just that everyone was good at different things. Xianxia cultivated his heart like a boulder, and his will was strong enough to change heaven and earth. His consciousness was comparable to that of a 13 celestial phenomenon cultivator, so he could naturally reach this position. As for Lu Yin, his consciousness far surpassed Xianxia's. Xianxia didn't know what kind of opportunities Lu Yin had encountered, but it definitely had something to do with his memories. This was them so they could reach this position. How did the others do it? Astral sails weren't good at consciousness, so they couldn't reach this position. Danyan didn't even try. Yuya was a consciousness entity, so he was at a disadvantage compared to ordinary people. There were too few powerhouses who could pass bitter adversity with this ability. If not for his heart like a boulder and his cosmic realm consciousness, Xianxia wouldn't have had the confidence to try here. Rushi was already quite amazing to be able to reach this step, and he had relied on the Rushi scripture. He had surpassed everyone in the Nine Clouds universe. Xianxia didn't expect Lu Yin's consciousness to improve so quickly. It was so fast that Lu Yin's consciousness could compete with his and reach the peak of bitter adversity, surpassing 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. Otherwise, he was sure that Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to reach this position. As for them, they were all extremely strong individuals who had the ability to fight against the god of defense. Since ancient times, how many people in the Nine Clouds universe could compare to them? These were Xianxia's thoughts, but he didn't tell Lu Yin. Although he didn't want to admit it, Lu Yin's progenitor cultivation had already reached the peak of power below the eternal realm. This was something Xianxia hadn't even dreamed of. Even the Nine Clouds universe couldn't have imagined it. Lu Yin's power didn't come from spiritual cultivation. He had truly cultivated it and he was only in the progenitor realm. The more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. Lu Yin looked at the two handprints on the ground again. It must have been very difficult for Rushi to reach this step, this posture. Lu Yin looked up at the palace. It was difficult for him as well, and his steps were unsteady. He couldn't distinguish between himself and his memories, but he had no choice but to continue forward. Otherwise there was no point in coming here. It wasn't far, but it was the furthest Lu Yin had ever walked. He took a step forward and continued forward. Xianxia stopped looking at him and walked forward as well. They had surpassed the history of the Nine Clouds universe. Of course, this history had nothing to do with the imperial deity. After a few steps, Lu Yin experienced his sixth memory shock. He saw the river again and he saw a figure going against it. He seemed to be carrying something as he moved forward. By the river, there was a woman in red walking in a certain direction with her back to him. He could vaguely hear her singing. Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened. He was clearly looking forward, but his eyes were unfocused. There wasn't only the palace in front of him, but also the woman in red. There was also a familiar scene. Was that a mirage domain? Lu Yin's breathing quickened. If it was a mirage domain, then it was the river of time. He watched as the woman in red gradually disappeared, walking step by step into nothingness. It was as if she was being buried by the earth, burying herself. An indescribable sense of sorrow made Lu Yin's eyes turn red. He didn't know why this was happening, but he felt that this moment was very sad. Suddenly, two words appeared in his ears. These two words were like a bolt from the blue, splitting apart a long-lost memory and a scene that had been forgotten in a corner. Hanging coffins. Hanging coffins. Hanging coffins. In the oddity sect of the Xuanhuan universe, Lu Yin held death god Go Lian in his hand and looked at the surging death energy. He heard the death god speak and he heard Primeval City and the hanging coffins. In the Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin held the Book of Destiny in his hand as he ascended the stargazing deck. He saw a gloomy cliff, and he also saw black coffins wrapped in vines that were suspended in midair. This scene should have been forgotten by him since he had walked down the stargazing deck. However, at this moment, when the woman in red had mentioned the two words hanging coffins, he remembered. Those two words had split apart the dusty memories. It also made Lu Yin feel a long-lost fear. He didn't know where this fear came from. Was it the memories themselves or himself? Even when facing a grass grandmaster, he had never been so afraid. He hadn't felt such fear in a long time. It wasn't just fear but also panic and helplessness. It was like the first time he had seen the eternal 6 zones of calamity. What did this scene mean? Lu Yin didn't know. Why did the death god say the words hanging coffins? Who did the hanging coffins and stargazing deck belong to? Who was this woman in red? What did all of this have to do with the memories of the heavenly imperial court? At some point, Lu Yin had woken up and was standing in place. His eyes were focused but there was no spirit in them. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin had taken that step, but he hadn't taken a second step. What had he seen? Xianxia turned to look at Lu Yin and frowned. Was he thinking? He wasn't in the middle of a memory shock. What memory had shocked him? In particular, there was panic in those eyes. There was also fear, which he thought he had seen wrongly. What was this person afraid of? He was already at the peak of power below the eternal realm. What else was there to be afraid of? Could it be that he had seen the eternal realm? Yuya and the others entered the earth realm and arrived at the entrance of the thatched cottage. Dandelions danced under the trees, and the river splashed onto the grass. It was a beautiful sight. But this beauty couldn't change Mia Wuhuang's anger. They could enter the heavenly imperial court, but the entrance was very narrow and difficult to enter. Mia Wuhuang couldn't figure out who had left such an opening. When he had first arrived, he had tried to push the center, but when he couldn't get in, he had left. He never would have thought that the edge could be entered. Who could be so immoral? Shameless. Yuya heaved a sigh of relief. If they could enter, then it meant that Lu Yin and the others were inside. But the most troublesome thing now was climbing the cliff. Lu Yin and the others had entered the heavenly imperial court to climb the cliff. Xianxia must have gone in as well, or there would be no point in them spending so much time inside. If Lu Yin and the others climbed the cliff, then even if he and the others entered, they wouldn't be able to climb the cliff. Yuya could feel the helplessness of the old chief and the others. The old chief and the others had been unable to climb the cliff for countless years, and now he couldn't do it either. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3741. Let's try, Vast Mist said. Yuya said, we can't. Then how did Emo Shang do it? Vast Mist was puzzled. Thinking of this, Yuya was afraid. If the precipice was so easy to climb, the ninth heaven universe wouldn't be at ease to let people train. After all, it would be troublesome to face a bitter adversity realm expert. Nothing had happened for so many years, proving that the ninth heaven universe was very confident in the precipice. However, Emo Shang could break this perception and climb the precipice, which meant that he had the power to break the ninth heaven universe's perception. This power was the most frightening. Xianxia has a method that can ignore space and time to deal a heavy blow to eternity. The reason why eternity is recovering in a parallel space is because of Xianxia, the old chief said. When he finished, he was a little unwilling. I thought our trap was enough to bury Xianxia, but who knew that we underestimated him? Yuya was surprised. Trap? The old chief nodded and told him about how they used Yimeng as bait to lure Xianxia and set up a trap. This was meaningless as the trap had been broken. However, this made Yuya excited. Can the trap Xianxia for a while? The old chief said, yes, but not for long. It has to be matched with my worldly lock. Enough, Yuya said. How long will it take to set up the trap again? The old chief and Frostblade looked at each other. If we can find a strong consciousness life form quickly, a few days will be enough. However, because of the battle at the Earth realm and the subsequent battles that affected the consciousness universe, many consciousness life forms have hidden themselves. It's not easy to find them. I know where some of them are hiding, Yuya said. He had spread his consciousness throughout the universe, and besides keeping an eye on Luin, he had also checked the consciousness universe. Vast Mist smiled. I know that as well. He had also checked the consciousness universe with the 9 feet anti-heaven technique. We just need to find these consciousness life forms? He asked. The old chief nodded. I can set up a trap that can trap Xianxia for a while. Although Luin is strong, he won't surpass Xianxia. That had better be the case. Yuya looked at the entrance of the cottage. He had sacrificed too much for Luin, and failure was not an option. Half a month passed quickly. Many conscious life forms were found and barely met the requirements to set up traps. After all, there were Frostblade and Xuanhuan, 2 of the 13 celestial phenomenon here. The old chief's heaven and earth lock was the real deal. The next step was to enter the heavenly palace and force Luin out. Yuya had already thought of this method. The candidates were simple. One was 9-Foot Garden's Book of Mist, who was absolutely loyal to Yuya. The other was Miaowuhuang. Miaowuhuang almost cursed. What did it have to do with him? He had been obedient all this while and hadn't done anything. Why was he now involved? Faced with Yuya's coercion, he had no choice but to enter. Hopefully nothing bad will happen. He'd cursed Xianxia and Luin before, and he'd had a great time doing so. With some difficulty, Miaowuhuang squeezed into the hut. Once again he appeared in the void, surrounded by gray air currents. He used his willpower, which he was not good at, to touch the air currents. The next moment he appeared at the bottom of the cliff. Looking up, he saw 3 figures. When Miaowuhuang appeared at the bottom of the cliff, the progenitor looked over and said, so fast. Luin slowly turned to look down the cliff. Miaowuhuang? It seemed like he had been captured by Yuya again. Xianxia looked over as well and saw Miaowuhuang. His gaze darkened as he recalled that this was the same angle they'd been at before. One was at the bottom of the cliff, while the other was at the top. Miaowuhuang had cursed him fiercely, and if not for Yuya, he would have killed Miaowuhuang. Miaowuhuang looked up at the cliff, and all eyes fell on him. He glanced at the progenitor, then at Luin, and finally at Xianxia. Their eyes met and he felt awkward. Ha, if it isn't Lord Xianxia. What a coincidence you're here too, ha. Beside him, Book of Mist appeared and glanced at Miaowuhuang. Following his gaze, he saw Luin on the cliff and relaxed. It was good that he was here. He wouldn't have to worry about running away. Luin saw the Book of Mist. Out of all the powerhouses who had surrounded him in the 9-Foot Garden, this was the only one who had survived the bitter adversity. He didn't seem to have been promoted through spiritual cultivation, but rather a true bitter adversity powerhouse. Well, how are you guys doing here? Miaowuhuang laughed. Book of Mist glanced at him. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten what I told you to do? Miaowuhuang whispered, don't rush, let's take it slow. Let them lower their guard and live in a friendly atmosphere. Scram. Book of Mist glared at him. Don't even think about it. We don't want to offend any of them and we're trying to please both sides. Are you even worthy? Miaowuhuang sneered and turned away, a cold glint in his eyes. Book of Mist looked up at the cliff and stared at Lu Yin. If you don't want anything to happen to the Xuanhuan universe, then come with us. Lord Yuya is waiting for you outside. Lu Yin asked coldly, can you really go to the Xuanhuan universe? Book of Mist glanced at Xianxia. Just as Lord Yuya guessed, Xianxia told you something. We can't go, but what about 13 celestial phenomenon? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. 13 celestial phenomenon? The progenitor and Xianxia both stared at Book of Mist. Book of Mist said confidently, 13 celestial phenomenon have already submitted to Lord Yuya. I'll give you 5 minutes to leave, or Lord Yuya will personally send them to the Xuanhuan universe. Since they can't stay in the consciousness universe, then the Xuanhuan universe will become a second. Do you think the remaining people in the Xuanhuan universe can stop them? Let me tell you something else. The 13 celestial phenomenon wanted to leave the consciousness universe, but they were stopped by Lord Yuya. Where do you think they'll go after leaving the consciousness universe? Book of Mist glanced coldly at Xuanhuan and left. Xuanhuan wanted to leave as well, but he couldn't. He had to wait for the result. Whoever stayed behind would be in danger. Only the heavens knew if Lu Yin and the others would attack them after they left the cliff. If they didn't care about the Xuanhuan universe, then the remaining people would be finished. Book of Mist didn't want to take the risk and only Xuanhuan could take it. Xuanhuan didn't dare leave. He looked up at the cliff. I didn't say that. Lu Yin and the progenitor exchanged glances. They had forgotten about the 13 celestial phenomenon and had been wary of Yuya all this time. They had relaxed after learning from Xianxia that Yuya and the others couldn't easily enter the Xuanhuan universe. However, the 13 celestial phenomenon were different. They could definitely move freely through the 3 universes. Once the 13 celestial phenomenon went to the Xuanhuan universe, the Xuanhuan universe definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. Old Leader was a consciousness life form that could fight against Xianxia, and he was at Xianxia's level. With Frostblade, Xiwen, and a group of other consciousness life forms, how could the Xuanhuan universe block them? Lu Yin didn't doubt Old Leader's determination to take control of the Xuanhuan universe, especially after learning that he could absorb the consciousnesses of consciousness life forms. They might even suspect that there was someone else in the Xuanhuan universe who could do it, which would bring disaster to the Xuanhuan universe. Even if the 13 celestial phenomenon didn't go to the Xuanhuan universe, Yuya could casually choose a group of consciousness life forms to go to the Xuanhuan universe, which wouldn't be a good thing for the Xuanhuan universe either. There was no lack of astral phenomenon life forms or even cosmic realm life forms. Lu Yin had to make a choice within the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. He was very clear that once he exited, what awaited him would be Yuya besieging him. This time around, Yuya would surely have made ample preparations. Although their forces might not be as large as the first time, they would surely have more methods to deal with him. The first time around it was a head-on clash, but this time around it would definitely not be the same. Let me say something, Xuanhuan suddenly said, drawing the attention of Lu Yin and the others. The 13 celestial phenomenon heavenly beings are indeed trying to escape from the consciousness universe. If not for that despicable 9th spirit trapping us, we would have left long ago. I have no intention of making you my enemy. After all, we are from the same hometown, right? Xuanhuan smiled fawningly. Primogenitor asked, what's the situation outside? Xuanhuan looked around and whispered, there's a trap set by the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators for Sir Xianxia. Don't tell anyone that I told you. The primogenitor looked at Xianxia. Xianxia said in a low voice, the combination of consciousness and the heaven and earth lock can trap me for a period of time. No matter how long it is, it will give Yuya a chance to attack. Then he looked at Lu Yin. I'll say it again. Lower the threat or you'll only become more and more passive. I think so too. Lu Yin turned back to Xianxia. Then I'll have to trouble you to cooperate. Xianxia did not understand. Meh. Not long after, Lu Yin's back was against the cliff. He raised his hand and rolled his die. He was rolling the die in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. It was his first time seeing the die. This was this person's turbid treasure? It could be fused into other organisms. Lu Yin wanted to roll enhance and do everything he could to find the old chief. There was no turning back now. All he could do was stall for time. A joss stick's time was too short. You there, call someone in. We want to talk, the primogenitor said to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan hurriedly said, all right. He could not wait to go out. Outside the heavenly palace, Xuanhuan appeared. The old chief and the others were on guard, thinking that Lu Yin had come out. The people inside want to talk, Xuanhuan said. Yuya glanced at the Book of Smoke. The old chief said, don't trust that Lu Yin. He's good at sowing discord and bewitching people. That depends on who he's talking to. Anyway, a joss stick's time isn't up yet. Let's see what he wants to say. He then let the Book of Smoke in. The misty red raccoon looked curiously at the entrance of the cottage. She had been to the heavenly palace and tried to get close to the palace, but she had taken the path of the one-leaf lotus. The old man wanted to say something else, but he didn't. He recalled how those from the ninth firmament universe had been bewitched by Lu Yin to the point that they had revealed everything. There was also how the Eternal and Lu Yin had exposed each other's shortcomings, and how the Eternal and Xianxia had schemed against each other. All of them were too shrewd, and the old man knew that there would be problems, but each one of them was more arrogant than the last. The Book of Smoke went in. Xuanhuan was glared at by Yuya and the others, so he could only go in. Looking at the Book of Smoke, the primogenitor slowly said, we can go out, but what about Xianxia? The Book of Smoke glanced at Xianxia. Let him be. After leaving, he had told Yuya that Xianxia was there as well. This was within Yuya's expectations. Yuya planned to ignore Xianxia. Unless Xianxia interfered, he would try to deal with both of them together. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3742. Yuya guessed that Xianxia had helped Lu Yin because he wanted to borrow Lu Yin's power to enter the palace. Now that he had entered and was still trying to approach the palace, there was no need for him to help Lu Yin anymore. However, Xianxia's value was that he could climb the cliff, which was very attractive to Yuya. He still wanted to try to approach the palace. Once he dealt with Lu Yin, he would negotiate with Xianxia. If Lu Yin and the others wanted to descend the cliff, they would need to borrow Xianxia's power. This shouldn't be a problem since Xianxia didn't want two more people to hinder him. The ancestor sighed. You're really generous. You gave him the memories of the Eternal Realm powerhouse? The Book of Mist raised his brows. He can't get close. He's already close, the ancestor said in a low voice. The Book of Mist didn't understand. The ancestor reminded him, look at his position. He's already surpassed Rusher's position by a lot. He still has the strength to get closer. The Book of Mist was shocked. Impossible. See for yourself. The Book of Mist's eyes flashed and he walked up the cliff. He couldn't climb it, but he could still get close. He was almost parallel to it, so he could naturally see it. Soon, he saw that Xianxia had surpassed Rusher's palms and was approaching the cliff. At that moment, Xianxia took a step forward and continued to approach as if he didn't see him. For this scene, Lu Yin had moved back a lot to highlight Xianxia's position. The Book of Mist's expression changed and he hurriedly retreated from the palace. Something big had happened. Rusher was the person closest to the palace in the Nine Firmaments universe. His palms were famous throughout the universe, and everyone who tried to approach the palace wanted to surpass Rusher's position, but they couldn't. The Book of Mist had watched the palms advance and almost entered a state of forgetfulness. He didn't dare to try again. Xianxia had surpassed Rusher and was still advancing. He knew what this meant. This was troublesome. What? He surpassed Rusher's position? Yuya was shocked. The misty waves were so vast that even the misty waves' red raccoon was stunned. The Book of Mist's expression turned ugly. Yes, he surpassed Rusher's position, and not just by a little. Xianxia is still advancing. Yuya's attitude changed. Previously he had allowed Xianxia to approach the palace alone, but if Xianxia could touch the palace, who would let him go? If news of this spread back to the Nine Clouds universe, perhaps even the guardian god would intervene personally. Originally, the spiritualized universe already had a peerless existence. He had broken through the gate of heaven, invaded the Nine Clouds universe and forced the Nine Clouds universe to give way. Now there was Xianxia. Was the spiritualized universe trying to rebel? I'll go take a look. Vast misty waves walked towards the entrance of the cottage. At the same time, on a cliff in the heavenly imperial palace, Xianxia helplessly asked, "Is it done?" Primogenitor nodded. "Thank you." Xianxia did not want to be feared by Yuya and the others. This was not good for him. He had surpassed the position of Rusher. If word got out to the Nine Heavens universe, he would be in trouble. The people of the Nine Heavens universe did not like him, and wanted to find someone to replace him. He suspected that the Ninth Spirit was one of the candidates, but she was too lazy and had not made a move. Now, once the news spread, the Nine Clouds universe might not wait for someone to replace him. They would attack him. But there was no other way. If he did not cooperate with Lu Yin would threaten to join forces with the primogenitor to bring him down. He wanted to get close to the palace, but he did not want to go down. He really felt that he could touch the palace. Lu Yin's threat was exactly what he wanted to do. Besides, he wanted to protect Lu Yin. If he could use this opportunity to prevent Lu Yin from being killed, it would be good. Of course, the possibility was not high. If he could help Lu Yin stall for time, it would increase his chances of survival. He was willing to do so. No matter what, this was his last chance to enter the heavenly imperial palace. So what if he was exposed? Thinking of this, Yu Sangtian's eyes darkened, and he continued forward. Vast misty waves entered without a word. He directly climbed up the cliff and stood parallel to it. He saw the two palms from the beginning and then saw Yu Sangtian. His face was terrifyingly dark. He was just a lowly cultivator from the spiritualized universe, and yet he had surpassed everyone in the Nine Heavens universe. What right did he have? What right did he have? How dare he dream of touching the palace? He had obtained the memories of an eternal realm cultivator. Emo Shang, stop. Yu Sangtian turned and looked at vast misty waves. Master of the 9-foot garden? Vast misty waves stared at him. What are you doing? Yu Sangtian was indifferent. What are you trying to say? Stop. Don't come any closer or the three universes will not tolerate you, vast misty waves threatened. Yu Sangtian laughed. In the distance, the progenitor laughed as well. These people from the Nine Heavens universe really thought that they were superior and could look down on everything. Perhaps they thought that they were resisting because they came from the Tianyuan universe and did not understand the Nine Heavens universe. Yu Sangtian understood the Nine Heavens universe and thought that he could threaten them. Should they be called arrogant or stupid? I guessed right. The 9-foot garden violated a taboo. I don't know if the three universes will tolerate me, but the 9-foot garden is finished, Yu Sangtian replied indifferently. Vast misty waves' expression darkened. The 9-foot garden is not finished. Emo Shang, you are already a lowly god. This is a gift from the Nine Heavens universe. Why do you have to cause more trouble? Help Lord Yuya capture Lu Yin. This is your chance. It's true that the 9-foot garden violated a taboo, but as long as Lord Yuya is here, he can protect us. The same goes for you. This is your chance. Yu Sangtian's lips curled up. No need. Vast misty waves took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's back was facing the cliff, so he could not see what Lu Yin was doing. Lu Yin, don't you care about the Tianyuan universe anymore? The time for an incense stick to burn is almost up. Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw that the die had stopped spinning. One pip, then another pip. He had already rolled it 3 times and each pip was a pip. There was only one left. Vast misty waves' words traveled to Lu Yin's ears and he slowly said, I'm watching Emo Shang. I can act at any time. Vast misty waves was astonished. You want to attack Emo Shang? He did not understand. Yu Sangtian had clearly helped Lu Yin before, but now Lu Yin wanted to attack Emo Shang? They had been able to scale the cliff because of Emo Shang, and Emo Shang had been able to enter the palace because of Lu Yin and the others. The two should be allies. Lu Yin did not speak. The progenitor's voice rang out. Don't you see Emo Shang approaching the palace? Of course he saw it. Why else would he be here? The progenitor continued, we're also enemies with Emo Shang, but we're just using each other. What do you think Lu Yin is doing? If not for his watch, Emo Shang would have already touched the palace. Vast misty waves looked at Lu Yin again. Is that so? Do you think it's that easy for him to touch the palace? Vast misty waves did not believe it so easily. Yu Sangtian's position had surpassed Rusher's, and while it was indeed troublesome for them, it was not to the extent that they would be led astray. The progenitor was leading them by the nose. The progenitor did not say anything else. Some words were more threatening the less said. Vast misty waves' eyes flashed. At that moment Yu Sangtian took another step forward. It seemed like he was getting closer and closer to the palace. Lu Yin, why aren't you stopping him? Nobody bothered with vast misty waves. Vast misty waves stared at Yu Sangtian and then turned to leave. After he left, Empress Huang exclaimed in admiration. Lu Yin really knew how to play. Even this could threaten the Nina Firmament's universe. 15 minutes passed, but vast misty waves did not say anything. Powerful people were not scary, but powerful and smart people were the scariest. On the cliff, Lu Yin stared at the die with his back to Miao Huang. If he could not roll 6 pips on his last roll, he would have to wait 10 days. He could not afford to wait that long. The die slowly stopped at 6 pips. Lu Yin relaxed and sent his consciousness into the dark space. No matter how much consciousness he had to use, he had to find OL, too. Only by fusing with him would he have a way out. Xianxia looked back at Lu Yin. The progenitor stood up and surrounded himself with his sky armament, afraid that Xianxia would attack. There were enemies everywhere, even Xianxia, who had helped Lu Yin multiple times. They had all seen Xianxia's ruthlessness. No matter how much he had ignored Lu Yin for the sake of spiritualizing the universe, it was not impossible for him to suddenly change his mind. Fortunately, Lu Yin had retreated a lot and was now between Xianxia and the progenitor. Even if Xianxia attacked, the progenitor would be able to block him. Xianxia did not attack. I hope you can pass this trial. I can't help you with this. In the Earth realm, outside the thatched cottage, vast misty waves told Yuya what he had seen. Yuya asked in a low voice, "Can Emo Shang really touch the palace?" "I don't know, but he has indeed surpassed Rushi's position, and not just by a little." Vast misty waves was apprehensive and did not dare to make any subjective guesses. If he guessed wrong, the consequences would be too severe. This matter concerned an eternal realm cultivator, so no one dared to be careless. Emo Shang cultivates the heart of monolith array. His will is firm and his consciousness is powerful. He once defeated Rushi, so it is not impossible for him to approach the palace, Yuya said slowly. Misty Waves Red Raccoon asked, "What will happen if he touches the palace?" Vast Misty Waves shook his head. "I don't know. No one has ever touched the palace before." The old chieftain and Frostblade exchanged glances. The heavenly palace belonged to the consciousness universe, which meant that it belonged to them. Now, it was being approached by an outsider and an enemy at that. They could not tolerate it, but it was not up to them to decide. Is Lu Yin stopping Emo Shang? He's facing Emo Shang. I don't know if he's stopping him. After a pause, Vast Misty Waves added, but he's the only one who can stop him. The other expert from the Heaven Origin universe is too far away from Emo Shang, so his attack will dissipate. Only Lu Yin. A palace might contain the memories of an eternal realm cultivator that had been targeted by the Ninefall universe for countless years. Lu Yin alone might be able to successfully transform. 2 paths to the eternal realm appeared in front of Yuya, but one of them belonged to Emo Shang. On one hand he wanted to stop Emo Shang and on the other he wanted to capture Lu Yin. This was what he wanted to do the most, but he could not stop Emo Shang. After muttering to himself for a moment, he allowed Vast Misty Waves to enter again. He wanted to use the spiritualized universe to threaten Emo Shang and prevent him from approaching the palace as much as possible. Vast Misty Waves knew that it was useless, but he still had to try. What if Emo Shang does not agree? Yuya said in a low voice, then ignore him and force Lu Yin to come down. I want to transform before he does. Even if he obtains the memories of an eternal realm cultivator, he will not be able to surpass me. Vast Misty Waves entered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3743. Old Chief and the others looked at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace. 15 minutes had already passed, but no one mentioned it. To Yuya, wasting some time to threaten Xianxia was not a problem. It was only 15 minutes, so Lu Yin did not mind spending another 15 minutes as long as he could prevent Xianxia from approaching the palace. To Yuya, 15 minutes did not mean much, but to Lu Yin it meant a lot. His consciousness appeared in the dark space, searching for orbs of light. He saw many of them, but most of them were dim. To his consciousness, even Old Chief's orbs were dim, but at least they were still glowing. He continued to travel through the dark space, searching for Old Chief's orbs. Vast mist entered the Heavenly Palace again and appeared at the bottom of the cliff. He walked towards it. Emo Shang, are you really going to bear the punishment of the Defender God? Xianxia ignored him and took a step forward. At this distance, every step he took caused him to bear an extraordinary pressure from the memories. Xianxia's expression suddenly changed, and he squatted down to bear the shock of the memories. Vast Mist stared at Xianxia and clenched his fists. He hoped that Xianxia would enter a state of forgetfulness and become an idiot. After a while Xianxia exhaled, stood up and continued forward. Although his face was much paler, he was still able to approach the palace. Vast Mist threatened, even if you don't care about yourself, do you not care about the spiritualized universe? Xianxia paused and turned to look at Vast Mist. He had stopped not because of Vast Mist's threat, but because of the primogenitor. The primogenitor had asked him to stall for time, and Luin was not done yet. You're threatening me with the spiritualized universe? Xianxia's voice was cold. Vast Mist glanced at the bottom of Xianxia's feet. That was the position he had always dreamed of, but he had never been able to reach it. If he could reach that position, he might actually be able to touch the palace. If you continue forward, the spiritualized universe will suffer because of you. You haven't forgotten what happened in the Wei territory, have you? Xianxia calmly looked at Vast Mist. Not just the Wei territory. Yes, not just the Wei territory. If this can happen once, it can happen 100 times. How many Wei territories can withstand your spiritualized universe? Do you think Xuanhuan doesn't want to? Yuya didn't tell you that Grassmaster has appeared? Vast Mist sneered. Master can't stop that many times. He passed through the heavenly gate. So what? Even if he can protect the spiritualized universe, he can't protect you. Don't think that we don't know that you're in a hurry to become immortal because you want the spiritualized universe to be on an equal footing with the Nine Clouds universe. You fought against the defense god for the same reason. If it hadn't been for that battle, who knows how many people from the Nine Clouds universe would have been hiding in the spiritualized universe. Now most of them have been killed by you. Only a few defense gods can enter the spiritualized universe. You've done enough. You don't want to attract Night Pillar, do you? Xianxia exhaled, his eyes filled with reminiscence. In the past, all the influential groups in the Nine Clouds universe had people in the spiritualized universe. That was the darkest time of the spiritualized universe. We had to ensure that the existence of the Nine Clouds universe didn't leak out, and we also had to bear with the cultivators of the Nine Clouds universe stealing resources from the spiritualized universe. We also had to protect the lives of the cultivators of the Nine Clouds universe. Vast misty waves nodded. It's good that you remember. Do you wish to relive those days again? The Luo family of the Heavenly Gates won't care and let us in and out as we please. This is all your fault. The point guard is here. Xianxia did not say anything. He remained silent and did not continue forward. Enter. Vast misty waves thought that his threat had succeeded, and his tone softened. It's not too late to back out now. Lord Yu will give you a chance. The progenitor looked at Vast misty waves and then back at Luin. How much longer? Yuya waited quietly outside the thatched cottage in the realm of heavenly earth. He had no intention of entering as there was only an entrance and no path. If he entered and Luin coincidentally came out, then all his efforts would be wasted. The only thing he could do now was to force Xianxia to leave the cliff, or force Luin to come down and enter the trap. He had to ensure that he could transform. Not far away, Old Chief was also looking at the thatched cottage's entrance. In the past, only 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators had been able to enter, but now it seemed so unfamiliar. Suddenly, his gaze became unfocused and lost, but he recovered in an instant. He looked forward, but his gaze was completely different from Old Chief's. He was now Luin. Luin finally found Old Chief's ball of light. He had searched for a long time, and conservatively estimated that he had used up at least half of his cosmic realm consciousness. This was the longest time he had ever spent searching for Enhance, but it was clearly worth it. If he could fuse it into Old Chief's body, he would have a way to break out of this situation. Luin hurriedly read through Old Chief's memories, including the Azure Sword, the Worldly Lock, and the traps that had been set up for him. Although there were many memories, he could only read them in an instant. It was impossible to read Old Chief's entire life's worth of memories, but these were not even a billionth of Old Chief's memories. No one noticed that Old Chief's gaze had changed. First he understood, then he was shocked. He then glanced at Yuya with cold confidence. It's about time. Go get Misty Waves to come out. Ignore Xianxia and force Luin, Yuya said. The Book of Misty Waves entered the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Luin immediately withdrew from the fusion and returned his consciousness to his body. He had obtained the Azure Swordsman refinement technique from Old Chief's memories, as well as the Worldly Lock's cultivation method. However, it was incomplete. It wasn't that Old Chief's memories were incomplete, but rather that the Worldly Lock itself was incomplete. When Old Chief had been under the cliff, he had seen a certain memory that contained the complete cultivation method of the Worldly Lock. However, Old Chief's talent was limited, or rather, there was a limit to his consciousness cultivation, which resulted in the Worldly Lock being incomplete. Now that Luin had seen that memory, given enough time, he could slowly comprehend the complete Worldly Lock. However, the complete worldly lock was completely different from the current worldly lock. They were two completely different concepts which made Lu Yin extremely tempted. As for the traps outside, he had already grasped them. His consciousness returned to his body just as the Book of Mist entered. Ancestor, Lord Yuya wants us to ignore Xianxia and force Lu Yin out, the Book of Mist whispered to Misty Waves. Misty Waves was unwilling to give up. He had said many things, but Xianxia had clearly hesitated. If Lu Yin had more time, he might be able to force Xianxia down. But now, the Book of Misty Waves could see Misty Waves' unwillingness and said in a low voice, when Master Yuya transforms, he can still force Xianxia to come down. When that time comes, Xianxia will be even more afraid of Master Yuya's transformed power. I don't believe he can touch the palace in such a short time. Although the path is short, the closer we get to the palace, the harder it will be. Lord Yuya might even have the ability to scale the cliff by then. These words struck a chord in Misty Wave's heart. Rather than wasting time here, it was better to deal with Lu Yin first. Misty Waves looked up at the cliff. Mo Shang, think about it carefully. Lord Yuya is currently in a dangerous situation. He might be willing to give you a chance, but that doesn't mean that he'll be willing to do so the next moment. He then looked at Lu Yin. Half an hour has passed. Lu Yin, either you leave with me or the 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators head to the Xuanhuan universe. Misty Waves had sensed that something was wrong with Lu Yin's back the entire time, but he couldn't figure out what Lu Yin could do with his back facing him. Unless he didn't care about the fate of the Xuanhuan universe. Thus, Misty Waves had ignored Lu Yin. Now he wanted to see what Lu Yin was up to. Was he really targeting Xianxia? Lu Yin slowly turned around. Misty Waves relaxed as Lu Yin was indeed targeting Xianxia. If Lu Yin hadn't turned around, Misty Waves would have thought that this person was an imposter, even though it was impossible for this person to leave Xianxia and descend the cliff by himself. If I'm not wrong, there's a group of people waiting to ambush me outside. Lu Yin looked at Misty Waves. Misty Waves' eyes narrowed, but he didn't reply. If you want me to descend, I can, but I have a condition, Lu Yin said. Misty Waves coldly replied, you don't have the right to talk about conditions with Yuya. Lu Yin calmly replied, what if I give up on the Xuanhuan universe? Misty Waves raised his brows in disbelief. Misty Waves didn't believe him either. If this person was willing to give up on the Xuanhuan universe, then he wouldn't have chosen to hide in a parallel universe. If he had chosen to hide in a parallel universe, then nothing would have happened to him. Do you know the purpose of limitless existence? Lu Yin asked. The primogenitor answered, inheritance. Lu Yin nodded. Once upon a time, the humans of the Xuanhuan universe were on the brink of extinction. At the end of an era, limitless was created, and it hid the history, inheritance, and civilization of that era in a parallel universe. Even if the humans of that era were completely wiped out, as long as limitless existed, as long as humans entered the Xuanhuan universe, their civilization would continue to be passed down. Limitless followed me from the Xuanhuan universe to the spiritualized universe. Everyone thought that it was a suicide mission, but in reality, this was another way to pass down their civilization. Who can guarantee that the Xuanhuan universe won't be rebooted? If Limitless dies, then we will do our best to ensure the survival of the Xuanhuan universe. On the other hand, if the Xuanhuan universe perishes, we only need to protect Limitless, and it will rise again one day. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin's back. Limitless, a good name. Misty Waves frowned and met Lu Yin's gaze. He couldn't ignore Lu Yin's words, as Limitless could indeed pass down their civilization. Now, Limitless was hidden in a parallel universe and no one could find it. It had also hidden the 4 spiritualized universes' battleships. If Lu Yin truly gave up on the Xuanhuan universe and avoided this calamity, then he could return to the Xuanhuan universe one day. At that time, dealing with the 13 celestial phenomenon wouldn't be a problem. However, Yuya and the 9-foot garden would have no chance. What are your conditions? Misty Waves asked. Lu Yin slowly said, no matter how many people are waiting to kill me, I've entered this trap. My condition is that you can never threaten me with the Xuanhuan universe again. This will be the last time. Misty Waves looked at Misty Waves. Misty Waves' figure slowly disappeared. Lu Yin stood there quietly. Would Yuya agree? Of course Yuya wouldn't refuse. Even if he was absolutely sure that Lu Yin wouldn't give up on the Xuanhuan universe, he still wouldn't dare to take the risk. If he wanted to gamble, then he had to have the capital. Yuya had already lost everything, and this was his only chance to redeem himself. Mie Wuhuang's eyes darted around. Then I'll go take a look. I'll go. Misty waves left. Xuanhuan was helpless as he really didn't want to stay here. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3744. Soon, the Book of Mist entered and looked at the precipice. Lord Yuya has agreed. He swears in his name that he will no longer threaten you with the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin nodded and looked at Yu Tian. Send us down. This is what you want to do the most. The primogenitor sighed. If they went down, Yu Tian would be left alone. No one knew if he would touch the palace. No matter what, Yu Tian was their enemy. If Yu Tian obtained the Eternal Life Realm's memories, his future would be unstoppable. However, Lu Yin could no longer control him. Even if he and primogenitor worked together to force Yu Tian down the cliff, Yu Tian could still climb up the cliff when Yuya attacked. At that time, no one would be able to stop him. There was no point in fighting Yu Tian again. From the moment that Yu Tian had approached Lu Yin had already expected such an outcome. This was the most beneficial outcome for Yu Tian, and it was also Yu Tian's plan. However, Lu Yin couldn't refuse this plan, and he couldn't refuse to try and approach the palace. What he had strived for was to be able to touch the palace before Yuya found them. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so. As for leaving the progenitor on the cliff, that was impossible. The progenitor had to join forces with Lu Yin to fight against Yu Tian, or else it would be too dangerous. The progenitor wasn't immortal. After all, he had lost too much of his cultivation to suppress the sequence string. Even the 9 heavens transformation couldn't truly make up for it. Furthermore, the progenitor wouldn't be at ease with Lu Yin entering the battlefield alone. If they worked together, their chances of success would be higher. Yu Tian waved his hand, and with a thought, an eternal brilliance lit up the cliff. Lu Yin and the primogenitor were bound by spirit threads and were brought to the cliff by one thought eternal. Yen Boshu's eyes were blazing. He left Etian Quebec. Finally, Master Yuya had transformed, and the 9 Feet Garden would also transform. They would become one of the most powerful groups in the continent of the 9 Clouds. That was the biggest change in the history of the 9 Feet Garden. They had to succeed. Xuanhuan wanted to leave too, but he couldn't. The Book of Mist had told him to stay and watch Yu Tian. He didn't even know if he would live to keep an eye on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was about to descend, and if Lu Yin attacked him, he would be finished. Up on the cliff, Yu Tian watched Lu Yin and the progenitor descend. Not only was he not happy, but he also felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Based on his understanding of Lu Yin, there was no way this person would allow him to stay on the cliff and approach the palace. Impossible. Even if this person was facing a killing trap, he wouldn't let him escape so easily. However, he couldn't think of a way for Lu Yin to deal with Yuya's ambush while also dragging him down so that he couldn't approach the palace. He couldn't. Lu Yin and primogenitor landed at the bottom of the cliff and looked at Xuanhuan at the same time. Xuanhuan grinned and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Third leader, whose house? My subordinate is a toad, Lu Yin said coldly. Xuanhuan tried to curry favor with him. How can you say that, third master? What don't you have? Not to mention anything else, that toad stands at the top of the universe. One day it will become the toad I once saw. That toad, sizzle. Shut up, Lu Yin interrupted. Xuanhuan immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. Where are you going after escaping from the consciousness universe? Lu Yin asked. Xuanhuan blinked. Spiritualized universe. Lu Yin raised his hand and curled his fingers into a fist. Say that again. Xuanhuan said bitterly, the Tianyuan universe. That's right. You can't stay in the consciousness universe or the spiritualized universe, so you can only go to the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin said. Xuanhuan hurriedly promised, Third leader, I have no other intentions in going to the Tianyuan universe. I'm just looking for a place to hide. I'm different from those despicable people from the 13 celestial phenomenon. I'm a man of virtue. Help me take care of the Tianyuan universe. I'll thank you properly when I return. Lu Yin smiled at Xuanhuan. Compared to the 13 celestial phenomenon, Xuanhuan was indeed different. Although he had a bad personality, he hadn't done anything bad. He had become an 8-star dark spirit in the spiritualized universe because he had provoked the myriad beast territory and beyond heaven. This guy had a vicious mouth, but he wasn't a bad person. During the battle at the abyss of space, he had wanted to force Lu Yin away from the beginning and hadn't planned to attack him. Lu Yin had done his research on Xuanhuan, so he didn't have to worry about letting him go to the Tianyuan universe. Of course, the experience at Torch City would definitely not escape. If Xuanhuan had really gone to the Tianyuan universe, then by the time Lu Yin returned, the virtue flag would be flying in the sky above the main hall. The scene at the meteorite left Lu Yin uneasy. He didn't know where those bugs had gone, but he hoped that they hadn't gone to the Tianyuan universe. Xuanhuan had gone, which made Lu Yin feel more at ease. In terms of power, Xuanhuan was comparable to the weakened Mr. Mu. He was an absolute powerhouse. Xuanhuan stared blankly at Lu Yin and the primogenitor's figures as they disappeared, and his fawning smile disappeared. Take care of the Tianyuan universe? These two fellows were actually not bad. Although they couldn't compare to him, it was a pity. The first to walk out of the heavenly palace was neither Lu Yin nor the primogenitor, but Yi. Yi was once ranked 10th on the spiritualized universe's white spirit list. Because of his enmity with the 100 Herbs Chamber of Commerce, he often wandered outside the 100 Herbs domain, causing the 100 Herbs Chamber of Commerce to decline. When Lu Yin had brought the 100 Herbs Chamber of Commerce to compete for a spot in the Chamber of Commerce, he had met Yi as soon as he left the 100 Herbs domain, and had suppressed him on the general appointment platform. Yi hadn't expected to have a chance to walk out. He was released by Lu Yin and instantly appeared at the entrance of the heavenly palace. What welcomed him was a powerful consciousness attack. He didn't even have time to react before collapsing. Lu Yin and the primogenitor stepped out and activated the Nine Heavens transformation. Boundless consciousness swept through the surroundings as they rushed in two different directions. A dark golden consciousness descended as the 9 feet anti-heaven technique pressed down on Lu Yin from above. At the same time, the misty raccoon's sharp claws appeared out of nowhere and swiped down without leaving a trace. Lu Yin had long since been prepared for this. Palm Realm battle force enveloped his body as he unleashed the ancient swords in the Tomb of Landscape in a frenzy. He didn't even look at his surroundings. Countless ancient swords slashed down, each one containing the destructive power of crossing calamity. Coupled with the Tomb of Landscape's defense and the 6 realms' ancient spirit array, Lu Yin's thoughts, consciousness, and battle techniques were all blocked. The primogenitor's sky celestial soldiers all slashed at Vast Mist. Vast Mist used the 9 feet anti-heaven technique to forcefully resist the sky celestial soldiers. Lu Yin took a step forward and allowed the raccoon's claws to land on his body. Numerous wounds were left behind, but they were quickly healed when pushed to the extreme. The primogenitor roared as the worldly lock descended and locked down his consciousness. Streams of consciousness shot up into the sky, identical to the trap that had trapped xianxia. Lu Yin looked at the sky, but there was nowhere to run. Although his consciousness was stronger than xianxia's, xianxia also had a monolith foundation. The two faced the same pressure from this trap. The only difference was that Lu Yin's understanding of the worldly lock was no less than the primogenitor's. Yuya saw that Lu Yin had fallen into the trap and took out the turbid belt. This was his chance. If Lu Yin fell into the trap and couldn't escape, he would be able to tie him up. Therefore he used this turbid treasure to bind Lu Yin, which was originally used to bind him. Lu Yin had flowing light, which could reverse time for a second. Yuya also had thoughts that could cause Lu Yin's mind to go blank. The prerequisite for all of this was that he could control Lu Yin. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Boundless consciousness descended from all directions, sealing the world and locking down all knowledge. Yuya stared at this scene. Soon. The moment the worldly lock descended, Lu Yin looked up and released the starry sky in his heart. Karma spread out and karma spirals shot towards Yuya and the primogenitor. Yuya and the others could not see the karma spirals, but they could sense them and quickly avoided them. This is your final struggle. The target of the karma spirals was not Yuya or the primogenitor, but Heavenly E Tower. The entrance to Heavenly E Tower had a karma wall that came from the Azure Lotus Empire. The power of karma could only be shaken by karma. Lu Yin's karma spirals converged into tornadoes that smashed into the entrance of Heavenly E Tower. In that instant, the winds and clouds changed as an indescribable danger descended, shocking Yuya and the primogenitor. Aside from Lu Yin, no one else could see that the karma wall at the entrance of Heavenly E Tower had been shaken. It was just a wall that could not represent the power of karma of the Azure Lotus Empire, but it could draw out the one-leaf Azure Lotus. When the karma wall was shaken, Heavenly E Tower, and even the entire consciousness universe shook. The consciousness universe's walls were similar to the spiritualized universes, but they were all shaken by Lu Yin's karma. Lu Yin had not expected the commotion to be so great that the worldly lock would actually stop. Yi looked up at the sky and felt a vast power. This was the power of the Azure Lotus Empire. He shouted, "What did you do?" Many people looked at Lu Yin with apprehension, shock, and fear. The cultivators of the Nine Firmaments universe feared the god of defense from the bottom of their hearts. The next moment, two figures appeared at the entrance of Heavenly E Tower. Everyone looked over and saw that one was xuanhuan, and the other was Xianxia. Xianxia was at a loss. He had actually been swept away by the one-leaf azure lotus again. What was going on? Lu Yin's lips curled up. He had done it. Xianxia had schemed step by step. First, he had severely injured Eternal, then he had used Yuye's threat to exchange conditions with Lu Yin to enter Heavenly E Tower. Finally, Lu Yin had been forced to leave, leaving Xianxia alone to approach the palace. He had done it and he was the only one left on the precipice. However, he had never imagined that Lu Yin would have a backup plan. Lu Yin himself did not know if this backup plan would succeed, so he could only try it once. Using the karma spiral to shake the karma celestial phenomenon, the remaining power of the Azure Lotus Empire, aside from the karma walls, was the one-leaf Azure Lotus. It seemed that the one-leaf Azure Lotus had a condition to be activated. Lu Yin did not know what this condition was, but it was most likely to be karma against karma. It was like a battle technique clashing, and it was enough to trigger the other party. Karma was also a type of battle technique. Lu Yin had used the karma spiral, and it had indeed triggered the one-leaf Azure Lotus. The lotus moved, and Xianxia was swept out. Now there was no one left on the precipice, and Xianxia would not be able to approach the palace so easily. Even if he climbed the precipice again, Lu Yin could still use the one-leaf Azure Lotus to sweep him out if he wanted to. This was getting interesting. Now that Xianxia had been swept out, the battle situation would definitely change. At the very least, Yuya would have to send someone to deal with Xianxia. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.